seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, laying in the balance, and flame may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums and warrior. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. Taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, awaken. Don't go out.
메라가 아니면 이렇게
Shut off your light.
바랍니다. 여러분께 오늘 상당히
They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자, 이공이 파이널! 자, 젠과 지원해!
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer
Greetings and welcome to another day of the LCK. Today we've got Life Esports up against DRX. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. You saw us on that wonderful carpet space for the last couple of days, but now we get to cast this amazing day of games. How are you feeling today, Chronicler?
Who cares about Dom 1T1 or Genji DK? This is the real banger, because last time around the DRX was looking hot. It was Life that actually was able to knock them down. Different times, different form for DRX, and also very different for Life, who are looking still pretty clueless. Not even Karis looks good, and if I can't talk of Karis, I kind of lose a lot of my points for the team, because altogether hasn't really worked out yet.
Hasn't worked for them. It has been kind of a slow start, especially for Life and for Fred Brion. So those two teams really getting off on an extremely slow foot, and that's because it feels like every other team is at least somewhat competitive. These teams really have not found any success just yet. So maybe today something changes, as we will get into the point of the match right now and see what we have here. Spring round 2, Life Esports breaks DRX's win streak with their destructive power.
And it tied into a larger theme that we saw in spring, which is where the weaker teams were able to just have really good performances and 2-0 randomly. Liv Sandbox has done it, Fred Brion has done it, Life did it, in this case specifically to DRX. And it was also one of the games where I think Deft, his Jinx win rate, took a really big hit out of seemingly nowhere. Again, this was against Life, who were a bottom tier team last time around as well. So assuming that the DRX today are going to be very ready and very aggressive in trying to keep Hanwha down.
Absolutely. I mean, DRX are definitely the big favorites coming into this one. Our mid Karis versus Solo Pog against Bro Zeka. That is a long title. Mid matchup will determine the game. Who will show off a montage play? Zeka, he showed up actually the last time around. It was great to see him performing. Of course, the last time around, they did face off against Fred Brion.
And to be fair, Karis was forced to play Victor, so that doesn't really count as an actual game. but regardless of Karis' form, and as much as I like to joke, Zeka and Kingen, both solo lanes for DRX, are the reason why this team looks so much better, because Deft and Beryl were really good in spring as well. So that's no surprise, but with those two actually performing, it becomes a lot harder to shut down DRX.
And you guys can see here, Deft is feeling better. He has tested negative, and he is here in the studio tonight alongside Beryl. He was, of course, playing from home with our new regulations. And they are going to be going up against Samdi and Vista. So we'll see how that does go tonight.
Deft taking on his former support, Vista, who was always very... I love that.
I just love that it's like the one sign I've seen in maybe 4 years where he's not an alpaca.
It's actually Deft. Yeah? Wow. Wow. The meta keeps evolving, and with all the swap bugs, we'll have plenty of time to talk about that later on, but team stats for now, DRX looking super hot. I am going to temper expectation just a little bit, because it was against Nongshim, who, especially in the first game, looked completely run around the map, and against, as you pointed out, Fred Brion. So the stats are great, and against Life, they should be relevant, because Life has looked lost in effectively anyway. The stats tell a little bit of a tale. KDA not looking hot, and then the fact that you don't get Barons shouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, they found one stat, the average Baron power play.
Yes.
At 3rd in the league, so I guess the one time they got Baron, it was good. But yes, these guys need to change something. Something needs to switch up here. You could essentially say the same for Life, except for the fact that they did also go up against Kwangdong Freaks. So that's, as we're seeing now, Kwangdong Freaks maybe our 7th or 8th place team at the moment. So at least able to take one game off of them. They're not winless just yet. So maybe they can bounce off of that success and try to get something going tonight.
It's also an interesting question where Kwangdong kind of went toe-to-toe with Hanwha, even though they won, but then Kwangdong was beaten by Nongshim. Nongshim was beaten by DRX, and does that mean that in the long run, if you go through enough iterations of that, then maybe Hanwha has a favorable matchup? I don't know, but Karis and OnFleek need to play better. I don't expect Someday and Vista to be able to reliably stand up to Deft and Barrel. So then it comes down to, can OnFleek and Karis maybe find an angle, pick themselves up a proactive mid-jungle duo, and avoid Lissandra, because that pick has been a complete nuisance for any proactivity.
Yes. Well, maybe they end up picking it themselves as they are on the red side, and so many of our blue side teams do want to go ahead and pick Ahri first.
Kingen's hair.
Wait,
It's
what
gone.
happened?
It's so short.
Oh, I mean,
Oh,
I guess relatively, yes.
Yeah. I was about to give him the shout out. He was like this close to getting a proper mullet.
Yeah.
Ah, Kingen. Well,
I guess, you know, with the BTS hiatus, not looking to go for that K-pop look anymore. A little bit unfortunate, but I think this looks nice on him.
Oh, it still looks great. I really appreciate it. As long as he doesn't lose his powers if his hair gone, because he has had an incredible split thus far. Picked up POGs on Ornn, which can be a tough ask for any player. So this team looking poised to maybe be an actual top 4 team, not a team that is able to kind of make it and then just not do that well, but with a respectable top side this time around, a Pioshik who seems somewhat revitalized. DRX looking a lot better at the start of the split.
Yeah, we're going to get into our key player matchup here. Karis is one of the players that has played Swain to a win. Faker also going ahead and playing that yesterday. I wonder if we'll see more Swain. But other than that, you know, Zeka has been performing very well. Obviously, as you mentioned before, the stats are very nice because they did have a couple of easy matchups so far. Today, very similar. And I feel like on the side of Humble Life, even though we do have the mid key player matchup here, I think that Dudu has been one of the players that's actually been performing decently well. So maybe he can do the carrying tonight.
Hopefully we'll see no more Victor, and then we can have an actual matchup. The diversity of the players also very notable, with both of these two mid laners actually branching out a lot in terms of picks that they're able to pull out. And yeah, you mentioned Dudu. To me, it's the entire top side of the map. Also, the OnFleek versus Pioshik matchup. OnFleek in the past has shown that he's able to take early control of the map and then snowball it. And if there's one player where putting him down early puts him into somewhat of a spiral, it's Pioshik. He is a great jungler when you're winning. When you fall behind, he becomes not nearly as dependable. So should be an early entry point. But teams have kind of run heads first into drafts, by which I mean B1 Ahri, and then gotten punished for it every single time because you can't really do that anymore.
I think that has happened 5 times in the last 36 hours or so.
Yes, it has. Valdez.
And every single time, Lissandra has won. So maybe today we won't have that happen. But we'll have to wait and see. It was interesting. DRX is one of the teams that actually did not ban Lucian. Lucian feeling like a permaban in these matchups. But Beryl actually said, if you look at the LPL, they leave Lucian open a ton. And you can do stuff against Lucian Nami in the bottom side. There are ways to handle it. And they actually rate Corki higher than Lucian, which is why they did go ahead and leave that open and then pick Corki for themselves. So nice little tidbit from Beryl as he was interviewed about the Lucian issue, if you will.
I know that Deft plays Kokmo. We just haven't seen it in a while, and I would like to personally. I'm a big fan of Kokmo. Even though it got nerfed on this patch, it still should have a theoretical window where it can be played with how good Kench is. And Barrow himself, he can play Lulu. Yeah, he's been known at times to spice it up a little bit. And from DRX, I also wouldn't mind if they try to diversify in drafts, provided that Corki is banned, which honestly, if you look at how well they performed with it, I would expect to happen here.
Well, let's see how it goes. Humble Life Esports here on the blue side. The very famous blue side that everybody is picking. There's not even a team that's, you know, trying to go against the meta. Even Gen G. Just all 10 teams are picking blue. As Wukong, still 100% presence here at LCK 2022 Summer.
Unsurprising, even with the nerf, teams still very highly rate Wukong. It's only its early game that was kind of given a little bit of a tap. But like the Gwen, that especially while we were sitting at the carpet space, you were still not very happy about, or rather the state of her, still scales very well into the late game. So it is no surprise to see that champion being taken away, as just throw free brands towards Zeka. And if we now B1 Ari, I will be very upset, Veldis, and I'm going to just start off with that. It will
An upsetting
break
start
my
to the
heart.
draft.
Well, no, if they do this and then they pick a jungler or an AD carry, like they want to first pick Azrael, I'd be okay with that. I'd get that. Well, at least it's not Ari, I guess.
At least it's not Ari.
Yeah.
We can say that. Now, DRX have an opportunity to pick Ari into Lissandra because Lissandra goes very well with Kalista comps, and also Zeka was really strong on the Ari. So maybe he goes for the what we would
Yes.
call a bait pick.
Yes. Senna Poppy. Yeah.
That sounds too reasonable, chronicler.
It's going to be Senna Kench, which is also very good, and I'll gladly accept as an option. Senna Kench, incredibly versatile, really strong. I think Kench should be extremely high prior on the current patch because he was already really good, especially in the LCK on 12-10, and he got stronger. Humble Life with Kalista, already opting into a draft that at the very least is going to try to play very forward. So both Kench and Senna work extremely well in that regard, and I'm not sure if I'm watching Humble Life or Live Sandbox. I see the players, but I am a little bit confused as Talia, again, is especially in the jungle where she got a little bit of love with the buff on her E on this patch, should still be a completely viable champion. Might also go to Zeka, especially if they can ban out some of the counter matchups. And will have a lot of impact in the map as...
You can also pick Ari and ban Lissandra here.
Yeah, that's
because
great.
you have third pick on red side into bans, and they are going to do exactly that.
DRX. Who would have thought that if our good teams, DRX, T1, suddenly start drafting really well, that they become much harder to deal with? It's funny how that works. But I'm loving it from DRX thus far. The composition, we've seen a lot of teams have really high level of difficulty with actually shutting down Senna Kench lanes, as they are very strong right now. Ari, the one thing that really keeps the pick down is the Lissandra, but the draft resources are invested to make sure that that pick gets a good matchup.
Yeah.
There is still plenty of things you can pick into the Gnar. There are still plenty of junglers. A Poppy into the Humble Life comp remains incredibly good. I have been clamoring for a return of the Udyr, and Pioshik lost playing that pick, or he did at least, and I think with a comp like this, it will be pretty revolting.
Yeah. Oh, it sounds wonderful to me.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the incredibly strong nowadays Udyr back here, as the Sylas is going to be taken away, expecting a potential Sylas top pick here. Sylas also did get a little bit of love on this patch, and when you play it against Gnar, you basically get a better Gnar ultimate, something we talk about all the time. But Sylas hasn't really had a lot of success, and as you mentioned, there are a multitude, a huge bunch of other champions you can pick into the Gnar.
That's one of them. Kingen picked up POGs on this pick for a reason. Works incredibly well. The only thing DRX is looking for now is a jungler that can facilitate. I do think you would like a mid jungle pressure point, otherwise you are very heavy on the scaling, and Humble Life's comp definitely, especially if they lock in this, has a lot of tools to try and very aggressively play.
Okay.
Oh!
Yeah, I mean, dive, lockdown, you get on top of the Ari, you make sure that she can't move.
Yeah,
And be annoying?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm 90% sure that the buffs to Amumu support were on 12-12. But I mean, the
Yeah, I
synergy...
don't think they were 12-11.
Yes, synergy with Kalista is obvious. You have a really good dive bomb. I kind of like the Pike, because Pike into champions with a lot of shields is always going to feel great. But is not going to be the case. Don't get your hopes up, as Spelltheft is still disabled. Yeah, not allowed to be played. But yeah, the Kindred here adds another source of AD, solidifies the team fight comp, really strong into short range compositions, because Humble Life are short range with Zoe. That's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, the Zoe is like, wait, why am I here? She's like, wait, this isn't the
There's a Kench.
poke party that I signed up for.
And there's also Kindred.
And there's also a giant front line. I think it's safe to say that if Homolife do not get ahead, they are pretty screwed, Chronicler.
You take it away all my points, Veldis.
Sorry,
I would have liked some time.
Valdanis showed up a little bit early today, even though we're going to have so much time potentially to talk about this draft.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Oh, wait, no. I saw some rune pages, but rune pages are good.
Rune pages are good. No swap bug is the word we're getting.
Okay.
Starting off strong today. Just cruising along.
Very excited, as the Veldan list already highlighted, and anyone can see, it's a Kalista Narcomp. Don't win early, and you are in deep trouble, especially when you look at the power of team fighting that's available for the DRX comp. Only downside is if you make a couple of big mistakes early and you fall behind, it can be hard for you to really reach that point of scaling, but with how both these teams have been playing thus far, that seems pretty unlikely.
Seems unlikely. We're ready to jump into game number 1. Let's do it. We got to get that DRX cheerleader up here on the casting stage. That guy's got a voice. Like,
Man.
somebody get that guy a job.
I'm jealous.
Whoa.
The amount of...
None of us sound as good as that guy.
No. No. Oh. Don't... Oh.
What is this skin, do you know?
I do not know.
I don't think I've seen that one before.
It really reminds me of Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, it's like
Can you see it? Like the little
talking
teacup.
teacup. Yeah.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Maybe it is.
Is that a little mouse?
Yeah, I was like, what is that thing? It seems to be. Generally, it's the bandages because he is a sad mummy. But not today. And yeah, I mean, if you get ahead with this comp as Homolife, there is a lot of strength, right? If you can throw the Amumu straight in.
Oh, yeah.
And then he can bandage twice. Or just pop off with his ultimate, of course. As it has been 1,417 days since we have seen Amumu at all. As we are getting some early plays here. Beryl in some trouble. Flashes and dies. First blood given to Samdi. As he just laughs, and now even Deft is taking some damage. Heal still available, and he is going to have to flash away too.
Well then, Veldis, that's a start. As I'm a bit baffled because Diamumu, of course, not being played in the LCK because it was meta for those 3 days at Worlds in 2021, when everyone was like, "It's gonna happen, guys." Amumu support got a lot of buffs. Most notably, that Q and the mana costs, as you can see, are on this patch still prohibitively expensive. But it doesn't matter if you just win the all-in, which with Kalista, you're going to a crucial disrespect coming through there from Deft and Beryl, because normally, Ken Shanna has a really strong level 1, but that is in the short trade. Just get the Q, proc your soul, and maybe get a Q in as Kench. That's not what happens here.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, wards don't have an ability to attack champions, but they have killed so many champions over the course of professional League of Legends.
Yeah.
Just trying to protect the ward is Beryl and Deft, and they're like, no, 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 we're going to stand our grounds. And, I mean, he had 1 lick. It's not as good as 2 bandages.
And one might think that the most heartwarming part of this is the Homolife bot lane starting out strong, but it's actually Amumu finally having a friend. He's bound to Kalista now.
That's true.
He's not alone anymore.
Even if he has to die for it.
Yeah. That's kind of heartwarming.
Yeah.
Tugs at the heartstrings.
Yeah. Diego on a 7-game winning streak. You see that a lot of very strong junglers have won on it. And so things are going pretty well. Zeka is going to be totally fine. On Fleet could have potentially forced it with a flash stun, but not going to go for it just yet.
I am looking forward as
Oh,
hold
boy.
up. Vista going in again.
There's no summoners down here, guys, and that's a hell of a lot of damage once again into the Tom Kents. This time no death, but this is how you have to start with this kind of a bottom duo.
This is a perfect start. Exactly what you're looking for. As Homa Life able to pick up the early pressure, able to snowball that Kalista bot, something that so many teams have struggled with in the past. The Amumu coming out of nowhere, but seemingly working out very well. And this is the power, and this is why often we call for, if you are the weaker team, draft something unconventional, because the chance of you catching your opponent off guard with Kalista Amumu is way higher than if they're playing Ezreal Karma or lanes that the DRX bot lane is going to have played against a million times. So I'm liking the early start here from Hanwha. However, it's when the laning phase comes to an end that I'm going to be really worried for them, and that's where I expect to see the troubles start to arise. But if they can turn this into maybe a Drake lead with the crowd they have on bot, Deft and Varel need to play very respectful, or an early Herald into a first Turret Blood, we could be looking at a very different game than what we expected here.
I'm glad you mentioned it, because we have seen these Kalista lanes, even though they're not getting wins, they're certainly getting first Drakes. That has been happening pretty consistently. And so you could expect it from the side of Homa Life Esports if they are able to get the priority. Right now the lane is pushing into them. They're not going to try to rush it at 5 minutes, but still an option.
I have seen plenty of Divine Sunderer Viego. I have seen some Kraken Slayer Viego as well. I have, however, not yet. Yeah, I've seen. I was watching your face as I was leading up to it, because that is presumably going to be Chemtank Viego coming through here for on Fleek.
Remember yesterday, I think it was on the desk, you were like, oh, Chemtank got buffed, so I guess we're just going to see it on everything now.
Well,
I didn't expect it to be on Viego.
No. And the reason for that is that a lot of Viego's power is in the amount of damage that he's able to do because of the items that he builds, right? Like, he synergizes really well. He weaves in a lot of autos. He's able to pull out for the sword for his passive and do a lot of extra damage in that regard. And if you don't have any of that, as here we go again. Yeah,
second lockdown. No, he's actually just going to be rooted up by Deft, and OnFleek does have to show himself, but they're basically just setting up for Prio on the Drake, which is something we already talked about.
Yeah, so as I was saying, if you're going to build Chemtank, that's fine. The item is, I think, pretty strong on this patch. But do it on a Chemtank jungler. That can actually utilize it. And maybe OnFleek's going to be able to start off any fight, but you also have an Amumu. So I'm a sucker for unconventional builds. So when I see OnFleek in this scenario, if they were playing with like a Renata bot, I'm like, yeah, he's going to use the Chemtank to still engage, because on this patch you still have the interaction.
He's going in again. That's a decent amount of damage, and just quite tanky on top of it all, especially with the Glacial Augment. By the way, they did not go for the Drake. They just took away the Scuttle Crab that had the Kindred mark on it, as here we go again. Just engage after engage. It's more like harass at this point, and actually Deft gets the better end of it this time.
Barrel is forced to use his exhaust, meaning that Zombie couldn't actually join there and get the damage down, and there still hasn't been a back for the DRX bot lane, and once the initial tank item is going to get picked up, would expect to see them have a much better time. He needs to get the shove in on this wave on bot side, and that might open up a Drake opportunity for Hanwha Life, but there's been a lot of interesting choices in this game, and I like some the Amumu support. I really appreciate you know,
I just pointed to OnFleek's items.
I much prefer OnFleek just messing up and wanting to go for what I guess will now be a Blade of the Rune King first, and then maybe it's Blade of the Rune King Frostfire. You know, maybe I'm being too harsh. We'll see what happens.
Let's wait and see.
We'll see what happens.
Let's
we'll
wait
see
and
where
see.
this goes. Maybe he sells it and then he just goes into an aggressive mythic. We don't know. We're not gonna.
He's just getting that AoE clear, you know? Helping him clear the Raptors.
Yeah, we were onto that, but thank you.
Jonas Strong just realized.
Making sure.
Maybe the green side as well. OnFleek is going to go for this Rift Herald pretty early on. Just before 9 minutes here, they have ignored the Drake. They don't care about that. And DRX know this is happening. And with the comp and the way that the bottom lane has gone, maybe they'll just let it go. It's been kind of the meta nowadays. People not really fighting over the Rift Heralds or the early dragons.
Yeah. I've kind of accepted that. That's okay. We can give it up. It's not going to be a problem at all. And Pioshik, something I wanted to talk about when I got sidetracked by both the Amumu continuously engaging and on Fleek's build. Has been our main Kindred player within the LCK in recent times, and whereas a lot of Kindreds that you see on the ladder are playing it very aggressive, you go for an early PTA, which makes your level 3 spike really big, and then you can kind of snowball the early game. He historically has really preferred the slower builds where the lethal tempo is used. There is often a Blade of the Rune King included in the build as well. And it really is played more like a traditional AD carry with just a utility ultimate. So always exciting to see what type of play we're going to see from him this time around. And overall, early lead, still the same, thanks to the kill on bot side. Rest of the map, not really a lot happening. And as DRX, this is basically how you like it.
Yeah, this is certainly the meta, and they are avoiding the fights. Life aren't trying to force anything. Just trying to get some early leads. They have about 300 gold in the lead, which is just that early first blood. And that's about it. I'm excited to see once the action begins, as Zeka he's got a nice little lead in the mid lane. He was very proactive on his Ahri, a la Faker from when we first started seeing Ahri. And it's a very fun playstyle.
Mini Gnar, King has Ignite.
Yeah, this is looking rough for Dudu. He's going to flash it though. So even with the slow, there's just a little bit of harass. Deft in a rough spot here. The Devour finally comes in. He was out of range before that. That is a giganto shield. As it did, of course, get buffed. Here comes on Fleek.
Man, I'm really happy they gave the extra 150 health to the level 1 shield.
I think it's 50.
No.
Is it 150?
On level 1, I think it was. Yeah, that was... Wow. Completely blew me away. Yeah, I mean, I might be misremembering, but I think 50 would have not made me as surprised. Well, it didn't really matter in that scenario. Any shield would have been enough. So Zeka now gonna have to make sure that the first turret doesn't immediately fall here. Life still gonna place it down.
I mean, we'll see if he sticks around, as now the Rift Herald showing itself. We do have 3 members of DRX looking for the engage, in fact, as we gotta see this engage. Yeah, the Fate's Call is gonna come in, and there's not going to be a charge on the Rift Herald. Vista goes back in. He doesn't have an ultimate here. He used it on the last fight, as now they will continue on, and here is Deft as well. The root will come in. Karis is here, but a little bit too little, too late. As the damage is in, the Dawning Shadows doesn't quite hit, but it doesn't matter because we've got Kindred here as well. Nobody on the side of DRX dies, and they pick up 2 kills and deny the Rift Herald.
Such a big swing here from DRX. If that turret falls and maybe a kill or 2 goes over to Hanwha Life, they will maintain control of the map. But instead, the response is there. Hanwha Life tries to force, and there you see the reason why Amumu support also was abandoned relatively quickly into Worlds is if he goes in, that's it. There is no getting out. And unfortunately for Vista, in this case, that is completely true as well. As all starts off with this play, really nice bandage toss there from Vista. And yeah.
It's
Kench.
Yeah, it is Kench, and Deft actually walked away and then got rooted away from Beryl. That's why he wasn't in range. And you see this Rift Herald, it's so sad. Vista goes in, has to flash away. No, there's the sad mummy available.
Exhaust comes through, and we see Carver's arrive at the latest hour that he possibly could. And even if he was a little bit early, it wouldn't really have mattered. You see so many of the damage thrown by Hanwha, so many of the skills not really leading to anything, not really able to pick up any form of damage. And the DRX comp in longer fights is going to wreck you exclusively. The amount of healing sustain that they have, the utility ultimates, Devour, Kindred Soul, the healing from Senna, it's just too much. It's so hard to deal with. And when you're losing skirmishes this early on, it is a pretty big problem.
Yeah, it's not necessarily supposed to happen, but we already did highlight kind of the strength of this bottom lane already. You see they are able to get out of at least one play. They messed up on the first one, but it happens. But after that, you know, a couple levels, even without some summoners, they're just able to walk it out, get teleports back in from their team. Karis has not been able to put on any pressure in the mid lane. He roams late to try to help out on the bottom side, so doesn't even pick up any extra plates. There's not really many wins right now for Humble Life Esports outside of that one first blood, as now we do have Vista having to go in because he can't run away, and now with the teleport, we'll see what happens as Fate's Call comes in, and that guy just got wrecked by a huge rend. As that's going to be the end of the Callista, though, as Kingen makes his way in. Perfect knockup, gets a second one. Meganar finally here for Dudu, as the Curse of the Sad Mummy locks him down, but not nearly long enough. And that's going to be Zeka coming in here. He doesn't get anyone else, but it does not matter. DRX already with a huge win.
Really big problems here for Hanwha Life, who are now going to lose the first Turtle Blood. I'm sure that Pioshik was able to pick up a mark there as well. I think he was already sitting on 2, currently on 3, so 1 mark away. Pick up the Drake, more gold onto Zeka, and all across a disastrous fight for Hanwha Life. And you gotta beg the question, maybe pull the trigger at the same time and then maybe it works, maybe. But you gotta commit. You can't half-ass it with this comp. Everyone needs to go in at the same time. That's not what happens. This is teleport number 1, and then wait and see how long it takes for Dudu to actually join this fight.
Yeah.
That's how
he gets in after the Ornhorn is blown and pushed away. That's
well, it's used on him.
Yeah,
and all
exactly.
he can do is sit there, see his entire health bar evaporate as Deft masterfully kiting back. And I think you got one more fighting left in you as Hanwha.
Yeah, they're giving it one last shot here essentially, as they are going to get on top of Pioshik here, but he does have this ultimate available. As the damage comes in, he saves it right for the last moment. This is Mininar alone, and Don Fleet gets knocked up on the left side. That's a bonus kill, and now we have the Ornhorn coming in as well from the side of Kingen. So 3 more kills on the board here for DRX.
And Kingen and Zeka showing again their prowess. We knew the DRX bot lane was good. Gonna forget about that one oopsie that Barrel had in the bot side of the map.
It happens.
But this is what happens when Ari is picked and Lissandra isn't open. It's not that complicated. Just make sure that you have the space to actually make the plays that this champion can. Zeka shows us that an Ari that isn't actually checked can just be a part of every single skirmish. Make sure that the flow of battle goes your way. And I respect Hanwha Life trying to go for this, because it's not getting better. You know, this is one of those scenarios where you're like, well, we might as well try, because why not? But the exhaust on Fleet, he can't get the reset started due to, yeah, he kills Pioshik, but also who cares? Barrel with a really nice knock-up, and then you see the amount of CC, the amount of damage already is more than enough as DRX just completely walk over Hanwha Life, who are looking from this point in the game to be in for a real roughie.
Take a look at the items here of Zeka. I think that is the appropriate item at this point. He already has a stopwatch, and he picks up a Magi's because he already has the Everfrost. He doesn't necessarily need more damage. He has so much backup from his team, and he already does a good amount of damage, but he's never going to die. He's just going to stack up that Magi's. And I have to say, like, after about 10 minutes into the game, and especially after the Rift Herald did not go into that turret, did not get any plates, and they lost the fight, the comp from Hanwha Life is about 7,000 billion times worse than DRX's. That's my calculation.
Well, that's a conservative calculation. I appreciate it.
Number 4.
There we go. And the level for Mark. This is where we brainstorm, I think. How does Hanwha get back?
In this game, or you mean the next
No,
one?
this,
Because I was like,
well, I don't want to overstep. The next one, maybe they'll we'll see things turn out differently. But this one, well, so I have a. I don't know what your pitch would be. I have a very short one.
I know. I just remember when I was talking, when I saw the Zoe in the draft, and I was like, Well, you better get ahead, dude, and take that mid turret very early. Otherwise, you're going to do nothing. He has a kill. I saw him in the last fight. He hit a bubble onto Ornn.
Yeah, and King.
Who got which got canceled, of course. And then he hit the paddle star onto the Tom Kench,
Yeah.
who took like no damage. And then he ran away from Ornn and didn't do anything else. It was very sad. I don't want to see it again. I don't think Zoe's the answer here.
No.
Keep in mind that Hamalife was the side that banned TF, Corki, and Desir, and then first picked Kalista. So they kind of put themselves in a hole, not picking a mid laner, and then leaving the Ahri open, and then having the Lissandra getting banned away.
Yeah, at this point, just Malzahar it. Don't overcomplicate things. Just play Malzahar.
Let's play Skarner mid.
Skarner. I was going to say it as a joke, but
What do you think is better in
where
the
we're at.
current meta? Is it Zoe in the mid lane or Tom Kench in the mid lane?
I thought you were going to say.
This is a real question. Do you think Zoe is currently better in the mid lane than Tom Kench?
In the right composition, maybe.
Okay.
If you're playing into multiple squishies and you have a good setup, and your team is better.
It's a lot of ifs.
Yeah,
but
hey.
yeah, Tom Kench is pretty strong right now, so.
Yeah.
But what was your idea about Hamalife?
Oh, it's really easy. You just need to make sure that in your Curse of the Sad Mummy, you kill both Pioshik and Beryl.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you need to do.
Interesting. Isn't it just a root as well, so they can like use their abilities?
I didn't say it was going to be easy.
Yeah.
You have to knock up.
Here we go. Ornn
no.
is here, and On Fleek is charmed in the backside, and he is going to survive. Actually, dodges the Dawning Shadow, and now Zeka is on the backside, but Beryl is frontlining with this one. The Gnar into the wall is okay, but it feels like it's just kind of delaying their deaths at this point. The Cloud Drake was picked up by Hamalife, and nobody has died yet, so I suppose that's a win so far, as Samdi will be the first. Will he? I mean, finally he goes down. That's going to be the end of him. Dudu is on the backside here. Karis is already backed.
Okay.
They got the Drake.
Find Dudu. No. He gets out. What a
For now.
What a master of escape. Well, Beryl sees him.
Yeah. Zeka's here too. He now has 14 stacks on his Majais. He picked up the 1 kill.
Okay, Dudu's dead. It's only about how long and how much more can you get. As you're reaching the point where as Dudu, it's better to just get taken down. I'm not even joking. You're effectively giving DRX free reign of the map. Like, it's,
Just leave him alive.
oh, don't flash.
Yeah. Well, he's going to go down. That's kill number 7 and 4 more stacks on the Majais for good old Zeka. 7-0 and 3 DRX. This is not close.
It is not. And with Hamalife, we see the composition doesn't really come together. But also the basics, right? There is no coverage of the flanks at all. Even with the Ahri missing and the Ahri generally really leaning towards those aggressive styles. And then the rest of this is a comp and wallet diff, name it whatever you like, but there's no depth. That is the saddest Zoe bubble I've ever seen. Really pretty. Thank you, Scout, for that one. But,
See him back.
Yeah. That is the story of this game. And as sad as this is for Hamalife, I also have to say this is a good look for DRX, and that is great to see for a team that in spring was good in one match and then would drop 0-2 to this Hamalife, right? So a DRX that can actually maintain the level of consistency that the players clearly individually and team-wise are capable of is a great sign. And I continue to love their meta read. Really a strong read on their opponent, able to draft a very well-rounded composition. The Ahri third pick with the immediate Lissandra band, respecting where they should respect. And we're talking DRX up because there's not a lot to say. It will be a Frostfire for On Fleek, so now we know the answer.
Hey. Get the early bombies for the clear.
Yeah, I guess.
And then eventually build into it second.
There's games where itemization matters.
This ain't one of them.
And there's games where it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
I liked the itemization from Zeka, though.
Yeah.
Just glad we got to see that.
Yes, I mean, it's just good, basic,
Yeah.
basic Ari things. Really, really appreciated. We've only seen a lot of the variations with Spellbook and some augmented, different type of builds because of teams just opting into the summer matchups.
DRX have an insanely easy start here in summer. They went through Nongshim, through Fred Brion now, obviously starting off really well against Hamalife. And Fox next! This guy is dead. That's 2 more stacks.
Sharp observation, Velves.
Yeah.
That's the point of the night where we're at.
This is my job now. I mean,
He's dead. Yeah.
my job is over in this game. There's nothing else to play by play.
No, but that's where the build analyst comes in.
That's true. That's why I was talking about the start here for DRX, because it's one of the easiest schedules of any team. See if they can build off of this as, wow, a double knockup. That's not fair. I think you could just have gone for the Baron, but they decide they'd rather not take the chance. And against Meganar, better not to take the chance, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, flip, you have a 20 stacks Magi's. Giving that up would be a waste. When you can also just play for the Drake and play for pressure towards topside, then sweep back up, maybe catch up a straggler or two, and then make your way towards the Baron. And
they're trying to rush
Yeah.
towards the Baron, and it's because they saw the teleport to the bottom side of the map, right? But, I mean, there's still 4 people here, and you don't quite have the damage right now.
do
They
it.
are still going to try.
do it, Hanwha. Come on, you can do it. You can get it.
Kingin is extremely tanky. Look at him, he doesn't take damage. It's totally fine. Oh, man, that guy disappeared.
Hey,
That's the end of Vista.
this that.
Oh, boy.
I,
Yeah, that's going to be a double kill. Maybe we
I-
can get a penta. Nah, Kars is too far away. Probably not going to give this one up here. As On Fleet going to get exhausted as well. Yoshik takes it again. Actually denying all those juicy Magi stacks at this point.
Vista was the only one with the right call there. I just want to put. He knew. Flash in. Curse of the set. There was no damage. No one took any damage. Nothing happened.
Guess what happens when you Curse of the Sad Mummy this team and you have a Zoe? The Zoe everything hits the Ornn.
It's just.
We didn't even get to see that happen.
No, we didn't. Classic Kalista curve as well, going from 1-0 to 1-5.
It's kind of like the win rate so far in the LCK, actually.
Yeah.
Take a closer look.
There's Vista. He tried so hard. Kara's throwing a zoning bubble.
Yeah, Kalista was actually 1-5 before this game started. Wow. Took a big gulp right there. Did they have big gulps in Europe?
No.
No?
I only know of them
Yeah.
through pop culture. And I've never felt the need to consume that much of anything. In terms of.
Unless it's beans.
Well, yeah. I mean, I do, yeah.
Being Chronicler
fair.
love beans.
Yeah. Soup, coffee beans, you know.
Coffee beans are probably the best.
I made a really nice chickpea curry.
really
Very happy
great.
with it, yeah. Yeah. Turned out well.
All right. Well, they're going to force the ultimate here from Zeka. As the entire team pushes mid with Baron. Yoshik, if I were you, I'd just try to farm as many stacks as possible just for fun.
Ooh, look at that. So the Wit's End does make a lot of sense as
Okay,
they
we're
win.
getting on in there. There's that Curse of the Sad Mummy. The damage is real. Deft, though, is inside that Kindred ultimate, and the front to back is huge. Triple knockup as Kingin lines up the bowling pins, and the double kill will go to Zeka. And that should be the end of this game. They can't even do damage to Barrel. They can't do damage to King, and there's the knockup. And Barrel will get yet another one for Ari, his mate. Karis still alive. They could go for him. They don't have to, but they probably will. That's going to be the end of him. The ace will come in, and DRX will take one of the most one-sided games we have seen here in summer so far.
Due to the quote-unquote scaling comp, it takes them 28 minutes instead of like the 22, 23 we've seen, but still, it doesn't get more dominant than this, Valdez.
And hey, you know what? Kalista ended up with 1-6, which is now her current win rate in the LCK. GG, the Nexus goes down. And DRX, they put on their stomping boots today, at least for game number 1. We wanted to see something different from Hanwha Life. They tried to throw a couple of curveballs in there with some itemization and with the Mumu. It did not work. I'm curious to see how they'll mix it up for game 2.
When the overall skirmishing and map movement is that far off, I don't know if you can throw curvy enough. You know, if the laws of physics allow for you to curve the ball. You need some wanted situation, you know, with the bullets going.
You need like a wiffle ball so that it can just go like up and down rather than a baseball.
Yeah. I mean,
that might be the
I'd like
answer.
to pretend I know what a wiffle ball is, but it's not important, Valdez. What's important is that DRX show no signs of weakness here, as they shouldn't, but in spring, these type of situations were at times their downfall. In this one, they look in full control. There was one actually big mistake, one bad play, which was the kill level 1, and that's it. That's the only mistake they made. The rest of the game was DRX completely running over their opponents and leaving very little for Hanwha Life to pick up on the map. Hanwha Life, the draft, I'm sure, is going to be the main talking point for the carpet space, because you give yourself so little and you give DRX so much.
Yeah. Felt like just not fair almost in this one. We ended up with 11-0 for Zeka, also a 13,000 gold lead at 28 minutes. Hanwha Life got 3 kills, both Heralds actually. The one tower and the one Drake. And they will pick blue side again, no doubts. We'll have to see. Maybe they'll ban Lissandra and threaten, you know, an early Ahri pick. Maybe that will be the change up here. I'd like to see Karis on something where he can actually make plays. Kind of remind us of his old Akali play that everybody loves to talk about when they talk about Karis. But we'll have to wait and see, guys. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we do come back, we will have game number 2 on the way.
느리긴 해.
먼저 붙어 무조건 먼저 붙어. 협정 먹어줄게. 협정 먹어줄게. 날목.
봐봐.
앞에부터.
나이스.
이거 씨.
더 봐도 돼. 펜타 가려운데.
와 이거 풀 빨리 써서 다행이다.
나중에 해.
맞았어.
끝내자 이거. 이대로 와볼래?
Certainly going to be high as on fleek. Has found LM. He's not going to be able to get this wrap around. Voice throws out the ulti to try and get some work done. And now Paris, he's going to get charmed up. Goes into his Zhonya's very quickly. Now Keen trying to lock him down. Great Nara into the wall. Almost everyone is just locked down. Nothing they can do. It's a double kill for Sunday. Make it a triple. Make it a quadra. Straight out of the gate. It is only...
펜타?
펜타는 안 될 것 같은데?
아 이거 안 됩니다.
Even he will get poked down. Strako is pounding. Immaculate
They don't know.
angle. Just the best angle into the back here. Look at the damage immediately. Teddy gets blown up. And it doesn't matter if they have the poke damage. If they don't have their damn Caitlyn, as he will go down, that's going to be 3 kills basically for free. And the 2 of them just on the run. You can see.
돌긴 했거든 얘들아. 나 여기 뚫는다.
For a flank angle, he does have Call of the Fort, does blast turns his way in to be with the rest of his team. And here it is, the re-engage, getting all 3 of them, second with a massive ulti, and wipes out the bottom lane instantly. This fight is 100% over, and Kana just flashes on top of...
오케이 내가 콜할게 이거. 가자.
다시 바로 보자. 오른
야,
뒤졌다 그냥.
누가 BTD야? 이거 초비한테 배웠어.
Corner is somehow getting out of here. They could just hit the... Oh no, they don't have a wave! They don't have a wave! No! They don't have a wave! Oh, Zona's still alive! Kana, come on, man. You just... Oh no. He just keeps going invisible, and now the TP, and no! They're gonna kill BDD! They get him! And that's the end of him, and Kana will be next. Heartbreaker comes in, and down goes Kana, and now T1 might be able to end this. They don't have a win.
야 비에고 어떻게 살았어? 뭐야? 야 비에고 뭐야? 너 뭐 하는 사람이야?
They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was a game that started off kind of okay for Harmolife Esports, and then they realized that their draft doesn't do anything. Let's have a look at that right now.
It was a pretty awful draft, and DRX, you and I were watching this going, oh man, they picked Ornn, but they could have picked Gragas here, they could have picked Sejuani, it would have felt okay. Like, they had so many options. The Kindred pick is just also perfect here at the end. But Kalista, 1-6 in the LCK until this moment, and I know there's a lot of criticism about it. I think in the right comp it can be a good pick, but if you first pick it on blue side, you just give the enemy team so many opportunities. Tom Sen is extremely strong right now, and despite that early kill that they did pick up in the bottom 2v2, the Kalista has had no function in this draft whatsoever. Like, what is the Zoe accomplishing in conjunction with this composition?
Yeah.
It's just really all over the place.
Yeah, it felt like Karas's pick in the mid lane was just like, I know how to play Zoe, so I guess this is going to be okay. However, it started off kind of all right. Let's get into our first highlight here, which is, of course, that bottom lane first blood picked up by Samdi and Vista. This was a bit of that, the ward greed.
Yeah,
situation.
this is where Valdez was talking about how wards have actually caused the death of so many champions, and it's true. This is just greed at a barrel. He ends up getting stacked into way too many times. Samdi is exhausted, but he's still in range the entire time because of how Kalista can hop forward. Barrel ends up getting picked off here. So you can see that if any errors are made in the early parts, and especially because the Senna lane at level 1, level 2, and early parts of level 3, can be a little bit dicey in this matchup, there is power there, but that's about it, right? Things get way worse from there.
Yeah, and Senna Tahm Kench is very, very good at just staying alive throughout the entirety of the game. And yes, in the early stages it is somewhat vulnerable, but afterwards it just becomes absolutely not even a little bit. Let's get into our second highlight, which involves Deft just never dying, I guess, is kind of how it works. He survived on 8 health in this moment.
This perfectly illustrates exactly what you said, yeah. He said 5, actually.
Oh, 5, oh my goodness.
Yeah, when he popped out, he was at like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And this is exactly illustrating what you're talking about. It's just so difficult to kill anyone who's with a Tahm Kench. And you're picking this into the Tahm Kench comp. You know it's coming when you leave Senna Kench open when you first pick Kalista. Then they turn this into a really nice turnaround here. When I watched it first, I thought, ooh, Zeka, this teleport feels kind of wasted.
Yeah.
But then they actually get Pioshik over here, and they're able to flash for this and stop the charge from going through. Hanwha Life Esports are like, oh, we're so desperate to continue our lead here that they actually stayed too long trying to defend the Herald. And this is just one of those moments where you're like, oh man, we've already passed the point where this comp works, and it's kind of a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, like, as soon as that Rift Herald doesn't land, that's when it's kind of all over. That's when the game begins to fall apart, and it looked really silly. Like, the teleport, I completely agree with you, and as soon as the Rift Herald goes down, I'm like, oh, that's just gonna, like, Shelly's just gonna charge in, grab that plate gold, and that's all she wrote. Zeka just has a longer walk to the mid lane, right? Wasn't how it worked out, and that's actually DRX getting a far earlier lead than I think they had any right to get in this game. Let's get into our final highlight here, which was just the result of some of the downfalls from Hanwha Life Esports, but also just much better drafting out of DRX.
Great play from Pioshik here in the pit as well, and due to Nars, the one player he cannot kill, and everyone else, unfortunately, is just completely zoned away by the superior long range of Senna, and Zeka just pops off here. The whole rest of the game is a highlight reel for Zeka. He'll probably pick up PUG, so we'll take a look at those highlights then, but this is the final highlight just because the last few fights happened after this were just so worthless to take a second look at because they were so incredibly one-sided.
No, we definitely didn't need to check them out. And one thing that I do want to illustrate going back to the draft just a little bit as well is an adaptation on these Ahri priority picks. And to do it on red side, third pick, means you get to ban Lissandra.
Yeah, it's so smart.
Isn't it crazy? And I'm so glad that we get to bring this one up yet again to check it out, because I think this needs to happen far more often, is locking in a mid lane so that you can protect it immediately afterwards. There's been so many answering picks that have worked so well.
Yeah, I thought the Lee Sin, the Silas band being a bit weird, kind of in isolation, but very strong, obviously, into the Gnar, even on top side. It's okay. Amumu, I think, was a smart adaptation, but the problems happened way before the Amumu came in, so I don't want anyone to be like, this is why you don't pick Amumu with Kalista. No, this is why you don't first pick Kalista and do everything else before the Amumu even comes out.
Yeah, I like the Kalista Amumu idea out of Hanwha Life Esports, but do it against a different composition for one, and maybe with a little bit more enabling power and some more early game action. We also had an interesting Viego build with the Frostfire Gauntlet, which unfortunately basically just did nothing. Let's get into our player of the game. I have a feeling it might be a Fox, as of course Zeka was our first player to play the Ahri when she did get reworked. And yeah, he looked really good on it today. 11-0-6, my God.
His kill participation is nearly 90% here, and he did a third of his team's damage as Ahri. And that's because he got all those stacks. Had the Dark Seal early, but his positioning was so fantastic. And even though that teleport initially on the bottom side fight looked kind of wonky, he actually turned that around after they, tried to save the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Hanwha Life actually delivered him the POG after that teleport. They're like, oh, actually, no, Zeka, don't worry, it's a great teleport.
But his conjunction, like when the Call of the Forge Gods came out, his ability to actually pair his his Everfrost with that and trap these players, hit charms, like really made it so difficult for Hanwha Life Esports to navigate this game while they were already so far behind. He punished so many side lane attempts, like there was just no opportunities. 13 for 13.
Yeah, very, very clean. And this is his third POG of the season. I think it's absolutely crazy and super, super cool for a player that was somewhat forgettable on DRX, especially when they were in that slump last season, and is now just playing excellent every single game. We'll see whether he continues to do so as we head back to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you, Carpet Spacemen, for your wonderful breakdown there. It's very nice to see Zeka getting a lot of praise, and he's playing quite well. Obviously, in that game, he was a fed Ahri and hopped around doing a lot of damages. But yeah, I feel like, as they were kind of saying in the Carpet Space, there's just a huge draft mismatch between these two teams. I think that Beryl especially has a very deep understanding of the game, and him alongside of the coaching staff on the side of DRX are doing a great job right now of their meta read.
And even if, which it's hard to do so, but even if you could look beyond that, the amount of knowledge, the amount of cohesion that DRX is consistently showing in team fights is something that, even take into account that they're playing into weaker opponents, that's not really going to go away. I can see their laning be a little bit weaker, I can see them run into maybe some other issues, but how they play out the fights and how they're able to consistently get these comps that can play out fights very well is going to be hard, I think, even for our main top 3 team to deal with, let alone if you're Hanwha Life and you're figuring out your meta read, you're figuring out your team cohesion, and none of it is really coming together.
So let's see how they mix things up here. Obviously, nobody was really happy with the way that bans went, or rather, pick ban went in game number 1 for Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see if they do something differently here. So they're going to start off with a quirky ban, so no TF just yet.
TF, out of the 3 bans that they threw the last time around, the most forgettable one, the one you dropped. No, never mind, not dropping it. Okay. Just leave open the opportunity to not get counter picture. And maybe this is the adaptation that we see, is teams just refuse to adapt, because you can also just ban the Ahri here yourself if you're that uncomfortable with it. And then maybe first pick an Azir, right? And then make it harder for DRX to get one of the top tier picks.
Same bans.
Yep. Don't do it. Don't, no, Hanwha, no. No, Hanwha. Ah, well, I know DRX's response. That's an easy one.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of problem number 1 in the draft, because the Kalista alone is not a huge problem, but if it's this early and Senna, Tahm Kench are open, and a lot of other answers are open, then it becomes a problem. So let's see how they mix it up from here. I doubt they'll go for the same draft after game 1. Senna TK comes in, and then Xin Zhao for the side of On Fleek, you'd have to imagine.
Low prio. The Viego not really getting it done, and Viego not quite as good at hard forcing as the Xin Zhao is. Not in the best place in the meta at the moment. Yeah, of course they're gonna lock in Ahri again. Maybe Zeka wants to have fun and then they'll lock Talia, but I don't see any reason why you don't just lock the Ahri, ban the Lissandra again. And I personally really enjoy the Lissandra ban, because not only is it, even though you have some tools of dealing with it yourself, if you look at DRX comp like Kench, January has a really good matchup into Lissandra, but allowing Zeka to play proactively is such a big boon to how DRX play out the map. And I'm happy to see them continue towards that avenue. Hanwha Life, pick Malzahar. Like, I don't...
Swain again, potentially. I mean...
Yeah...
Even the Swain is, like, not...
You don't have to.
Yeah, it's not even, like, that fantastic into what DRX played in game 1. It's just, like, a mid laner that Karis has played. So they're like, you know what, let's just ban that away, too, because that's a 5th mid lane ban.
Yeah.
And it's the same spot.
I kind of like it because the Swain into the Ahri takes away a lot of the Ahri pressure, because it actually is not as detrimental as it is with a Lissandra, but it does alleviate a lot of the pressure, because Swain can just tank the charm and be fine. For Hanwha though, if we go again back to the Zoe, I will be very, very disappointed. Like the Kindred ban here, not the pivotal part, but a really big comfort pick for Pioshik. So you lock, obviously, you lock on here again. That one seems like a no-brainer.
The Graves we haven't been huge fans of, but it seems like they want to save top pick because they want to hold counter pick. This time the Gnar was not selected by Hanwha Life Esports early. So they're not just going to blind the top just yet. And they're going to go ahead and take up Graves, which has seen mixed success. You know, if you're not Canyon, it's like, no. That's what I mean by mixed.
That is very accurate. Why not? Might as well try. It's better than Zoe. Oh. It's my fault. That's on me. That's on me. Maybe Jace. Try to get. You can
try to force the Zoe to make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, you've already kind of you've kind of walked the same path again. So
might as well commit.
Might as well commit, I guess. So the only difference in this draft is that On Fleek is playing Xin Zhao and not Viego. And they banned Kindred and not Silas. So
GP it.
Hanwha Life have said the problem was the Kindred and the Viego, essentially. This is what they're saying by drafting the same exact way with only those two changes.
Hey, this is fun.
Kingen says, you know what? Sure. Let's pick Olaf.
Was, of course, changed and subsequently given a lot of nerfs, also hotfix, because he was really good. He's really, really strong. And personally, interested to see how that matchup is going to go into the Gnar. Due to the Ghost, I'd still expect it to be Olaf top. But we'll see what we end up with, because it might, of course, also be good old Swapperoonie.
SWAP.
Hey. Wow. Are we rhyming?
You see?
Is that how we're going to deal with our channel the pain? I see rune pages. It's looking good.
Whoa.
Back-to-back actual
Wait,
games?
don't curse it, just like you cursed the Zoe. Let's see, though. We are immediately getting into showing the champs. That generally means there is no issue.
Yep. We're loading.
We are loading.
We're loading!
We looked behind us. We are actually loading into the game. It's happening, guys. Double no swap bug. Imagine that.
DRX, I'm not going to talk about the Hanwha comp, because if I talk, I'm in big trouble. I think we've said enough. The DRX comp is really cool in that it provides a great space for Olaf to pop off with that setup.
Here we go. Game number 2. Hanwha Life are on blue once again. They have selected it. I think somebody may have gone for a different skin, but same skin for Vista.
Dudu, you are lacking something critical. Unless I got pranked by the early inventory. We'll see what actually ends up happening. As Vista, again, gets bound. At least as a friend, I was trolled. Unbelievable.
Trolled again.
Only Gnar would do that to me. And the Olaf has been changed to be a complete nuisance if he can get going. And more importantly, can just be Ragnaroked effectively forever, as long as he will keep killing people, which into the Hanwha Life comp is not that hard, because it is 4 melee champions and Zoe. And we already talked a little bit about the issues with that. And I want to.
Technically, Samdi and Dudu are piloting range champions.
They are.
Technically.
I want to go into it a little bit, because it's really easy. But maybe you're newer. Maybe you're you missed game number 1. You're like, why do they sound so upset? What's going on with these guys? This is not my wholesome LCK experience. And as we saw last game, with a composition like this, actually finding consistent good targets for Karis is really hard. And sure, there's no Ornn, which was truly horrible to deal with. But there's still Olaf, who has Ragnarok. And Ken still exists as well as wow.
Top Olaf, nearly 2,000 days. It's been over 5 years since we have seen top Olaf.
Wow, that's SKT Huni. That's a different era.
That's good times.
It was
back in the day.
It was good times. So back to the Zoe, because we have seen with LeBlanc that Zoe kind of came up as an answer as well. Karis.
No charm, as I feel like you should have waited for the smoke screen. Zeka kind of rushing on pulling the trigger there just a bit. Maybe expecting a little dodge from Karis, but not the case.
Anyway, back to Zoe, unfortunately, because we got to get through it. Ooh, I like this invade. Very, very nicely done. He's going to give it away, but should still be an opportunity here for OnFleek to, at the very least, get some pressure on the blue buff, as Pioshik is forced to give that one up, but possible collapse might come through if they want to go for it here, as Deft and Barrel have been able to get bot side prio, and some D can't join the play.
Yeah, they're slowly making the way up here. It looks like OnFleek and Vista can just run up, and they should be totally fine. So, nice little invade there onto the blue buff. This is what you have to do. This is what we talked about at the beginning of game 1, too. If you are going to use the prio from the bottom side with the Kalista, and with an aggressive jungler like Xin Zhao, you got to do something with it. You can't just sit back and get outscaled.
Actually utilizing the pressure. Nicely done. Is going to put Pioshik on the back foot at least a little bit, as he will cover for his bot side as they get the shove in here. Also doesn't really have any necessity to path towards top, as they might look for a play.
Oh, the bait there. Vista going to have to flash away. Deft was looking mighty tasty as he walked straight in front of the Amumu. But it was all a bait all along.
Now Pioshik also going to soak a little bit of experience, going to walk towards his top side, going to be able to clear that. And Kingen actually utilizing the resources there very nicely. He doesn't have anything to do in his lane. You know that Pioshik is generally not going to be able to actually pick up that crab, so you make sure you still secure it, as Pioshik heading towards the Gore Drinker draft, which into, or the build rather, which into Hollow Life does make a lot of sense. Again, mostly short range coming through from them, as Vista not the best of trades.
Yeah, especially without flash. You should know that he's not in any danger of a gank or anything like that, but kind of all alone, very far away from the Kalista, which she can do, so not amounting to too much there, except some health taken. He's getting harassed a little bit, of course, due to having the range advantage here. This is going to be a thing for the early levels.
So back to Zoe.
Okay.
Back to Zoe. The pick in traditional sense often is used in poke compositions, where the full utility comes from either Zoe hits a bubble or any of the other champions. Ezreal, Jace are often combos that we've seen in the past. And a single hit of a skill shot from Zoe or one of her teammates is enough to get someone low enough or one-tap them if you're fed, and then they can't approach the objective, you get the objective, and you win by never really fighting. Now, in a composition like this, in theory, you should be able to use the Zoe as kind of still a tool to pick off champions at the start of fights, and maybe deter the Ahri from going in. Because again, if Ahri dashes forward into a bubble, then she's gets taken down. It's, oh boy.
Who's baiting who here? We got OnFleek coming down the river, tries to flash in, doesn't quite make it work. Deft will be the first blood, as now the mid laners are coming on in here. Pioshik gets over the wall. Samti getting very aggressive deep into the jungle, but leaves OnFleek all alone. That's a double kill now for the Catfish. As over the wall here does come Karis, tries to flash, misses to get over the wall. The damage is not enough. Barrel is so tanky, and Pioshik is still here. The damage will begin to come out here, and Zeka has got an angle easily done there. The cleanse not going to be enough. I believe it was even after, or rather before, the charm, and that is going to be another kill into the hands of DRX.
That concludes the end of my Zoe lecture. As I feel like the moment
I feel like
has
you weren't
passed.
done.
Well,
Beryl might just die here. Okay. And Deft is like, wait, guys, what are you doing? Like turns into Morty for a second. He is just gonna have to flash away. And that was a very big oopsie, a capital O.
it has taken us 5 games, but there is the first real DRX moment. We hadn't seen any of those yet. I'm pretty sure Kingen can go for it here if he wants to. Has Ghost available, but not going to take the risk. Yeah, DRX moment there as they just walk into Sandy with no summoners. I'd rather not discuss it at length, but this play, again, a really good trap setup, and the team of Alma Life opts into it very, very consistently. Skirmish played out very well, even though Sandy is able to pick up the kill there early. With Pioshi's mobility over the wall, he's able to stay alive for long enough, gets the flash, and once Zeka arrives, this looks completely won, right? Because for Hanwha Life, it becomes very, very hard as... Oh, Karis, if there isn't a blocking Zeka, then maybe you take down Beryl. Then walks out, has no cooldowns, crucially. Pioshik able to get the autos in and immediately hit at the end of the line. And then it was all so good for DRX.
I mean, even without Vista here, but I mean, it makes it much easier with Vista here. No hope. They were just trying to push the wave. This is what happens.
2 deaths and a flash.
Yes, as we have lost some summoners in the top side. No flash for Dudu. No ghost for Kingen, but that, of course, has a much quicker cooldown. We'll see if he can use it. Vista here, level 6. But so is Beryl. So we might not see too much action here, although Vista has been very ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice in the bottom lane.
And overall game state, still going to favor the composition of DRX in later stages of the game. The Olaf really does change the composition, whereas previously with the Kindred and the Ornn, you were looking at a very straightforward front-to-back comp this time around. There's a lot more skirmishing power. You have a lot more backline threat, but it does come at the cost of consistency. So not as black and white as it was last time around. As DRX, you can't afford to freely give kills to Sandy. A similar thing happens with Karis, and he is actually able to get fed. Then can keep the Devour on a consistent cooldown and might make the game overall a lot harder.
Uh-oh. Karis, no flash here. They were definitely considering it. There were 4 members of DRX around, but Karis just under his turret, and they don't have enough deep vision to make that a safe play. So they just back. That's totally fine. Trying to take advantage, you know, maybe if Karis gets a little bit frisky without his flash, but doesn't amount to too much.
And with the lack of hard engage, in a situation where Karis can get to certain item breakpoints, and maybe if you can pick up a couple of kills, you are looking at, it's actually much harder for DRX to consistently deal with the Zoe, because previously you had Ornhorn, and that in of itself is frankly enough, because it's one of, if not the best engaged tool in the entire game. And that's why if Hanwha Life had actually dropped around the Zoe and picks an Ezreal here, and maybe picks a Gragas topside, even though I don't think the Gnar is that bad, then you at least enable Karis to play the game. But now it's going to be exclusively Karis fishing, which makes it really hard for the rest of Hanwha to do anything, and really easy for DRX to deal with it. Because the rest of the comp needs to go in. Like there's nothing. There's no range. So even with the lack of hard engage, it doesn't matter as much, because DRX knows Hanwha at some point is going to have to run into us. And that just makes the game very hard to play out.
Does feel like they are doing a bit better in this game, at least, as you know, some oopsies from DRX, but also just trying to put on the pressure, just trying to take these early fights and use now your 3-0 Kalista, who should be hitting her first item here in just a moment. They did take that first Drake. Let's see if they can try to snowball something off of the back of this, as we might just have another Cloud Soul. Atlas might be very proud and happy. Looks like this Rift Herald won't be denied, at least, just like game number 1. So some looking up here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. It's going to be a bubble. Karis is going pretty deep for this one. Stride breaks as well. And with the Ignite, Zeka goes very low, but no kill.
Deft to the rescue, using his Q, and even without that, I think might have been fine for Zeka nonetheless. His top side, just they have the same items and not a whole lot is happening. So I appreciate the short pan from Jonas Strong, showing yeah, this matchup still exists, and that's really all there is to it. With the item breakpoint now hit for Samdi, has the shield bow. The fight for the next Drake should be very favorable, and if Hanwha Life can pick up an Infernal, it really does change what DRX is going to be able to do to them, right? Because the Infernal will mean that the damage of cars becomes a lot more relevant. It will give Samdi a lot more power to skirmish around it in later stages of the game, and maybe he will actually get through Kingen's health bar before Kingen absolutely smashes him. And that is something that is going to have to happen, because that Olaf really does represent a colossal problem for Hanwha Life as we get into the late game, which is interesting because historically Olaf, especially as we've seen in, what was it, the last 2,000 days as a jungler, was very about getting early tempo because of his clear speed and his early dueling, then snowballing that into objective leads, and then through that you were able to really maintain power. But this time around, because of how the Ragnarok changes have made the champion a really good over the long-term type of duelist, and especially in teamfights, still have the ability to run everyone down. Getting him down late game with Kench and Deft to back him up is going to be very, very hard. But it's a 2.6k gold lead for Samdi, so
yeah,
at least he has the itemization.
Also, Senna's only got 12 CS, haha. He's not farming.
No, it's been buffed this patch.
True. Still counts. Nice little burst for Zeka. On Fleek has just been hanging around this mid lane, and now going to force that ultimate out here. Pushing around. No engage will be forced. How did you know it was going to be Infernal Soul? It was a great call.
Yes. It's what Hanwha Life needs, and what this series needs to maintain.
To spice it up, you know? Vista getting in there, he's very alone. He's going to get the Curse of the Sad Mummy into the backline, but Devour once again exists as here comes Olaf. Kingen hits the undertow onto two of them as now he's going to pick up the first kill. And that is going to be a lot of members of Hanwha Life on the run here. Meganar into the wall, though. Three of them. Dudu lines it up, and now he's going to get Deft isolated as Bioshik's got a lot of damage, but not quite enough. As Dudu has done so much to turn this fight around, and now Samdi's the one that is leading the charge. Bioshik, incredibly tanky. He's just going to get away.
And a big risk from DRX to opt into that aggressive a fight. Really nicely done by Hanwha Life to force the hands, and immediately the teleports come down. And as you pointed out, keep an eye on Dudu, because this fight looked pretty lost up until he was able to deal with the entire DRX backline. And this time around, the lead that Hanwha Life have been able to pick up, much more akin to what you'd want with a draft like this. It's Vista that starts the fight. Initially, it feels like he's going to deep it with Fate's Call. You can actually take risks like this. And he will be kept alive. On Fleek only exists 2 damage, and this is where you feel like this is a disaster for Hanwha Life. Kingen goes in, is able to get the kill, but then through crucial denial of actual kills, there is not enough damage. Kingen can actually keep the chase going, and then Dudu keeps Zeka, Bioshik, and Kingen completely on lockdown, meaning that the rest of the team can come back in, and Bioshik barely gets out thanks to Smokescreen. But a really nice, favorable trade for Hanwha Life, who this time around are able to at least keep up with DRX.
Yeah, and if you're going to win with this comp, this is the way you're going to do it. You got to make plays. They've got to be clean. You know, it wasn't the cleanest fight, but, you know, they did win it. So it's good enough. And now they're going to pick up that second Rift Herald. Everything going a bit better for Hanwha Life here. They have the 2 Drakes early stacking. Both Rift Heralds, all these early objectives. On Fleek, he is going to kind of force it in here, but he's got some nice backup from his teammates. Should be able to take down this mid turret. There's not much from DRX that can stop it, and down it will go.
Make Karis much more efficient. As we have talked about a lot, the loss of map control that is gained by the team dropping the good old classic Wolf turret means that you're going to be able to find a lot more angles. The one downside of the supposed angles is that it's an Infernal Rift. And there's not nearly as much coverage as here we go.
Okay, some plays set up by Zeka. But again, it's not quite the 11-0 Zeka from game number 1. He, in fact, has 0 kills. Does have 3 stacks on the Dark Seal, though, so maybe he can just stack it up a little bit slower.
And the zoning from Homolife very good there. If DRX try to force through that choke point, Vista Bandage tosses in and kills them all. So even though On Fleek is relatively low, not in any real danger there. And for now, Homolife looking strong. Second item spike hit for some. He is incredibly far ahead of the overall item curve. Vista ain't weak either, and if Homolife can pick up a soul point this early in the game becomes so much harder for DRX, and we might be looking at a rerun of a draft actually working out, which I didn't believe in it, but I'm willing to if the evidence is compelling enough.
If it is, I feel like, you know, there is still
Not there
room
yet.
for DRX to come back, especially when they are only 1,000 gold behind. And with the draft, there are definitely some scaling elements in there that they can use. But as you mentioned, the Callista is well and truly off the rails. And you can see that DRX, they're like, no, we actually can't fight this one. We're just too far behind in this game. So that's going to go down. You see a lot of maneuvers down towards that bottom side as Zeka. He is an Ahri, he has Def nearby and a turret, so he will be fine.
Playing it very safe, even at the cleanse as well. And yeah, this is both teams like, who's trapping who? And it's pretty clear. It's DRX getting trapped. Vista though sees the Kenshin, knows no, I can't go for this. The wave not far enough up, but they should be able to get at the very least a lot of pressure on this turret.
Vista still goes in. He does have Fate's Call. He's able to get close enough to the Callista. And now TP is forced. They're trying to engage here onto On Fleek, who might just have to blow that Crescent Guard if he wants to survive. But the charm comes in before he can even use it, and down he will go. And now you've really got an Olaf problem on this front line, just leading the charge. Couple of kills here for DRX as Zoe goes back in. Not sure about that one. Gonna extend this fight as the Curse of Sat Mummy is actually pretty nice, but just a little bit desperate at this point as Dudu is all alone. There's yet another root attempt from the side of Zeka, and that will be the ace this time to DRX.
And as you already lampshaded, Valdez, the problem with the Homolife comp is you can't afford to make that many mistakes, and running into a play like that when it's known, when DRX have all the time in the world to respond, is not going to work out well. Note also that while this is happening, Dudu just gets out of Maganar, and this type of miscommunication you can't afford. On Fleek also holding on to his ultimate for presumably their next series, because he flashes after the Senna route and just doesn't use the ult either.
I love the casual shade, it's perfect.
You gotta, and we've talked about the Olaf problem. That was a 3-0 Callista. Did you see her doing? No, you didn't, because this draft, even though it might not have the hard engage to get into the backline immediately, Kingen stays alive for so long, and it's him and Pioshik. Pioshik, the one picking up the kills, has a really clean Graves game, is just there whenever he needs to, has played out some of these fights very nicely as well. But it just feels like another team diff where DRX play out the fights better. Now Pioshik is sitting on 2 items. Kingen is going to maintain the level of backline threat and a huge bounty and a huge gold swing in the favor of DRX.
Yeah, and just like that, I mean, now they, wow, one health. You know, it's not the turret's fault, but still, that actually does fall because the feather hit from the minions is enough. But yeah, like I said, you know, you can't really make mistakes, and now you've got a lot more gold into the Graves, who has 2 items already. Kingen is going straight into a Meganar, so probably not ideal. It's definitely a big issue. I think Zeka certainly would have liked more kills. That's unfortunate that he has not been able to pick up a single one. He is currently Agent 008. But we'll see if he can pick some up here as the game comes along. Not able to fully stack the Dark Seal just yet.
Homolife still looking in many a lane. And this comp still has considerable team fight threat. But now we get to the point where it gets risky. As I say that though, the DRX There is no vision.
Oh, they spot it. There
Now
it
they
is.
know.
And I think it's on time. There are only 3 of them here, and the damage isn't quite there, even though they do have a Callista. TP, though, is going to be committed to. Kingen doesn't have his. And Homolife know this. Meganar nearly available. This could be a big Baron take for the side. There it is, the Smite and the Rend perfectly timed. Not even a hope at a steal for the side of Pyosik, and flashes over the wall. They just want to get out of here, and they should successfully be able to do so.
Double smite, Karis and On Fleek smited, and at 350 health, somebody said, well, if you guys can't do it, I'll finish the job. And they steal away a perfectly fine Baron. And most crucially, this Baron buff comes down. The gold, kind of whatever, but it's just before the Infernal Soul spawns.
Yeah.
And the ease of which you can grab priority now and make sure that you maintain the control with those 2 wards in the bot side river and make it hard for the DRX to approach might be a game-breaking play here coming through from Homolife, showing some clear signs of that life.
And DRX, you can see they feel forced. They gotta fight over this, but mid-pressure is going to be huge with the Baron buff, obviously. They're able to clear it relatively fast because Homolife are setting up for this Dragon. But as you mentioned, total vision control here right now for the side of Homolife Esports. Kingen doing a good job of covering the left flank, though. He's slowly pushing in. They're trying to get in to that back line as Deft is totally isolated and taken out immediately. As now, they're trying to get on top of this Tom Kench. He is very tanky, but nobody can help him. Vista over the wall once again. He's going to go down as the sleep will go into Zeka. He's not got much luck this time around, and that's going to be the end of him. Kingen is doing so much, though. Not quite enough to take everybody out, but maybe enough time to delay for Pyosik to do something. He's still got a lot of items, but he will flash away and just start over the wall. Here comes Dudu, though. He will try to finish this job, and he will be able to. Homolife, just like that, will get the Infernal Soul.
And Vista coming through with a beautiful engage there. Might have done it for Homolife, as DRX is going to see the Infernal Soul get dropped. Barrel can't actually get towards Deft. Deft getting taken down. Summoner's not going to be enough, and let's see, Vista here makes his way over. Flash Curse of the Sad Mummy into the immediate... There was no way for Deft. He got blown up very quickly. Crucially, Barrel not able to save anyone. And then the fact that the fight is even this close is testament to the Olaf working out very well. But it doesn't matter, because Pyosik unable to take down Karish in time due to the nice stopwatch, and then the rest of the team is there. Infernal Soul now picked up for Homolife, and that's going to give their comp way more longevity. As DRX, crucially, the choice not to fight for the previous Drake, that's mistake number 1. Then secondly, not being ready for the Baron. And then third, this fight, and Hanwha in complete control.
That's what happens. You know, we talked about the vision control, and that's how, with this amount of engage, you're able to get clean engages like that. It all starts somewhere. As now Infernal Soul Zoe, Infernal Soul Callista, it's all going to be extremely oppressive. This is why, you know, when we were looking at the draft in Game 1, we were like, well, we're not huge fans, but, you know, there are ways. This is one of the ways, right? You get that early lead, you actually push it into something, you take every single early objective, you fight it out well, you don't make as many mistakes. And now we have Homolife actually in the game. 25 minutes into Game 1, we were talking about the 25 stack Magi's for Zeka, so a very different landscape here. Certainly helps when both Senna and Tom Kench felt like they did 0 in that last fight.
Felt that way because it was true.
Yeah.
Vista single-handedly dispatching of those two. And him and Dudu have been the heavy hitters. Karis and Somebody have been the recipients of most of the damage, and I'm sure they're going to top the charts. But Dudu set up in that initial fight in the enemy jungle, combined with Vista's engage right there. So big, and the shot calling and the poise and control to make that call for that Baron play, knowing, well, might be looking a little rough if we need to go on this uneven footing, so we got to find a lead somewhere. And DRX, they're still only 2k gold behind. They have a lot of great scaling elements in Deft with his Senna. It's not like the rest of DRX is going to run into trouble in the late game, and the composition of Hanwha is still short range and can run into trouble if not executed well. but it's a completely different game, and really the true first sign of, yes, DRX is looking good, but they're also playing weaker opponents, and a lot of those opponents haven't really been able to fight back. And how does DRX do when they're actually getting tested?
Yeah, finally getting tested here. And it is pretty nice to see that Halma-Life have been able to turn it around after game 1 as well, which, again, is one of the most one-sided games we've had. So the ability to just reset your brain and say, well, that didn't happen, let's go into game 2, and play it much better is also very nice to see. As it's not a Freda-Brion game, we are going to get an Elder Drake here at about 32 minutes into the game. We'll see how that fight goes. You know, DRX are given some time to build up some of those items, and I think as long as the engage doesn't go like that, there are certainly ways for them to still win some of these team fights.
Should be a lot more even. And item breakpoints you're going to be looking for. Zeka is getting closer towards his Void Staff. Same for Karis. That is going to be big. Some D definitely needs what is looking like a Lord Dominix if he wants to be able to get through Kingen and Pioshik, both of which are building to a Randuin's. Frozen Heart also done for Barrel, so there is a lot of defensive itemization ready. There is not, however, a lot of defensive itemization towards Karis, so he can make a really big impact on the fight. In addition to that, Vista's engage cannot be as good as the one he found last time around if DRX are looking to win. And they got to dodge the early Zoe bubbles, and this time around, full map control for Halma-Life, so that's easier said than done, as Karis has the Void Stuff now.
Karis picks that up. Crucially, Zeka has not yet hit that. Zeka did pick up Smite with this Baron available, so you can see that everybody's kind of taken after a bunch of other teams and players, namely Lehens, who have picked up Unsealed Spellbook and tried to steal Barons and objectives before. It's definitely very strong. You can use it in that manner. Still a minute here until this Elder actually is going to spawn, so things could get interesting if no Baron pressure and no Elder pressure happens at the same time, and you have this much engage on the side of Halma-Life Esports.
By interesting, you mean Elder flip, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Or one team decides, you know what, Baron's good enough.
It is. Baron for Halma-Life would be super big because it allows them to actually, despite their short-range composition, barring the Zoe, get some consistent sieging in. And I mean, Elder is also cracked for them because they can just dive. Because if they hit anyone, they can just load them up. They just win. I'm a big fan of Elder. Elder is definitely the just win button. But if you trade objectives, then a Baron does do a decent job defensively for DRX, whereas if they opt into a team fight and they lose it, the game is over. So DRX have the job of maybe saying, you can have the Elder and we'll go towards Baron, or we 5v5 and we try to flip, and if we win the game. If we lose, it's all over.
Yeah. Take a look at the vision here for DRX. They don't have much. They do see the Baron, or actually they don't. There's a control ward on that right now, so they have to just slow push in. Bunch of scanners just being used to try to sneak into these brushes, but Halma-Life have a chokehold on this at the moment. They're going to start up the Elder and DRX. They don't have any vision on this. They got to make their way in if they want to get in, but look at the health already. It's getting so low, and that's just going to be taken down by the side of Halma-Life Esports as in comes Dudu, hits absolutely nobody as the Devourer's there, but the Elder Burn is coming in. Down will go the Olaf. And now everybody else on the side of DRX is just on the run. It's a big Abyssal dive, but not going to be enough, as Onfleek will be flashing in to make sure that the Catfish is in fact benched.
And DRX made none of the plays. You can go for Baron or you can flip, but they decide to shove in mid. The health bar goes down way too quick, and as a result, I would be shocked if Halma-Life is unable to pick up this Baron.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think that's as important. Just get the Baron and push to win in the next minute and a half. Should be an easy peasy. And Halma-Life bouncing back beautifully here.
It's very nice to see DRX finally being challenged. And they have not risen to the challenge. And Halma-Life have really just played a great game too. Very nice to see. I feel like there was one mistake, and after that they have been clean. so far. So let's take another look at this fight. Once again, you see that it's just a little bit too late to move into the Elder.
Yeah, is it even a fight? DRX, not right on the timing. They play out the subsequent skirmish very nicely. Right, a good flash there on Dudu's engage, but because you're playing into Elder, all you can do is run away. Like, there are no other options, so this is just about how well can you stall, how long can you keep them busy. Not that long. There's not that much playmaking available as they get taken down. And now Baron and Elder, 50 seconds still left, and even if you don't end the game here with Elder buff, you can at the very least open up the map and make it impossible for DRX to play.
Okay, they get the charm onto Vista, but as you're mentioning, you can't actually fight this. Otherwise, you will just get burned down and executed. And they are just pushing on in. They're trying to make the most of their time while they do have this Elder buff. In comes Dudu. That's 2 of them, as that will be 2. That is enough. As trying to fight back here, trying to take down the turret as well. I feel like the communication not quite there, as now Samdi moving forward, trying to execute them both. He will get the Graves. But that turret is doing some damage. 13 seconds on the Elder. As now in goes On Fleek. Kingen, he's got a shield. Barrel desperately trying to hold on, but it will not happen. Zeka, you've got a stopwatch, but you will not have the game. And we will have a game number 3 as HLE turn it around.
And it felt like we went into an alternate universe after Barrel went down together with Bioshik on that top side, gave over those early kills to Samdi. Then it was beautiful engagers from both Vista as well as Dudu. And it is a Hanwha Life that look reinvigorated. We gave them a lot of criticism for that draft, but in the end, they were able to pull it off.
Yeah, you know, we talked about, especially in Game 1 draft, about how they would be able to get advantages and try to hold on to them. They have to get ahead early. And this time they did. You mentioned, you know, some of the mistakes from the side of DRX. I also think that, you know, the Olaf, while it was decent, you just did not have the reliable engage onto the Zoe and the Kalista anymore, so didn't feel as good. But the Olaf as well, in theory, on paper, should have been good into that as well. So I don't mind Kingen trying something new. But DRX, it was just like one too many mistakes, and HLE, I really love their tenacity to say, you know what, we just got really boomed in Game 1. Like, nobody wants to rewatch that VOD, but let's give them something to watch here in Game 2. As Dudu had a fantastic game, Samdi was gifted kills, and he did a ton of damage with it. And they get the job done.
You mentioned it, Dudu looking like the strongest player, the most consistent player on HLE coming into the game, and him and Vista did so much heavy lifting. We saw them either or both in every single team fight make the pivotal plays. Dudu forcing so many flashes, Vista getting that crucial play towards what was the soul point, which led to DRX looking down Elders, looking down Souls, and looking down Barons, and not able to match.
Not able to do too much, but there is one more game. We'll have to see who does pick it up after the break.
세나 높으니까
네, 다 높으려, 다 높으려, 다 높으려.
떼나볼게. 봐줘. 아, 좋아, 그만. 이거 타워.
천천히.
올라프부터. 나리 볼 수 있는데, 여기까지. 앞에부터 천천히.
좀 별로거든.
네, 천천히. 빨리면 안 돼. 천천히.
아린 잡았어. 아 뭐야?
치면 안 되나, 이거? 치면 안
네,
되나?
에어본 가능.
타워부터. 가.
잡았어.
나이스.
브레스.
내가 마무리. 아, 깜짝이야.
이게 안 되네.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and we're here to break down game number 2. A game that looked at the very beginning very, very similar to game number 1, and that didn't look great for Harma Life Esports, but there were some subtle differences.
Yeah, the inability to play Kindred, I think, really hurt their defensive setups, and Olaf, you know, obviously going to be great if you can get on top of the Callista, but often wasn't in fights early enough to make that sort of impact. I would have much rather seen the Gangplank that he was hovering, which would have given him global impact, slows, and just a ton more damage overall.
Yeah.
But he ended up locking in the Olaf, the first we've seen here in the LCK. It was working until it wasn't, and we talk about how this comp is so snowbally. It was an early game deficit for Harma Life Esports, but once the snowball started rolling, they took that Baron, then got all the vision and prio for the Drakes. There was very little that DRX could do to catch up.
Yeah, and as soon as map control existed, it felt like Harma Life Esports were just cruising to a victory because there was no way that anyone could face check anything, even though there was an Olaf on this team. It was just a little bit crazy to see how different this game was with the same draft as game number 1. So Harma Life Esports showing us what should have happened if things actually worked out the way that they wanted it to. Let's get into our first highlight here, of course. It's in the bottom lane again. It went a little bit worse even for DRX this time.
Well, this was just a really nice kind of bait setup here, and even though Deft is basically collapsed on completely and does go down here, this is a nice trade up for DRX. Pyosik over the wall here. Zeka hits the charm, has level 6 of course, so well played here. At the end of the day for DRX, Barrel's just barely able to get out. Just wanted to highlight some of the skirmishing power that DRX can do back into this comp that's so strong in the early game, and unfortunately the sleep hitting Zeka there. Karis will be taken out here, and DRX having such a massive lead at this moment felt like, oh man, the game's over. Like they gave over too many kills, this comp is already too far behind, it needs to snowball. Like this is the end, but it wasn't.
And we actually cut the video before Beryl and Pyosik just decided to die. So that's sort of what I meant by things going wrong, because they went right until it was just completely awful. And Sandeep picking up 2 free kills immediately after that skirmish, I think was absolutely massive in making sure that Harma Life Esports were able to continue building the advantage that Callista comps have always needed to do, right? Like, let's get into our second highlight here and just show, like, this is with Sandeep, like, much further ahead than the bottom lane than they were in the last game.
Exactly, and this is a really nice wraparound here for DRX. They're able to pop Vista so early in this fight that he's actually has to be recalled by Fate's call. And then the positioning here of the carries for DRX is great. Pyosik and Deft are in the backside, and Dudu doesn't have Gnar ultimate, so there's just nothing that they can really do here. He's the last to fall.
Kill this,
Yep, and then, well, he was the last, looked like he was the last to fall, right? Harma Life Esports kite back, and his Narbar actually gets hit, and then he ends up getting the triple, and yeah, this is where things really started to pick up for Harma Life Esports. Now, after that fight, they still didn't have map control, except when they found a pocket of vision on Baron. They take Baron, use that prio that they get in lanes to actually control the setup for the Soul, and unfortunately, DRX just are not able to stop it.
No, they just couldn't actually get into position for anything. And honestly, it felt after they managed to get that position around Baron and secure things, it was the second Baron that was the massive problem, where DRX are like, I'm in position now, but like, there's an Elder that's going to be popping up in a couple of seconds time. So it felt like, honestly, Harma Life Esports just drew the 3 cards for Exodia, one after the other, and honestly, the deck was stacked in their favor from that point. It was just brilliantly done. So let's have a look at our final highlight here.
Look at how split up DRX are because they don't have that prio and all the control wards and vision that Harma Life Esports
so
set up.
much vision.
So like they're completely blind here. Notice Kingen and Zeka are isolated on the left side of the fight, and Deft, Pyosik, and Beryl on bottom side here in the choke point end up getting caught. And Pyosik is like, sorry guys, I am getting the hell out of here. And he's over the wall. Deft is already out of this. Beryl is trying his best to escape. And then by the time the rest of the members of DRX rotate in to try to look for basically a 2v5, it's too late. The fight is over. Pyosik's out of here. You know, Deft is dead, and Kingen survives for a very long time, picks up a kill, but it just doesn't matter at this point. And it was just a vision problem. You get Baron, you get that prio, you get Soul, And then the one highlight we aren't going to show after this is DRX just trying to double smite steal the Elder, because once again they didn't have vision. We saw Zeka like try to flash the wall and hit his smite with Unsealed Spellbook. He's not able to do it. And things just snowballed after that one turnaround where it's like, okay, Nara's gonna die, right? He's off on his own, gets his bar, gets a triple, and then it leads to, one thing leads to the next, and the snowball really just rolls down the hill.
Just doesn't work out, but let's have a look at who picks up player of the game for this one. Doodoo grabs it on his. Nah, I know that you're going to be happy with that because that was your vote there, Wolf.
Yep.
And I think the supreme focus he had on removing death from the game in a lot of these fights was very well done. And this was an example of something that, like, I thought shouldn't have actually happened in this specific moment.
Yeah.
But honestly led to Harmor Life Esports being able to regain control of the situation and get that snowball rolling.
They kind of did him dirty, because I think there's a lot more to show in between this one and that one. Maybe it was a close vote, they didn't have the highlights all ready for him, but he did so much this game in between those two highlights. And yeah, it was a very split vote here, not a shocker. I mean, support vote here for Vista, I think is, it's not mine personally. I think he did okay, but
a shout out for the Amumu existing.
Yeah.
But we'll see whether they actually go towards the Amumu again as we head towards game number 3. So here are your casters.
Thank you, Carpet Space Dudes, for your wonderful breakdown there. As I don't know if they'll go for the Amumu again. I think that Vista had a good game, but like now we're gonna swap sides because DRX, you would assume, yes, they will select blue. Not a big surprise here, and I think that the draft at least should change a little bit.
No, we were wrong. All of us were wrong. The only good draft is Kalista Amumu. That's the takeaway.
And Zoe.
Kalista Amumu. No, replace Zoe with a Syndra. More.
Whoa.
Lock. Yeah, no. I don't know what we're going to see here. Drafts, as you mentioned, should be completely swapped up. And the overall level of play from DRX kind of took a nosedive in that second game, combined with the much better performances of most notably Vista and Doodoo, and Somebody able to actually even impact their fights, was more than enough and showcases that on paper, you might clearly be the better team, but you still can't go around disrespecting these teams that are on the lower end of the ladder.
Yep.
This is what Hanwha Life, this is what Live Sandbox, this is what Fred and Breen have relied on in the past to take wins off of opponents that underestimated them just a little bit too much.
It happens in every competitive league, I feel, you know? You just gotta continue playing your game and just playing strong. DRX definitely could have won that game with that draft on the red side, but not the way it was played out. But either way, we do have one more game. It's a best of one now because we are all tied up 1-1. And I'm curious to see how things are going to change now, especially with the side swap. What is going to be the priority for DRX? Will we see the Wukong banned again? Wouldn't be surprised. The Swain ban first is pretty interesting. They really don't want to see it this time. And they're actually going to ban Wukong on blue.
Hovering towards an Ahri first pick with how they have been taking away the Swain. Of course, that would open up the Lissandra for Hanwha Life, and that has been a consistent problem, so...
Ban it here.
You can. Yeah, I personally wouldn't mind it. I think Zeka has had such a big impact every single time that he got to play the Ahri. Even in the last game, he was like one of the things that was going well for them, that wasn't getting picked off, that wasn't getting taken down. And we have learned. It was indeed...
Can't leave it open.
It was indeed the problem.
It's too strong.
Yeah. Azir first pick. Give it to me. Just drop it. Because I don't think there's a lot of picks available that do super well into it. Hanwha Life went for the Corki ban, which, yeah, DRX really highly prioritized, but Corki into Azir is a fine handshake. And now you give over one of the favorite scaling picks that doesn't really have anything going for it. This I really appreciate, even if Hanwha Life end up picking away the catch. No, okay, it was the Azir after all. DRX saying, Hanwha Life, just pick Senna Kench. It's okay. We don't have anything planned for that. We're not going to lock in Kog'Maw Lulu. There's no way.
Ooh. That would make me a lot happier than Ezreal and Renata. Which is something we have seen a lot.
Which is what we're getting, Valdez.
We have seen that a lot into this. And maybe it's just a Karis Akali angle trying to go into this Azir. It has been a pick into Azir for quite a long time. does mean that, you know, especially if the Lee Sin comes in, we are holding ourselves into one specific comp, but that didn't matter in game 2. Why should it matter in game 3?
Who needs range, right? Who cares about
Right.
that? Not important at all. It's on fleek. He really loves Xin. He was able to carry games on Xin in spring as well, fairly consistently, so it's not a surprise to see him going back to that pick. You were saying, Valdez? What, can you repeat what you mentioned earlier?
Well, I mean,
It's good. It is.
it's good now, especially because Senna and Kench can't be picked together.
Oh.
I would like to see... Okay. Never mind. Rakan is going to be the choice here.
DRX can go for a Senna ban in the second rotation here and then ensure that neither... Although I'd personally argue that banning the Kench might even be better because that champion is very good right now. Also beckons the question what direction Humble Life is going to take their composition in with the Kalista being taken away. Other picks that might fit in line with a comp like this is Jhin, which has been utilized in the past to augment compositions like this. Gnar pickup. Gnar, in his current state, not really any hard counters available that we are seeing played. Champions like Aurelia and whatnot of course exist, but they have been extremely low priors. Do really like the Kai'Sa ban. That has been a very consistent pick into Azrael, and it works exceptionally well with Hanwha Life's comp. And for Hanwha, I gotta say that Viego ban, I'd much rather see targeted bans to ensure that DRX don't get more counter dive, because your comp is locked in. Again, it's short range, and there are plenty of champions that can punish that. Kindred is a really good one, was one that I was going to go to next, but Poppy, still available, really good into Hanwha here as well.
They're going to ban away the Senna. Senna's got some range. Jhin is another AD carry that you see alongside of comps like this that are all just going in. You're kind of like pick and lockdown more so than a hyper carry that's doing a ton of damage. You do a fair amount of damage. There's the Poppy.
Okay, we got the Jhin, we got the Poppy. Let's continue along the plan, team. We can do this.
Gangplank's fine too.
Gangplank Poppy is great. Really, really solid comp all around. Has good engage, good counter engage, can play a lot of different modes, can play poke, can play fast. So, loving it.
He has barrels. He makes a lot of money.
And we have barrel and
He's
barrel.
got a great beard.
Well, I was just talking about the comp as a whole.
Oh.
That's okay.
I thought we were just complimenting the pirate. But it is GP Poppy. I feel like, you know, we really like DRX's drafting, and I feel like especially you are like really in tune with their priorities.
Jhin is,
you know?
the karma kind of threw me off. But yeah, that DRX...
I'm saying for DRX.
Yeah,
With
I like it a lot.
you and DRX, two
We get
peas
each
in a
other.
pod right now.
Yeah. Who on our team is the true sinner?
You and Hama Life, not so much.
No. No, who loves the aggro comps? Well, I love Sandbox, so I guess I kind of do, in a way. Maybe? Not this one. But I didn't like the last one, and that one won, so what do I know?
If you win, it must have been a good comp.
Don't test me, Velda. No, I'm all on board. You know, draft is an important part of the game, but it's not the only part of the game. We have a tendency to overfocus, and as I look back behind us, it looks like we are free for free.
3 for 3, no swap bug. Woo! What year is it? Anyway, this is a very nice balanced comp. The Rakan is kind of interesting. Obviously, it's a huge hard engage piece that you add into everything. It's not necessarily a lot of disengage, which is what the rest of your comp has, so it's kind of like the odd man out, but we'll see how he peels for the team. Whereas on this side, we're all going in. We're doing it really fast. Let's jump into game 3 right now. And off we go onto the Rift once again. We got first strike for Zeka. Everything else looks pretty standard from what I can tell.
Nice rune choice from Vista here, not going for the comment because in this lane, especially with how we've seen these Karma lanes being played out, the Karma is still very strong at creating priority. But the actual pressure on the lane over the course of the last week has really diminished. We generally see that Karma has also dropped in priority throughout the first week, where initially she was basically just always banned on the first rotation on either side, and she is making it through more and more drafts. But when it comes exclusively to making sure that you get the shove, Champ's going to do well regardless, and early skills much better into the later stage of the game. And looking at this, we have Gathering Stormers.
One.
Well, I mean, that's still better than what we usually get.
Well, you said Stormers, so I was a little bit confused. Scorch on the Karma is fine.
Yeah, Gathering Storm Karma doesn't actually get you anything.
But the late game shields!
The scaling Karma!
No. Yeah.
I don't buy it.
I think it's fine that he goes Scorch. A lot of biscuits as well. There's a lot of biscuit haters in the world. I think you actually brought some biscuits today.
We didn't
Chronicler.
eat those yet.
We didn't eat those, yeah.
It's speculaas. It's a Dutch, like, spice.
Spatulas?
Speculaas.
Yeah, spatulas.
Speculaas.
Speak less?
Speculaas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a Dutch spiced cookie with almonds as well. It's really nice.
What is it? Spiced?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know really how to explain it.
Whoa! Those are some very even numbers.
They are. You get a taste for it. They're great. They're very lovely. As real Jin, very even, and does make a ton of sense. I feel like both these two picks don't really define the comps that they're in. They're very complementary to whatever you want to play them in. And Jin, most notably, but Ezreal is also fairly plug and play. So just depends on how the top side of the map goes. And top side of the map has gone overwhelmingly in favor of DRX, although in the previous game it was even until Hanwha Life started winning the fight, started winning the skirmishes, and they yet again have a comp that is able to do that. The laning phase, do you expect it to be hard? Kara is obviously pre-6, going to just have a pretty terrible time. Zeka also going for the first strike, and then the same can be set for King, and as walking into the darkness, but
yeah,
that's deal with the wave, so not really an opportunity for them to go for anything there.
Yeah, and it is Jin and Karma at this point in time, so trying to force onto those two is not going to be fun. No fleet for Karis. I feel like, I don't know how many patches ago it was, but like the healing on that was nerfed a bit. So we have seen other choices just be picked up, most notably the Conqueror, especially on something like an Akali. Makes a lot of sense. Top lane matchup is going to be interesting. It's not just going to be Olaf/Ornn farming. I mean, there will be, of course, a lot of farming, but GP does add, I think, a little bit of spice into the lane.
You say that.
A little bit. Okay.
Like the cookie. It's not
maybe even a little
spicy.
bit less than the Speak Less cookies.
That's not what the cold spell does. I'm trying to teach you a language here. I would appreciate it if you.
I only speak the language of League of Legends. Sorry.
At least that one's global. Everyone gets that one. Both in positive and in not so positive ways. As Solo Queue is a dark and scary place, and overall, Karis just got a hold on, as you point out with. What?
You said it, and I'm just thinking about the story you told me earlier about your solo queue experience.
It was there was a Draven in my game, and he did what Draven did. He died in 2v2, level 5, and then he said 15 and AFK'd.
Yeah. We got a little fight here. Pioshik getting into it with a Xin Zhao. Not necessarily what you want to do always. First rotation comes in from Kingen, but this is Meganar, as Onfleek will flash away, and Zeka gets first rotation from mid. So over the wall comes Zeka, as the smite comes in from Onfleek, but no more flash for him. Means he should eventually die, but the knockup comes in. He gets into the brush.
Heal!
Zeka's not able to get him, but finally Kingen just shoots him down, and it is traded back. But that still is first blood onto a Gangplank, Which after all that, I feel like is pretty good. They are trying to chase him down the boomerang, though not going to land. Here comes Karis. He is level 6, though. Looking for that execution. The oranges!
Oh!
And he shoots him out of the turret! 2 kills for King and now.
Shut down. Kara's gonna feel horrible after that play because that was a disaster. It was such a favorable trade for Hanwha Life. It was looking much better for them. And then giving up a free kill. King now 2-0 in Gangplank. That's a disaster.
It really is, especially after the way the fight began. I mean, it was going on for quite a while, as you see. Maybe Pyosik trying to restart this. He's just going to smite that away, give a little Teemo thumbs up. Flash available for Karis. He will be totally fine. Or will he? Yeah, he'll be totally fine.
Hey, and you know what's great in situations like that when you almost get taken down? It's cookies. Like speculas. Delicious. Not necessarily nutritious, but you know, you can't have it all. Sometimes you gotta choose.
Yeah. I smelled them before. They smelled very nice.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of like the little biscuits you have with coffee.
You would.
Or tea. You like dip them in, you know, they're very sweet, but it matches the bitterness of the drink.
It's really nice.
Here's the replay. It's all the way over here in the tri-brush, as both sides think they will win the fight.
And you get a lot of value. Love the blast cone that's about to come in here, by the way, that like simultaneously saves Pyosik from Karis and also gets Zeka over. But you also see On Fleek rather able to utilize the healing that Zinzao has in his kit. And then eventually the Conqueror as well to stay alive for as long as he does. And here you're feeling great, feeling wonderful. And then this happens.
They were all laughing after this. Let's hear.
어, 잡았다.
I got him.
나이스, 나이스.
And the coaches were ecstatic with the play. They do, I mean, it's 2 kills on a Gangplank, 7 minutes into the game, so
yeah,
it's hard not to be ecstatic at this point in time.
Bot lane's job, getting bullied. They're doing very well. You know, they're behind the wave. 9 CS, that's completely fine.
Dudu, uh-oh, there's the slowdown. We do have On Fleek, he's already here, but into the wall he goes, and Dudu will go down before the Meganar. On Fleek trying to get this one, but he just gets helicoptered out. And that's just another kill on the board here for DRX. Some great early game fighting.
Much better than last time around, and DRX also heavily focusing the win condition of last game. Dudu getting put behind further and further on the Gnar, also augmenting King and Somdi and Vista at the very least, due to the continuous attention that's being paid on top side, are able to actually match, and no heal available here.
Yeah, just gonna block all those. Great harassment, gonna win that lane down there for Hanwha Life, as now another fight begins. Karis is extremely low as the smite will go the way of On Fleek, as now trying to get down Karis here is Zeka. Doesn't quite have the Emperor's Divide and will not have enough damage just yet, but Xin Zhao does go down and Karis is still on the run and he will be spotted.
Karis and the execute. No execute. No, he's very dead.
How did Pyosik get the kill?
I don't know if it was the second activation of Q or if he ran into the Steadfast presence.
I guess
that
so.
killed him.
Yeah.
We'll get a replay, hopefully.
Looks like that.
Want to get to the bottom of that mystery. At the very least, they got the Herald, so that's nice. Play being set up, Pyosik able to get the flash, immediate 100 to 0, and then On Fleek, yeah, can't dodge the copy pops her when she is right on top of you, and then Karis already is this low. So On Fleek recognized, well, I'm dead anyway, so I might as well get the objective, but giving up 2 kills for a Herald is not a trade you're going to feel super great about.
Another kill to Kingen too.
Yeah, he is snowballing. Yeah, it was. Was Steadfast Presence? That's the first time.
I think it is the first time.
I've seen Steadfast Presence kill someone.
Yeah, me
that's
too.
Cool.
There you go. It is possible.
I'm glad people have remembered that Poppy exists. Makes me very happy.
I feel like if he was Udyr, maybe he could have also killed On Fleek.
Yeah, well, you know my thoughts on Udyr. You know, Lethal Temple, conquer Udyr, pick up a little bit of AP, run everyone down. It's wonderful.
빨간 팀이
It is.
None of that chem tank Udyr shenanigans that we had to deal with last year. That was fun for 2 weeks, and then it lasted the entire split. I remember that.
Yeah. Good times, good times. Well, the Rift Herald that they did take, they are going to use down in the bottom side. They would love to get... Oh, they're actually going to engage here onto Pyosik. A little bit of damage, and Onfleek just walks it out. So not able to take the turret down, but Samdi and Vista have been really putting up the pressure down here on the bottom side and trying to get some big wins down there.
Very early Triforce here for King, and as expected with the lead he's been able to get. And there are 2 main build paths available. Fortunately, we have strayed away from the Hullbreaker build on Gangplank, which was good in exactly one situation, which is when Zeus built it and actually played around it that one time, and should mostly be avoided. Outside of that, we've seen the Ravenous Hydra with Sorildas and the crit build. In this, I'd personally prefer crit, but we'll see what the direction King decides to go into, as overall, gold lead in favor, but last time around it was a similar gold lead, and the Hanwha Life composition still has great 100-0 potential. Has a Kali that even when behind can blow up targets very, very quickly, but DRX can maintain this pressure. Snowball might become too much to deal with for Hanwha.
Yeah, that really is the issue. Oh, he's even going to get hit by that barrel as the Cannon Barrage feels like just insult to injury, but Pyosik not quite able to land it as the flash Q will be enough. Here comes Karis, and well... We get the groans from the crowd, I suppose. And, yeah, trying to get on in there. That's going to be very nice for Monfleet, trying to make some more out of it, but Pyosik is incredibly fast.
Phase rush, baby!
Yeah, probably has Nimbus Cloak as well after that smite comes in.
Little Scuttle as well.
Yeah.
My god, he was fast. Yeah.
Excuse me?
I was really happy about Karis joining the LCK, and I still really liked his performance in spring, even though he wasn't on one. The team itself didn't look that good, but his summer has been definitely lackluster, and that hurts me more than many people because I saw him win challengers, and now we're seeing him not hit flashes on what was one of his most iconic champions, the Akali.
That's not even a difficult wall to flash. He's just... I think it's the second time, too. He did it earlier on the Zoe in game 1.
Yeah, it might be nerves. First time playing for larger crowds, although crowds were there in spring as well. Might just be him not dealing very well or just not being in very good form. Regardless of the reasons, he's not looking like the win condition. That is presumably still going to be due to in fights. Maybe somebody can have a bigger impact, or maybe the rest of the team can line them up, as we have definitely transported to the realm of fun times at League of Legends High, as this dive was not great. Kingen has to invest. Then we get... There's just a lot.
Why do we replay it? We should have put like a...
Like a
little
filter
a
over
little
it.
like 18+ logo over it. Like we're not allowed to watch that.
Or a happy emoji as...
Smiley face.
Yeah, and we also don't get the replay, at least, Zeka.
Zeka is in trouble. He does have the Sun Turret. He's going to try to flash to get away from this one. And he will not. Just the one shot from the turret, and Karis easily scoops up the kill onto the Azir.
Get a Kali, says Karis. No availability for any defensive tools for Zeka. Only sitting on a Ludens right now, which is a great item, but is very bad into a Kali. Doesn't help you at all. And with these kills, Hanwha Life pull back the gold lead and are looking to perform a similar feat like they did in the previous game. This time around, though,
okay,
ready.
Let's see the engage. Charmed up 2, and 2 of them are coptered out as Onfleek is all alone. He's trying to get the kill onto this Rakan. Not going to be able to do so, and just like that, once again, we see the reason why Poppy is so strong, denies any further engage, and knocks the 2 of them out of it.
I lack a proper way to describe how binary of a jungler Pioshik is, because good Pioshik is like, he's amazing. He's always everywhere where he needs to be. He hits every ultimate, he hits every skill. Unfortunately, for Zeka here, there is a reason why Kali is picked in this matchup. And yeah, I'm not quite sure what the turret having a tough time there. As the setup in this fight is beautiful. They don't get to the Poppy, or rather, yeah, there we go. Again, thank you for making my point, Pioshik.
6 and 1.
No. That's, I know Kingen is the one getting the kills.
Kingen,
but we gotta give the credit to Pioshik.
he's my player of the game.
Don't you dare, Valdez.
If only
you
I
don't
had
have a vote.
Yeah.
You do it just to spite me.
That's
even
why
though I
they took it
brought you
away.
cookies.
Yeah. I'll enjoy the cookies. Well, this game it's definitely been a bit of a roller coaster. I feel like Life are playing kind of that Live Sandbox style where they're down but they're not out, and they keep fighting and they keep looking for angles. But there are a lot of things on the side of DRX that are just very far ahead. The Poppy is huge. The Gangplank obviously is gigantic. And he just went back and picked up a Collector.
Answers our question. Full crit. With a little bit of lethality sprinkled in there. And once Lord Dominic's is finished, the amount of damage that he will do to everyone is not really great. As again, Pioshik being able to get off the Poppycopter. Now Fleek and Vista are just stuck here and like, no, that's gonna be it. We're gonna die. There is no way of getting out. Vista forced the flash as well. And even if that, they didn't find a knock-up as far as they did there as X-Flash into knockdown, easy as. They would have been able, Meganar would have timed out and would have been really hard for them to fight as well. And DRX picking up that Herald, but not really breaking away yet. And that's why I'm a little bit reserved, because the Humble Life combat you're pointing out, up until very late points in the game, if they just get backline access, they can still 100-0. And DRX are the ones that definitely have control of the game, but need to play more respectful than in game number 2.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. As you see, the barrels are coming out. Everybody's just backing off on the side of Hama. There were only 3 of them here, actually. Dudu finally does walk up, but there's no sign of Meganar anytime soon, and Karis didn't look like he wanted to go for any kind of flank teleport there. So Cannon Barrage to stop the push. And that's just a couple of turrets already just taken out of the mid lane here by Shirley, in this case.
Plays like that, still risky with the amount of teleports that were available. And Collapse coming through here on top of Zeka. They have an idea that's going on now.
Yeah, they should absolutely know that this is coming in, as Pioshik just waiting to say no. He's going to knock one guy out. Karis gets extremely low underneath that turret as the last shot nearly gets Zeka. And now King's like, wait, where did my team go? I'm just going to flash away. On Fleet goes in. And the fight is not over. The flash comes in. That's going to be the end of Deft, who, as Ezreal, is going to get killed with his flash up. Dudu, with a very nice engage, is now with the teleport coming in. Teleports from both sides.
We're not done.
Zeka here a little bit later.
We are
Won't be able to do anything. We're done, Chronicles.
That one's on me. I thought the Zeka teleport would be the herald to more action, but it wasn't. And Collapse really nicely. You make the Live Sandbox comparison, and I'm glad you did, because it's exactly the same thing. Just keep making plays. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And DRX show that they're kind of getting caught off guard by this, as Kingen is going forward.
Uh-oh. Looks like they're going to get a big shutdown here. It's going to be 550 to whoever gets the kill. They should give it to Karis, and they will. That's a lot of gold now that he's picking up. Chronicler wasn't lying. Keep in mind also, first couple of Drakes were picked up by Humble Life. They're only down 2,000 gold now. And I mean, after game 2, Humble Life could definitely take this one back after a couple of mistakes.
DRX won 6 matches in a row in spring. And then Humble Life came along, beat them down. And they do it again. Right now, they're at the very least matching more than I was expecting, to be completely honest. Deft has had an incredible summer thus far, and in this match as well. It's looking a little invisible.
Yeah.
able to really have a big impact. And of course, is Ezreal into a relatively beefy lineup with a lot of threats towards him, but still, as you pointed out, like Ezreal getting picked off like that in a fight, when you know the fight is going on, it's not like you got 100 to 0. Not ideal. Oh.
Yep.
Yep.
It's just another great hide on bush from Karis. He did it on the bottom side to his laning opponent in Zeka, and this time he just catches the shutdown. It was 550. So it's just little plays like that, you know? DRX just not expecting it, maybe a little bit loose on some of the ends, you know? They haven't been tying up those loose ends tightly enough. We saw that in game 2. It's happening again, and look at this. I mean, it's Xin Zhao with the Karma. You're not really doing too much damage, even as Kingen with 2.5 items. And now the Cannon Barrage is gone.
Big teamfight ultimate, not available here. Setup still there for Pioshik if he can hit a big one. This is exactly like game number 2, Humble Life setting up for a soul point here if they get this Drake.
See how it goes. Pioshik is trying to lead the charge. That is a very nice amount of poke coming out. True Shot Barrage and the barrels. And this is how you have to play. If you are DRX, they're doing it right this time. They're not taking too much damage. They're putting the poke in. They're not allowing an engage. And Humble Life will give it away.
Very good, played slow. This time around they do. Making sure that the health bars are not quite there, but this is where Humble Life have actually been, I think, the better team by far. This time around they don't see an angle, but this is the re-engage. It's DRX feeling like, oh, we're safe. And that's really very reminiscent of a play we saw, and this is all the way back to MSI, which I know we don't like thinking about, where we saw T1 basically get position on an objective, and then any LCK team would be like, okay, you got it. Like, we this is not a fightable position. And then after the Drake was taken, they just walked into the enemy jungle because, again, any LCK team would be just like, yeah, peace out. We're gonna get a free reset. And then there was like 2 people waiting for them in the brush. And that's what Humble Life is continuously trying to do here, is just keep or catch DRX off guard. I think it's a great strategy because winning straight up team fights when DRX actually knows where you are, as we see there, is very hard. And doesn't really work unless you get great angles for Dudu and Karis.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to point out the items here from Zeka. He does go for the double mask into Stopwatch. Obviously not the highest damage build, but it's very survivable.
Yeah.
It's just something that you and I actually talked a bit about when we were just watching the games over the last couple of days. And I think that's definitely going to be needed, especially into what Karis has been able to do in this game.
That's a not again moment. That True Shot Barrage right there. And Karis going for the stopwatch here makes sense into the high impact ultimates on DRX. But I would have loved the Shadow Flame. Just go all in, commit on trying to one-shot the enemy backline, maybe take down King and take down Def to have effectively 0 defensive itemization and blow them up within the small window that you have available to yourself. Now Kingen finished his Lord Doms as well, so going to be able to deal a lot better with Dudu and on fleek their health bars. And slowly, Humble Life is falling behind a little bit more. Have hit their 2-item spikes, but if you look at the 3-item spikes, kind of pale in comparison to what DRX is having. Imagine if Kingen gets a GA or an Infinity Edge as well on top of what he already has. A 3rd item for Zeka. Maybe at some point he can work towards a death cap. Those are going to augment a lot more than items for on fleek, for Dudu, for some. The shining hope in that regard is Carvis, who, if he gets enough AP and enough people stack up, can maybe 2-tap everyone. But Pioshik exists, and he's been having a really good game thus far. He also got to actually, you know, get towards everyone, and they have to kind of line up for you to roll a figurative, or you throw you throw a strike, right? Is it rolling a strike or throwing a strike in bowling?
I think you throw a strike.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'm not a bowling connoisseur myself, but that is what I would assume.
Yeah, that's what it feels. Yeah, because you throw the bowling ball, so I guess you roll it as well.
Feels more like a throw roll, or a
maybe
roll, if you will.
Maybe it needs a new word.
Yeah,
that's all debate.
That's a big barrel, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Humble Life are not going to fight this one, as the Cannon Barrage says no to Samdi. You will not shoot us. couple of shots off. But no engage just yet onto this one. Pyosik gonna restart it up. The vision is once again checked. They place it down. They should know that this is happening. Continuously poking into this one barrel, looking for the angle. Vista trying to open it up for them as On Fleek is just gonna look for the steal potentially, but he's knocked out after the flash. He can't get in as he tries to flash it, and Pyosik just says no. And that is a free Baron here for DRX.
It's not a flip. The enemy jungle isn't there, and Pyosik, beautiful timing, hits the knock-up, and that is going to make it a lot easier for them to set up the subsequent Drake, and they are repeating what Hanwha Live did to them in the previous game. As Hanwha Live seemingly also aware that this might be their final chance, that they need to win the next fight, pick up some of those bounties. Elixir available for Karis. Get some early vision, and Hanwha Live. This fight might be the game decider coming up here.
Barrel, not again. He actually baits him into another barrel. That's 2 now. Kingen has some pretty gross damage at this point in time, as he is nearing level 16 as well. So, yep, DRX is going to take control of the river there. You see On Fleek was fighting for vision, but he was kind of alone at the beginning of it until the teleport will be used to the top lane, and they'll just give away another ocean. Not the biggest deal in the world for the side of Hanwha Life.
In of itself, easily agreeable that the objective is not worth losing the game over, but if the bot side turret gets contested as well, that might be something that you can't really afford to. Baron power play thus far, pretty modest, due to also making sure that there's no topside play available. And DRX don't trade DNers, just on Zeka. He has teleport available. On the flip side, they can also just keep pushing and say, Dudu, no, you come in. And Dudu, unfortunately, doesn't have himself a Baron buff, so his wave now mostly gone.
Yeah, and I think Dudu's got to go back there at some point, right? Otherwise, they can continue to threaten the push, but DRX is probably just going to take the safe route, do a little poke, and then back away. So just going to take that inhibitor and not look for too much more.
Not taking any risks. Understandable, considering how the previous game went. Even though with double teleport, there's a lot less threat. There's no Hextech gates available either, so with the vision that they had, should have still been okay. But playing it safe, we're never really going to fault our teams for, because interestingly enough, it's also still very early in the game. Feels like we're much further along due to the amount of action, and we don't really use it anymore.
Yeah.
I say actually, it's 13 kills in 28 minutes, which is...
Hey man, I've casted games where we've had 2 kills in 28 minutes, so
none.
It's certainly an upgrade. Well, I wasn't cast in that game, but
no, okay.
We were there for it.
We
Just
were
like
in
all
the
of Twitch
studio.
chat.
Yeah.
They were there.
That's the important
I
part.
remember. I remember. That was a big moment. And we're trying to kill the gangplank here. Kingen is going to be very smart about that. Just backs away. Says, well, they're not on the top side. There's one guy in the bottom lane. Where could they be? Pyosik is now behind enemy lines, essentially. The push still continuing in the top lane. As the wave clear from the side of Hanwha Life, atrocious. Absolutely terrible.
Yeah. Very bad. Abhorrent.
Yeah.
How many sentiments can you get?
There's a lot.
Woeful.
Bad.
Hit me with the bad. Should have seen that one coming.
Yeah, I don't think I threw that one in there, so, you know, just had to make it happen. But yeah, this is without Baron, too. There's just no wave clear, and Hanwha Life, looks like a little bit of poke came in, and they weren't really ready to fight. Karis now trying to clear this wave as much as he possibly can. He's essentially the majority of the wave clear for this team, as Vista takes a gigantic chunk of damage right now from Death. As here comes Dudu trying to make something happen with the Meganar, but very importantly, he just Shirelli is out of there. And you're totally fine. DRX now with all inhibitors down.
Few things as debilitating as 3 inhibs down. You can't leave your base, and even if you're in your base, you're going to be forced to fight on terms that you don't want at all. because the minions are going to demolish your base if you don't do anything. So ideally DRX just clean up the jungle, back off, then come back and just use the waves to end the game off of that. Hanwha Life is going to be completely exposed, no fancy flank angles. Although Dudu and Karis both now sitting with a teleport available, so you need to make sure that you do a full row sweep, at least the path that you're taking or the position that you're getting. But Infinity Edge finished, Deft also getting his Surreal Dust. DRX is really strong, and their itemization is has really hit peak gaming.
Yeah, it really has. Even a stopwatch here for Deft, just in case.
I knew you were going to mention it.
Yeah. You never know when you're going to need that. When you're going to get Nard into the wall with your flash available. You can just stopwatch instead. Totally fine. And yeah, like you mentioned, they're just going to wait here for this Baron to spawn in about 15 seconds. The wave clear issue for the side of Hanwha Life Esports is even more amplified by the fact that, well, there's a lot of super minions pushing into their base. So free Baron here for the side of DRX. Unless we get the miracle steal from Samdi. I think was it Ice? As maybe they'll just go for the fight here. Onflake is getting in. He does go for the Crescent Guard. And he is extremely fast. Will Flash try to get away from this one, but it is Beryl, and he picks up both of them, actually. Nearly kills Samdi on the backside. No kills will actually occur. But the Baron did die.
I was worried they were going to go for the Drake. I think you could trade for Nexus here if you just keep going.
And they should be able to. Onflake, he uses his stopwatch. Nicely done, wins some Brendo points, but that is about it. As knocked into the wall there goes Dudu. He is Meganar now, but yeah, the turrets are going down. He is actually going to get pummeled out of this one. Kara is finally going to get into the back line in a team fight for the first time in this game. They are going to kill the Azir, but the Nexus will also be killed by DRX as they take the 2-1 victory tonight. Not super clean, but they get the job done, and the win is a win.
Zeka at the end, they're selling his boots to finish his death cap. Just teleports in, slowly walks up to the wave, and with Baron buff from that point onward, as long as you, as they didn't, don't run heads first into a Meganar or Akali, it is easy cleanup. And DRX, Hanwha Life made them work for it, and we do see some of the spring DRX issues rear their heads once again. And when they eventually face off against much stronger opponents, that is going to be a thing that they need to be mindful of. But their next opponent is Kwangwoo Freaks, so they have a little bit of time to really get things back in place.
Pyosik, let's get a helicopter as we get the zoom in.
They're waiting.
Cameramen are there for one reason, and one reason only.
Oh. Yeah.
All right.
That's your keyboard.
That's his cue.
No. No, maybe he feels
No?
like he doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, 2-0, so, or 2-1 rather, so
Yeah.
there were some mistakes, and I think that as DRX, as you mentioned, it's kind of like issues of the past rearing their head, you know, and you're like, oh, I didn't want to think about that. If you're a DRX fan, you're like, oh no, I didn't want to see that happen again. But it happens. DRX are going to have to deal with it as a team somehow. Because Hanwha Life should be a team that after the way they have looked, they should have been able to dispatch them 2-0, but it was not the case. Pyosik is still smiling. But no, he'll just give the bow and walk off. No celebration this time. I think that's just fine. If you do it every single time, it kind of cheapens the experience, so.
Also, yeah, also, as you're pointing out, Hanwha Life had such a good shot that most times when we see the Pyosik celebration, it's when they actually dunk. And that wasn't this game. Well, he did. Pyosik had a wonderful game here, extremely high impact on the Poppy pick we've seen in Pilot in the past as well. Him and King are really running the early game here for DRX. But it came down to, again, some of the mid-game errors for DRX. Getting caught off guard, not quite being ready for a Hanwha Life that was really making them work for every single play. And those are the types of errors that you can't really afford. Then at the state of Hanwha Life, there were highlights and there were lowlights, such as every time we see Dudu pay a visit to top side, and Fleek is on moves and not really able to get anything on any other side of the map. No pressure at all, not really getting anything. Karis, his individual play, still not up to par. And overall, interesting night. Hanwha Life got a little more adept at the drafts as the night went along. Still not quite sure about the Kalista priority, but DRX definitely respected it. Banned it out in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, if you had issues in game 2 and you don't feel up to the task, then just, you know, just ban it away. The blue side, you've got some room, some wiggle room in your bans. You don't have to ban all the OP stuff. Just take it for yourself, your first pick.
나 궁 없다 근데. 자, 이거 들어오는 것만 잘 마크할게 내가 W.
나 공업권 이거.
나 타워. 얘 지금 쳐보본다. 약 올려. 야, 얘네 못 들어와 W. 얘 들어올 수 있어. 이제 들어올 수 있어. 점프랑 프레스. 야, 날려. W 또 있어. 이카 막아줄게.
잡아줘.
다 와자.
Pyosik calling out every single time he has his W available.
까비.
You guys might have caught the W. He also really wanted that kill at the end. Kian was given a lot of kills. Pyosik was up there every single time. It was a nice time to be there. He also got gifted a kill by Karis. And then he ended up doing a lot of damage.
He did. And coming in, we were Deft and Beryl. They're the big duo. They're the ones that are the most consistent, and it's the top side that recently started playing well. In this game, Deft and Beryl, they were there. Deft in particular not having the best re-entrance to LoL Park, but they got the win, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, well, DRX pick up the win. I'm curious what the guys on the carpet space have to say, so let's throw it over to them now.
Thank you very much, Valdez, and thank you as well, Chronicler, for the first match commentary. I am, of course, Atlas. This is Wolf, and we're here to break down this series. DRX, they had what I like to call a Tristana composition. Pretty good in the early game, you know, Azir getting some priority as well as the GP up there towards the top side. In the early levels, definitely very strong. They have a bit of a slump in the mid game, and then it's late game domination. And that's kind of what we saw, however, it was done in a different way.
I think the slumping happened with some individual errors on the side of the DRX players, because Kingan had a great start, then he got picked twice, somewhat randomly, because he was disrespecting the enemy Akali, but at the end of the day, I think DRX had the stronger composition. It was the easiest Gangplank pick ever. And instead of banning the Gangplank, Hanwha Life Esports banned the Viego. And I think this kind of, we have to bring it back to the draft here, because Kingan is allowed to scale up and have all this damage because they didn't ban the Gangplank that they did ban previously. And then in game 2, of course, he didn't actually play it. He was like, oh, I'm going to play Olaf instead. We got to see kind of what it could have looked like if he didn't play Olaf. But at the end of the day here, DRX had prio in lanes, somewhat of a rough mid game, but the late game was obviously going to be superior. But Pyosik had one of the best games he's had all season on Poppy, which has historically been a champion he's great at. And a lot of what we look at here in this death segment is just going to be breaking down how much of an impact he made around objectives.
He absolutely did. Let's have a look at the first Herald fight. We decided to skip a few of the crazy moments with Gangplanks doing weird stuff because it was just a little bit too silly, but this was fantastic. Just get rid of a couple of targets and then lock down whoever's left.
Yeah, so both Beryl and Pyosik had a fantastic setup here. It didn't matter what Beryl did actually at the end of the day, because Pyosik was able to just send half of the team outside of the fight. And that's just as much as there is to say for that highlight. Gets them an objective, gets the map control, and helps shore up some of those big game problems we were talking about, because they had more vision. They ball out of control wards. They did not have the same vision problems they had in the previous game.
Yeah, and we have to sort of get in as well to how much value a Poppy has in certain compositions, right? So against Akali, against Na, against Xin Zhao, Poppy is extraordinarily valuable. So there are some of these times where in these drafts you're like, oh man, this Poppy angle is just fantastic. And even though Jhin and Karma not necessarily as susceptible to the steadfast presence, they're still wanting to scrap. They're still wanting to fight. And when that curtain call gets put down, that's when the front line needs to go in. That's when the Xin Zhao's charging forward. So as soon as you actually have the helicopter come out, then the entirety of DRX can just disengage. They're outside of vision, and that curtain call does absolutely nothing.
In the second highlight we're going to jump into here, it was a very slow setup for DRX on this Baron, and then finally they started it. Look at where Deft is in this fight. That really tells you a lot about this game, as Deft is taking red buff while they're slowly securing a Baron. And Hanwha Esports like, oh, it took us too long. Look at Cannon Barrage here to zone. And Pyoshik is like, okay, so if, you know, we're going to have to start this again, but if we just knock away the enemy jungler, then they can't smite steal it. So this is not a 50-50, guys. Hold on, just trust me. Ward over the wall deleted here. He's like, nah, still gonna clean this up. Don't worry, guys. Barrel also zoning out. And then Channel. On Fleek's like, no, I got this. I'm coming in, man. No, not even close. You're actually in outer space.
Yeah, and he was...
Smite's at 800.
He was trying to get in there with the audacious charge over the wall onto Pyoshik to try and get the smite steal, and it just did not work. And the really cool thing about that play is I kind of wish that they'd done it earlier, right? Because this is something that Poppy has always been extraordinarily good at, and when you have this draft that has Gangplank with a lot of damage, double Mask Azir that does so much damage to Baron, if you have a Poppy, then just start it up. Even if you miss the jungle, you then kill the jungler, right? You have so much control around that area.
And they had the Cannon Barrage to help zone as well. Like, they had all the tools to start this faster. They didn't, but eventually they were like, all right, we do this, right? Like, eventually they finally got around to your thinking there.
Yeah, no. Because like we were just yelling at the TV.
We were like, come on, just do the Baron, you have vision and everything.
Yeah. But you can imagine after, especially how game 2 went and some of the whoopsies, that, you know, it's not necessarily something they were super confident at. Let's get into the player of the game. We'll see whether it is the Poppy that grabs it, as Pyoshik does collect player of the game. 205, the only player in his team to not die.
He was the exact pick they needed, because, and I hope we get the bug splat moment where like Polly actually just runs into his wall he sets up there and actually dies. But he was a frontline in a comp that needed one so desperately, because they have the Gangplank and the Azir that do that sustained damage from such a good range. They also have an Ezreal, but they need a frontline to hold it all together, so he is so perfect at that. But he also became a great engage tool, a great denier of the Akali from coming through. Like, he did a little bit of everything this game. He kind of maximized all of Poppy's kit and personified what she is as a champion. As we watch this one more time, Fleek's like, I think I can get on this. Absolutely, no, you cannot.
Yeah, and that was actually a guess. I didn't realize that was blind as media. Keck W's in chat, everyone. One of them going over to Kingen, and Kingen did have a great game. So I actually think this is
not
necessarily one that you're going to guffaw completely at. However, 12 out of 13, always funny when someone gets it wrong. Still, I think that Pyoshik 100% deserved it, and his Poppy continues to be one of these picks that we get excited about every time we see it, which is really, really cool. It just shows that doesn't matter how much time goes by, still going to have those moments. And it was, I think it was last year that Pyoshik was really able to find some of those times.
No,
it was
ceremony,
the year before.
No ceremony. I was a little disappointed.
That's true. It's we were a little bit worried about the lasso situation and all that sort of stuff. Could have been very, very dangerous. When there were like pictures of the fans and things like that, and we were like,
well, when he grabbed the keyboard cord, I was like, oh no, he's not really going to swing it, right? But
yeah, thankfully that didn't happen. And now we've got him on stage alongside Zeka for the interview. So here's Ji-sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POD interview translation, joined by Zeka Pyoshik from DRX. Congratulations, guys. Thank you. DRX is on a 3-match winning streak. How do you feel, Zeka? Well, after we lost game 2, I was a little bit worried, you know, but I'm glad that we won the last game. What about you, Pyoshik? It's been a very long while since he had a winning streak in the beginning of the split, so it feels great, and I think we're going to win all the remaining matches as well. Well, and also, it was so glad to see Daft back at Lower Park. How are the players feeling today? Playing with a full squad on site. I was just
별 차이 없었던 것 같아요. 있나 없나.
not.
이렇게.
I mean, it's not that different, you know.
오래 같이 해왔었고.
Because we've been playing as a team for a very long time. So even though he was playing remotely, we were able to still communicate through the voice calls and stuff. So it was not a big deal for us.
말씀 잘하셔야 될 것 같아요.
What about you, Zeka? Well, he did say like he's not feeling super well today, but still he was trying to make a lot of calls and helping us concentrate in game.
제카 선수 1세트 상대가 칼리스타를 1픽으로
In game 1, we saw first pick Kalista from Hana Life Esports, and it was paired up with a very unconventional support pick, Amumu. So yeah, looking at their comp, you know, I kind of realized that we really have to focus up in order to win, and we did, and we were able to secure the victory as well. Do you think Amumu support is a thing right now? Yeah, I mean, we did drop game 2, so I think it's gonna be kind of a meta pick, just like the support Singed. And Zeka, your Ari was able to dominate the game. And Hana Life every time decided to play Zoe into Ari. Well, that matchup is all about, you know, the mechanical kind of level. But their kind of role is really different. Zoe is about, you know, poking prior to the team fight, whereas Ari is setting up for kind of plays for the teammates. And you actually took different runes for 2 Ari games. Game number 1 was Electrocute, and game 2 was Unsealed Spellbook. So I went with Electrocute because I wanted to kind of have more prio in lane, but that didn't really have a huge impact in game, so I kind of wanted to try something new with the Unsealed Spellbook for game 2. We are also really curious about the Olaf top for Kingen. It was actually Kingen actually saying that he was like, if I play Olaf against their comp, I will be just like living forever, you know? They will not be able to kill me, but I think it was more about our mistakes and not about his Olaf pick losing that game. Then what did you guys kind of discuss after losing game 2? Even though we kind of dropped the ball in the middle of the game, still, we kind of did well in the mid to the late game phase, but there was one team fight around the Drake where we were a little bit split, you know, we were not able to group up in order to take the fight, so we were not in a good position to get prepared for the objective fight. So that was the feedback, was what the feedback was about. And then in the in the next game 3, you were able to perform as a clean hitter of DRX on Poppy. Well, I think I would like to rate 80 out of 100 because there were some mistakes. Well, Poppy is not one of your most picked champions in the LCK, but how are you able to play so well? Because there is one streamer who is really good at Poppy, and I used to play a lot of duo queue with him, so I learned a lot from him. Any message over to that streamer, the Poppy god? Thank you. I'm gonna give all my credit to you for this victory. At the same time, even though the top side of DRX was doing well, but the DRX bottom duo was doing a little bit hard time down on the bottom lane against Jin and Karma duo. Deft and Beryl, well, thank you for always performing well. But in game number 2, there was one weird rotation from Beryl where we were about to get doomed because of that one play. So that's a bummer, but I know you can do it, you know. Keep up the good work, Beryl. And Zeka, I heard your family is out there in the audience. Do you know where they're sitting? We see them on screen. Well, they actually came all the way to Seoul from Pohang. So I want to say I love you to my mom, my dad, and my sister.
자, 이렇게 3연승을 달리고 있는 DRX 이번 서머 시작이 정말
DRX
좋습니다.
is having a
마지막으로
great
다음
start
경기
to the
광동
split
프릭스의
with a
대결을
3-0
앞두고 각오 한마디씩
start.
들어보겠습니다.
What is your
제가
goal against the upcoming Kwangdong Freak series? We got our revenge on Hana Life Esports, and our next revenge is on KDF, a team that eliminated us in the spring playoffs, so we're on it.
부탁드립니다.
What about you, Pyosik?
저희가 프로 때 풀세트 접전 끝에
So,
아쉽게
in the
졌는데
playoffs, you know,
이번에는 풀세트도
we had a
아니고 그냥
full
2대0으로
game series,
이겨보도록
but
하겠습니다.
it's gonna be a 2-0 victory on our side this time
자,
around.
함께 응원하도록 하겠고요.
This will
오늘
be the end of the interview
축하드립니다.
from Zeka, Pyosik, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from both Pyosik and Zeka there after their 3-game victory over Hama Life Esports. So not the cleanest, but a win's a win, eh?
Win's a win, and we got to see some really cool compositions out of DRX. Their
Yeah.
drafting was, I think, far superior all 3 games, and that's something that we haven't been able to say about all of our teams here in the LCK.
Especially not all of the DRX games. Let's have a look at the standings after that particular one as DRX remain on top. In fact, everyone has dropped at least 1 game so far. T1, of course, dropping that one in the Telecom War. Genji dropping one to Damwon Kia in their victory there. But DRX hasn't necessarily been fully tested yet. They'll be up against Kwangdong Freaks later in the week. But now we get to go into our matches of teams that have already played this week. And the first one is going to be Genji taking on Fred Brion. That will be after about a 30-minute break or something like that, guys. This match, I feel like Genji is going to take it, but I think Fred and Brion are going to push them this time around.
I think so too. I think it's going to be a long series. It's going to be Genji for the first time, maybe, besides their Dom1 series, actually tested in endurance.
Yes, definitely endurance. But we'll see you for that series after the break.
At night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, gag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Roll. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break, steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hey, hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. Think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you. They cannot conquer you.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second matchup of the night. It will be Fred Brion up against Gen G. Our first one win 3 games. Weren't necessarily expecting that because Hamalife were able to pull up an upset in game 2, but DRX eventually took it away. And now we do have another match where it's kind of like big favorite up against a team that's struggling.
Yeah. If you told me up front that DRX was going to drop a game, I'm like, oh, they are DRX. However, if Fred Brion even get a single game win against Gen G, in the form that Gen G is in right now, that's crazy. Because Gen G, to me, are looking, as of right now, as we are in week 2, the strongest team. Very well-rounded. The only arguable weak spot is Doran's laning phase, because post-laning phase he's still completely fine. Just gets killed every now and then in that 1v1 or overextends to do a jungle gank. But Peanut, Chovy, Ruler, Lahens, all in their own way playing incredible. Chovy is just still Chovy. Peanut is playing extremely aggressive. And that bot lane.
The bot lane's insane. They are actually insane with some of the picks that they do pick. Let's go into the points of the match and see what we do have in store for this one. 3-match and 6-game loss streak for Bro versus Gen G on a 3-win streak after defeating Damwon Kia. 0.5 kills at 15 minutes. Slow tempo Bro needs a fiery turnaround. I mean, they've kind of been that way the entire time, just Umpty has made more plays and faster metas in the past, so I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon.
In an interesting way, Fred Brion used to be the we wait for 30 minutes and the one key engage that we find we go in. But that kind of playstyle kind of has been nerfed with a durability patch. You need to consistently win team fights, and Gen G does that like no other. And this man in particular has really been stealing the throne. Carry, of course, getting support, POG or MVP split. And Lahen's like, I'm picking Singed, I'm stealing Barons, and I'm making use of the space that has been given to me, and it's been wonderful.
It's been nice to have your support play Singed and win lane with it, and then also steal Barons is very nice. Of course, they had to get into a spot where DK could actually start the Baron, which, you know, say what you will about the game, Gen G still was able to take the series 2-1. As Peanut is currently on 298th LCK wins. Upon victory in this match, he will be the 7th player to achieve 300 wins.
Yeah, Legacy Ruler on 334. Score also sitting there on 319. Now, of course, the coach for Gen G, and Peanut has perhaps had the biggest upgrade in terms of form. Individually, he looks so much better than Spring, where often he was a part of the Gen G victories, but he wasn't a main contributor, has been invading, playing very aggressively, has been doing exceptionally well in skirmishes, and yeah, that's how you get stats like this. That's including Damwon. Like, Damwon.
They're, these guys are very good. They're playing at a very high level. I think they took the time off to just get even better. Probably took, a nice break after the finals, maybe a week or two, and then slowly began to ramp up right when it was necessary. Spring sometimes can be the warm-up for summer, which can be the lead-up into the LCK finals of summer, and potentially playing in international competition. So I think Gen G are ramping up at the right time. We'll see how long they can continue with this strength.
And it's an uphill battle for these gentlemen. Admittedly, Fred Brion not necessarily having the easiest roster, facing both Damwon Kia and Gen.G in your first 4 matches. But even against Damwon Kia, I mean, you mentioned it as well. That's why you voted for Fred Brion in that matchup, is because in the past they've just been able to win that matchup, or at the very least look extremely competitive. And it feels like the magic is just missing for this Fred Brion squad at the moment. The medal read doesn't seem to be quite there. Umti is not leading as the general does his troops to certain victory, and they're there, and then they lose the game slowly but surely over a very slow amount of time, admittedly, you know, but Sandbox loses just as much, only just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, the Kingslayers is kind of, you know, what they have been known for in the past, as there they are on the big screen. Yeah, these guys have taken down big names in the past before. They've done it to Damwon, obviously, multiple times, and T1 as well. And now we need to see if they can do it against Gen.G. Maybe tonight's the night where everything turns around for Fred Brion, because if it doesn't, it should be a quick 2-0.
And good luck, because Gen.G right now is looking so dominant. There is consistency in drafts, then being able to read their opponents, find counter picks. Peanuts' proactive usage of the space that Chovy buys for him has been incredible. And Ruler and Lahans look incredible. Lahans just drawing cinch bans left and right. Ruler being fine with whatever he is asked to play. And the roster as a whole looking like the team to beat right now in the LCK.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Looking to continue with their streak. Everybody looks really happy on the team, especially Ruler and Lahens, giving us both a couple of waves. Everybody else kind of just standing there looking cool, as you do. You don't want to look lame in front of the camera, as that is a very detailed tiger and really nice font.
Taking a moment to admire that. Wow. Loving the artwork. Very, very good. We haven't really had any opportunity to appreciate the artwork tonight yet, Valdez.
I know.
We have been getting into games very quickly. Yeah.
You know, I kind of miss it.
What about the fans?
I kind of miss it.
Do you really?
I do.
Just maybe one.
Just, yeah, like one issue, and then maybe we can get to fan signs. There are so many of them out in the crowd right now. But first, we need to take a look at the key player matchup. This is a very interesting one. We're talking about how Doran's laning phase has not been great. He still has some nice numbers, I think, partially because when we say it's not great, I think it's just very volatile. It's not just bad or anything. It's just like sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good, and it's not very consistent. Whereas Morgan, I suppose, you know, with no wins for the team just yet, you had to find somebody.
And Doran is the one entrance that you have. I don't even think it's a great gap. Like I said, it's just his laning phase. Post-laning phase, on so many champions, he still does exactly what he needs to, right? It's not like Doran, when he gets solo killed once, twice, and late, or when he gets ganked after an overextension, that he randomly starts running it. We have seen top laners do that in the past. Shout out Summit, who together with Croco definitely could turn a bad start into a bad game. But for Doran, that laning phase might be the only weakness that you can see into this Gen.G. It's not Chovy's laning phase.
No, it's never Chovy's laning phase. He is always pristine, it
maybe
feels
it's
like.
His Valkyries or his packages. There's some improvement possible there.
Yeah. Maybe go back to the Azir. But, you know, everything changes from time to time, from week to week. We have been seeing a little bit less Azir, although he's still there. Obviously, we saw him in the last game. Fred Brion will get blue side. So that is one benefit they get. They get to start here on the blue side. But, you know, that's just the side selection because they are the home team for this round. Gen.G will, of course, get side selection for the next time they face off in the second round robin. I want to see, you know, we saw the Amumu come out for Hanwha Life Esports, right? We saw them do some off-meta stuff that at first we were like, oh, this doesn't, you know, we don't believe. we don't believe in this. And it didn't happen in game 1, but they were able to make it work in game 2. So maybe something new here from Fred Brion. I don't want to see, you know, Lava playing Galio and just getting absolutely smashed by Chovy in lane. That's something I don't want to see. Maybe some Corki priority on blue side. Let's see what they decide to go for.
You mentioned it. I would be shocked if Gen.G let the Corki go through, because it's Lava. It's what he does. Immediate Senna ban. Senna has been drawing more and more bans as teams have finally started to embrace some of the variety that she offers, although again it's often combined with the Kench. Still, one day we'll learn about other champions that work, but
like Yasuo.
Well, it was fun at least.
Yeah.
I don't know about Yasuo specifically, but why not? Why not Yasuo? Heimerdinger's buffed. Yeah, that's
there. You
cool.
go.
Yeah, that's a combo, and Azea taken away as well. So the scaling duo no longer going to be in our games. Fortunately, Victor has all but disappeared because the pick is just not that great. And if we can now also let go of Kalista, then we can move on to greener pastures, to Seraphines, which, by the way, is getting buffed on 12-12. Yeah, and is already really good. So please pick the champion. She's exceptionally strong, and Ahri is an option. Zeri is another big one that you also can't give to Gen.G. So double win there for Fred Brion.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, so far not anything to nitpick from the side of Fred Brion, but we are going to see an immediate Yuumi smackdown, and as well, the Wukong will come out here. I suppose you could have considered banning the Wukong if you weren't going to first pick it. The Lucian, we have seen teams let it go, but certainly here in the LCK, it is still very much banned almost all the time.
Can also imagine that if you are Hannah and the Light, you're not necessarily excited about the idea of playing into Ruler Lahan's Yuumi Lucian, especially if you want to prioritize the Zeri and see the Nautilus come down here. The Light with a secure engage support is very nice. The Poppy we've already been outspoken about is a great pick. Hello!
Okay.
Calling the bluff on this Zeri.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be really fast.
It's
going to scale really well.
Going to blow people up. Yeah, that's for sure. Based on the few appearances of Twitch I have seen, if I remember correctly, in the LEC was not necessarily amazing, but I don't recall if it was paired with Yuumi, because I do think this composition, if you just draft a little bit more frontline and you take away things like the Ornn, and then maybe pick up an R for Gragas for Doran here, or a Gnar if you use it defensively, and actually getting on top of this Twitch becomes difficult, then it's not going to be an entertainment game for Fred Brion. And there is the very, very small chance that this is a cheese pick and it's actually AP Twitch that's being flexed somewhere, which I'm not gonna entertain that until it actually happens. But that is at this point with Gen.G, I don't know. This team has thrown a lot of curveballs already.
Maybe it's Ruler that's playing Yuumi. No,
there's limits, fellas.
It's not gonna be Ruler playing Yuumi. And nobody's playing Veigar. I actually kind of like that ban. You know, there's already a lot of focus on the mid lane bans, and a lot of the top tier stuff has been taken away. Lava has played a lot of Veigar in the past, and in this meta, I wouldn't mind it at all. So they do take that off the board. No GP either.
I like Swain here. Though picking Swain blind can definitely get punished. Following the lava flowchart, the Orianna is about to get locked in here on the subsequent round of picks.
Or just Lissandra.
Well, now it will be, I assume, as Lissandra has a great matchup both into the Ahri and also might give you a chance to actually deal with Ruler. Requires you to find angles, sure, but great lockdown against the Twitch is kind of a necessity. If this is Gragas Lissandra, I would love that. That's a really nice round out of the draft. And Fred Brion at the very least have a draft here that has a lot of modes, decent matchups all around. Only risk that they run is that outside of the range of Zeri, once she gets her stacks up, it is a very short-range comp, and Gen G definitely are difficult to play into. So your engages need to be very, very crisp, need to find the good angles, and yeah, Aatrox would kind of augment that. If you look at trying to engage into this comp and the skirmishing power of Gen G, that's a frightening one.
It's certainly frightening. Fred Brion, I'm very curious to see the build as well of Morgan, because we did, of course, see the, what's the name, the Knights?
Yeah, Night Harvester.
Night Harvester, yeah.
On Zeus.
It's like Nightcrawler. I'm like, no, that's a...
Great movie.
Yes,
yeah.
Very, very, very creepy, but a good one. But yeah, I you know, that would be a way to augment their damage. You have some nice bursts from the Lysandra, and you have just one thick ball of a team fight composition, right? So it certainly plays into Fred Brion's strengths. You know, I don't mind it at all, and certainly there are ways to add damage to the composition, which could be, you know, especially if the Zeri isn't really getting fed and getting online, one of the issues, I think, of the comp.
Going to be...
Especially against the Yuumi.
Yeah, going to be an execution-heavy draft for Gen G. If they play like they've played in the past, I think this draft gives them all the tools that they need to win from basically any game stage. You have lanes to play for early with the Wukong, with the Ahri. You can set up a lot of proactive plays around Rift Herald as well, if you can actually get the longer skirmish with your Yuumi, with your Aatrox. And your late game, you have Twitch. Twitch Yuumi is pretty disgusting, even though the front line is not necessarily amazing. But Fred Brion team comp definitely easier to execute. And if Gen G make DRX-esque mistakes, it's going to still be a very winnable game for them.
Absolutely. Well, guys, there are no bugs. There are no delays tonight. Looks like we are just about ready to jump into the game, from what I can tell. The players are in the game. And here we go. Looks like we are jumping onto the Rift for game number 1.
Pleasantly surprised by the Fred Brion chairs. Of course, no match for Gen G, unfortunately, as one would expect. And hey, Morgan, seeing that? That's a first try rune if I've ever seen one.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
Ruler's positioning has got to be real crisp this game.
It is Ruler.
It is Ruler. So he dies once between tier 1 and tier... Actually, he hasn't done that all split. Kinda... It's not been happening.
Just as a team, they've been so much crisper.
Yeah.
Oh, pings, they saw him. Walking into their jungle.
Pub-em.
Imagine if the Yuumi didn't stealth as well and it was just like a Yuumi floating around. That would be weird.
Definitely the least fun way to play into Yuumi is if you also give her stealth. Which
well,
is the case here.
I have news for you.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. The downside, of course, of Yuumi Twitch is that you don't really have a laning phase, at least the early levels. It gets a lot better once you are able to pick up your ultimate.
Hololive Esports Viper, the world champ, up against One Prince Hybrid in 2020 LCK Summer. As here we go, nice hook comes in. 3-0 so far, by the way, for Henna on Zeri. So I feel like that was when, I mean, it had to have been when she first came out.
That's a sick KD as well. Good for you, Henna.
Nice.
Nice. Morgan again going for the assume the Night Harvester build, pick up Cosmic Insight as well, so the cooldown on that item becomes really, really short. It was changed to 30 seconds on this patch, so you can continuously proc it. Oppressive both in lane and also should be better than the kind of tanky, bruisery Gragas that we've seen into really struggle. Aatrox loves it when his opponents do a little bit of damage and then a little bit more and then a little bit more because he's Aatrox and he can sustain throughout all of that. And looking at the actual setups here, we see both junglers pathing towards bot side. because you have to cover here. Don't want an early dive to ruin Ruler and Lahens their time, although wave not that big, and I don't expect them to be that threatened, especially not with all the summoners still available. And 2v2 is actually really interesting here if you look at how Gragas versus the Aatrox plays out individually. Like I said, should be good for Doran, but when you add the junglers, it becomes a very different equation.
Yeah, it definitely does. You can see that, you know, engages onto the Twitch. Not too difficult. Delight has been landing these very nice dredge lines, but you're going to eat some extra damage on the way out, which has some nice range on him. It's not like the best in the world, but it's good enough.
It'll get the job done until he gets his ultimate. And yeah, the knowledge of Ruler and Lahens knowing that if it's a short trade, even if we get hooked, we're completely fine. Lahens jumping out every single time, jumping back in to give the shield, and then the range advantage as Hannah and the light kite back utilized very, very well. And no action early game is not necessarily, I think, either team going to be overly happy about, or by which I mean they're both equally neutral about it. As post 6, Chovy and Peanut and Doran, that top side going to be the big action point for Gen G. For Fred Brian, I expect the light to also make his way to the rest of the map, try and set up aggressive plays. Although Merc Freds for the top side of the map and just in general are going to have incredible value for Gen G in this game with the amount of CC and magic damage that's available. Even Zeri does a considerable amount of magic damage, and when it comes to the actual AD damage, it is just Hannah. The rest of the team not really helping in that regard. So itemization for Gen G, especially if they get a lead and a champion like Aatrox can pick up a maul at an early point in the game, it becomes really hard to play.
Good luck dealing with that.
Yeah.
I feel like Grievous Wounds going to be incredibly important. That was a full combo from Doran onto Morgan. It's still relatively early, so still cooldowns are a bit higher as he's going to hit another one. Oh, not going to continue on that, though. But, yeah, I mean, against Yuumi and Aatrox, I think absolutely. We're going to want some, even against Twitch, who is going to be life-stealing. Somebody's going to need to pick up some Grievous Wounds. As Umpty is pretty deep in the jungle going for that one. Peanut just going to hop away with the clone. And there are just, it's like everybody's in here from Fred Brian. A little bit of a party in the enemy jungle.
Let it go, Peanut. He's kind of fretting like, am I going to steal the Gromp? As Lissandra like saunters over. It's like, no, never mind. I don't want any fight to break out. As the rest of his team, of course, on the way, but not quite there yet. And at this point, there's not really a reason for to fight for Gen G unless you specifically get a charm or a really good setup with Peanut. But probably should save that for post 6.
This lane down here, after some early shenanigans, just not amounting to much. There is a bit of priority from the bottom side for Fred Brian. They could try to go for this early Ocean. But I think if you're Fred Brian, try to line up that Elder with your power spike at 40 minutes. As a team, of course.
I don't think you're going to get the opportunity against this form Gen G. I know you were being half joking, but I can't help but respond in earnest. Notably also...
It was like brief words joking, actually.
Okay, well, that's on me. Apologies for the misappropriation.
It's okay.
Or estimation, rather. Lahens going for a Yuumi. He has been the biggest fan of this. Wondering if it is going to be a Ludens or perhaps even a Leandris, although into the Fred Brian comp that wouldn't make too much sense. Or Everfrost. We've seen Everfrost Yuumi as well. And that is extremely obnoxious with Twitch specifically, because you're just in a lane and then you get Everfrosted out of nowhere. And
I hope he does.
Then you're dead. Well, it's Lahens, so he's I don't know what he's going, but you can be sure he's going to be up to no good.
That's for sure. He's always grinning, so that's how you know he's up to no good.
Cackling,
yes.
I would even say.
That's
he is
true.
A player.
He also does that. I just realized you never gave me a taste of the
We forgot.
What was the name of the?
Speculaas.
Speculaas.
That's actually great pronunciation.
Yeah.
Good on you,
I've been
fellas.
practicing. Maybe after the game?
With your other Dutch friend. Do I need to be jealous here?
Yeah.
After the game sounds good.
So,
So Speculaas, you want me to
see any good movies recently? Like, Delight going for the big gank on Cleanse Flash Ari. Not doing much. Actually, he's just clearing out vision, and he's doing a good job of that. You know, as some team might be looking for this first Drake. It's a good way to do it. Maybe even trying to set up here, as that's a Yuumi in trouble. Lahens is just going to die. First blood given over to Umpty as he gets caught by the Poppy.
Those stats going up for Fred Brion. That's the average kill record already being broken. And Lahens, unfortunately, getting caught. Any CC is a big problem when you're a Yuumi outside of any champion, and Poppy in particular is very debilitating. As Chovy and Lava.
Could just try to go for it for damage here, but with Cleanse available and Chovy looking to line this Charm up potentially, he has no vision. And so he's just going to say, no, you know what? I'll just back away from this one. Could have potentially tried to push the issue, but it's just not worth it, I guess. Just going to play it passively there, try not to die. And the Ocean Drake will be taken by Fred Brion.
Mountain Drake would be a really big boon if Fred Brion can start stacking up these Drakes. Of course, it's only an initial one, but the Gen G composition up until the very late stage of the game can definitely run into damage issues. Morgan!
Oh, the flash body slam! That was like max range, as now Doran's going to go for the flash, but guess what? Poppy exists. He's getting so much health back, though. As will the damage be enough? Yes, it will be. Follow-up combo from Morgan. And now that's 2 kills to Fred Brion.
And this is the Fred Brion playbook. Umpty making plays around the map, continuously looking. Doran also sitting on a lot of gold there. Picked up the Coalfield's Wall Armor a while ago, if I'm not mistaken, so might have been a little bit better had he actually had that Mercury Freds. Could have been the difference maker. You saw how much he sustained, but not going to be enough. And now...
Swap to no boots, by the way. Trying to finish off the edit.
Yeah,
it's possible.
It's fine as well. And the perplexing part of this is that, yeah, that's very unfortunate timing. Because they see Peanut the moment that, or they see Umpty rather, the moment that Lahens autos.
Yeah.
And that's not ideally what you want, as very well set up here. As, yeah, the Statfus presence. Unfortunately, Doran does use his, I want to say Umbral Dash into that and not able to stay alive again. Setting on a lot of goals might have been a difference maker. Very nicely done. Fred Brion going to turn it into a Herald as well. And this is the type of composition that, again, it's fine, even if you do fall behind early, but a Fred Brion that gets early game leads is Fred Brion we haven't seen thus far.
Yeah.
In the Summer Split, and I'd be happy for them to make a return because this team is very easy to love.
Yeah. The Charm comes in, Lahens is like, oh, I wish I was a support that did something at this point in the game. Just a nice little trade there from Chovy. And Gen G, you know, they have been kind of getting away with going for certain comps and just kind of hanging out and then winning their lane slowly and then eventually just winning the game. Not every game has just been a straight-up Stomperino, as that's going to be the ult, and into the wall, into the Lissandra, and you are just gone. Chovy doesn't get a chance to use anything. Fred Brion, clean.
Vintage, Fred Brion, and the difference maker, the General. We called on him today and said, Umpty, you need to lead the forces. It hasn't really happened in recent games. Well, in this game, it definitely is happening. They are making plays around the map. Every single gank thus far, every play from Umpty has worked out, snowballing here on the Poppy. And the Gen G scaling, still very good. It is only a 1k gold lead, and Gen G has fought themselves out of worse situations. So it's not really a reason to get overexcited or make any grandiose statements towards Fred Brion. But we literally have not seen them play like this up until now.
So should I
Summer Split.
cancel the hashtag BroMomento tattoo? Or
You were making that appointment as this was happening.
Yeah.
As this game came in, and you were like, I got
hashtag BroMomento.
I gotta cacao my guy. We gotta get this going. I would maybe put it on hold.
Yeah, okay.
It's not impossible. This is following the threaded Brion blueprint for wins.
So what do I do about my hashtag GoBro tattoo that I already got?
Wow, that's a banger. Keep that one. There's nothing wrong with that. They made playoffs.
Yeah, that could also work for many different scenarios,
actually
not
think
just League of Legends.
I think it's better if it's about the threaded Brion team than you just having a tattoo that says
True.
GoBro.
Uh-oh. I think Lava, I think he sniffed something out here. There was a sneaky rat hanging around here with this cat on a book. And that's a nice little read from Lava. Just backs away. That's one way to avoid any of those weird shenanigans from the Twitch. Oh, that feels bad. Oh, the charm comes in, though, as Lava might be in trouble here. The Cyclone as well, just going to go into the Frozen Tomb himself, but a follow-up is good enough as the clone gets knocked away, even after the death. So Gen G do get a piece back.
Peanut coming through with the emote game strong again. Chovy that sets it up. And the initial kill, or the initial play are working out very nicely. Gen G gonna make sure that we don't get an early stackage of Drake for Fredabri, and also gonna see what Drake we are going to get, because I mentioned for Gen G, Mountain will be great. Won't be that though, will be the Hextech Drake. And Zeri with Hextech Drake is not okay, and neither is Twitch. So both teams gonna have to fight for these.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. We are going to get some fights before everybody's kind of built up their Exodias, their relative, stacking of 6 items or anything like that. We will get some action. So it's very nice to see, especially because both teams have a Drake too. So will be both sides trying to stack that up as soon as possible. Umpty, once again, extremely active, very aggressive in their face, clearing out the wards on Gen G's side of the Rift. Still just a 1,000 gold lead. There has been slightly better farming here for Ruler, with all the focus on the top side of the map. Of course, also Chovy is up 20 CS, because that's just what he does.
I was expecting you to just not mention it, because it's such a...
Those two lanes always win.
They just do. Slow is enough, and then crucially, Chovy hits the charm, meaning that Lava already takes the brunt of the damage. Umpty trying to save his teammate, but not going to be... Yeah, I told you. Remote game of Peanut.
I was talking about the cycloning clone that just went flying.
Yeah.
It was, the slapstick humor, it gets to me sometimes.
Why is there no banana peels in League? Imagine
there should be.
Imagine a champion has T-mushrooms, but instead of poisoning and slowing, your champion just falls over and lies on the ground for like a second.
Incapacitated.
And then only you hear like a little musical jingle, like a little yakety sax, just a bit.
I want to play that champion right now.
I know.
It sounds so fun.
For the people playing the champion, yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Party's here.
Yeah, the party is here. Peanut has flash, and Chovy is Ahri though, so with this turret still available.
Ghost. Ghost and peace out.
See ya.
And even though the early game lead was in favor of Fredabri, the first turret block going to be here going towards Chovy. Going to feel very, very good about that. And Fredabri not able to maintain the gold lead. Still have a lot of great elements. Their team fights still extremely strong. If they can get on top of a Lahenza Ruler out of position, should be good, but not going to be the snowball that maybe we were expecting. And yeah, still on hold for the tattoo appointment.
Yeah. Just waiting. We do have the second Rift Herald that is coming along here. Hence, got to be really careful about just floating around by his lonesome again. He's going to go onto the Wukong. Obviously, Yuumi has so many fantastic targets to just hop on. Has all the vision controlled here. That is the knock-up into Peanut. The final chapter comes in, though, and Peanut will survive. The damage is there from Ruler, who pops the ultimate. And that's just a straight-up double kill from them. They could not coordinate to get the death onto Peanut. And that committal means that 3 kills will go to the pockets of Gen G.
And we mentioned it. If you engage and it's not onto Ruler, you better have a plan. Even this early in the game with just a Blade of the Ruined King finished, if you throw everything into a Wukong with a Yuumi on top that has ultimate available as well, it's gonna be easy pickings for Ruler, who can just stand there and also max stack his poison and then take down your entire front line. Even a nice cast from Roland not going to be enough, as Gen G first to really take a breakaway lead here, going to get the Herald, going to get more kills, and going to get a bunch of gold into Ruler, as Doran, I am sure, is definitely gonna have a problem here.
He doesn't have Flash, and he does not have World Ender. He does not have any friends around him. They are elsewhere on the map.
Yeah.
And so he will just be dead. A little bit too far down the lane. But maybe it was calculated, as the Rift Herald was dropped in the top lane. And they should be able to get a nice push there, as well as a mid-turret, potentially. Although with the rotation, Lahen's just going to have to jump on there. They're not going to get the mid-turret, but look at the damage that's being done on the top side. So 3 people committing to killing Aatrox? I don't know.
Yeah, the Aatrox rotation in of itself was maybe salvageable, but everyone then trying to collapse on Ruler or Anti rather and the Light, and then not really getting anything is definitely bad news. Itemization choices to be mentioned is also that Chovy has gone for the Banshee's Veil, which into all the high impact ultimates from Fred Brian's actually, I really like. They don't have that much range going. The poke is really only Zeri, or you have to walk into barrels. So that means that the ability to pop a Banshee's shield is actually not really there. So he can play a lot more up front and not be as afraid. And also, we mentioned Twitch already with Yuumi. Wukong also has stealth. It's just, like, neither of those are very fun and interactive.
Submarine comp. There's no Shen in this game, but here we go. Jumping on in there. Delight is going to get knocked up, and immediately the Nautilus is down. Henna is exhausted. The damage not really coming in, and Peanut just going to flash away. Chovy wants to continue, though. Lands that perfect charm, and he's got Ruler with the damage right behind him. Lands another one. The stopwatch in their faces. That's another charm is going to land. You've got to be kidding me. Triple kill comes in, and another dash is available. Chovy gets low. He's looking for that highlight play. He already made it. Gen G, they turn on the thrusters, and this game might just be over now.
Yeah, I think Baron, Yuumi is available, so even though it's 20 minutes, the damage should be surmountable. And it is a Chovy and Ruler highlight. Again, Fred Brian engage, and it's a 3 versus 5. 2 people get knocked away from the fight. Doesn't even matter, as, oh, we're gonna go back to this. No. This fight was also not great, as so much damage is thrown. Everything is thrown into Bursting Peanut. That plan doesn't even work out, and Ruler is legit just standing there in auto. That's it. Well, I mean, he's moving a little bit. Let's look at Ruler. Boom, boom. What is? Look at literally lined up.
Line it up. You're talking about bowling. I mean, this is not fair. He's got the piercing shots.
Watch this. Watch Ruler. And the how
he got rooted.
Yeah. And then he's not autoing.
Everybody tries to kill Wukong with the Yuumi again.
It's the exact same play.
And the Chovy highlights. He's got the Yuumi on his back. Lahens knows where his bread is buttered now.
다 맞추긴 했어.
He said, I hit everything. And yeah, that was pretty good. Delight is going to face check here. Peanut does take a bit of damage, but again, Yuumi is in there. Lava behind enemy lines looking for someone, and well, he's going to have to choose himself. Down he will go. Just feeling a little bit desperate now. At least Gragas has grievous wounds. As down will go the Zeri. Jeez. This Twitch, he's 3-0-6.
No biggie.
He's pretty large. Will Peanut die to Umpty?
I think he will.
Well,
no!
He lives.
There's no justice in this game, Valdez. We went... cancelled the tattoo appointment first and foremost. We went from, oh man, it's a pretty even game for the, and I stand by.
Great start.
I stand by Fred Brian looking better than they have thus far.
Yeah.
Also doesn't really matter.
Dead. And Morgan's like, oh, he probably left, right? No. I think after the last 3 team fights, though, you're allowed to make mistakes like that. It's okay. I can't blame you if the mental is pretty gone.
This one is done. And Fred O'Brien is a team that's easy to love. They had a rough early schedule. DRX, Damonkia, and Genji. And we've seen how long a bad early start can linger. Think back to DRX last time around, who started 0-3, and it took them a long time to really find their momentum again.
Well, Chronicler, I don't know what to tell you. Fred Brian, very lovable, but also very done and dusted in this game. As the charm this time is not going to land. That's like more surprising than anything else that we've seen in this game. I thought those were magnetic. As Genji, not necessarily a team to back away, but they might do it here after the second inhibitor, especially with the 4 members of Fred Brian being available. Although it was a fake.
Oh!
Nope. They've learned.
I was like, not again.
He's only 5-0 and 7. I think he deserves, you know, at least 3 more kills.
Cat and the rat on a continuous adventure.
So sneaky.
The sheer, I don't know if there's many things in League of Legends that match the sheer joy of being a fed Twitch.
He saw him stealth on the ward. Oh wait, no. That's their wards. Never mind.
That's Twitch right there. You hear that giggle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's very good at the Twitch cosplay. All right, let's see it. Now he's got red buff. Just got to clear out all these wards first and then go for it. And you just know that he could probably 3 or 4 tap anyone right now. He's got 3 items. Certainly built for the team fight, but still can get the job done if he finds anybody. And it looks like it's going to be Umpty. Okay, not going to overcommit for it. It is Poppy after all.
Lockdown is still there. A lot of upfront burst to Fred Brian, but gold leads 10.5k. 2 Drakes down, and don't think this base is going to hold on Veldes.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Fred Brian has. Oh, okay. Well, the charm is going to land.
You win these.
The Poppy Copter also landed. So that's something, I guess. Oh, that flash was just disgusting. Oh my god. Yeah, they're gonna. Yep. They're gonna take him out for dinner and not call him back. This is this is not pretty. Down will go the Nexus and the turrets and all the members of Fred Brian here. Genji gonna stomp them in game number 1. Gave him a little bit of hope there at the beginning of the game. But at the end of the game, it's still Genji on top.
We talked top Lahens, Ruler, Chovy. They deliver. Lahens dying a little bit early in an unfortunate accident with a blast come over the wall. But outside of that, it was the Chovy and Ruler show. Honestly, Chovy, the one that I think gave the more extraordinary performance and is without a shadow of a doubt going to pick up POGs because let's be honest, it's Chovy. But both him and Ruler are just running over their opponents. The skirmishing from Genji is miles ahead of Fred Brian. And you see it in the first fight. The setup for Fred Brian in terms of laning phase, not even that bad, but the difference between these 2 teams, the moment you get out of lane, how they walk up to objectives, how the vision is controlled, how the front to back is played out, it's not even close.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that Fred Brian, you know, I think they did more than maybe even they themselves expected to pull off, right? So,
it's Genji.
Yeah, it's Genji. At the end of the day, you can kind of take it, you know, it's not been a great start. You can take this as a learning experience. It started off well. Where did it go wrong? obviously, with that fight in the river over the second Rift Herald is where we can see it very clearly, even on the gold difference graph here, as Ruler at least is going to win the damage war. Very curious about the POG vote war.
Hoping for a 6 versus 7.
I think it will be.
This game deserves a 6 versus 7. As you point out, one fight was all it took, really. From that point on, Genji just won the game. And the former Fred O'Brien here, at least today, looked better. Umting was able to rally everyone early around a couple of great ganks. Was able to outpace Peanut. And against Hololive next week, that might be enough. But against Genji, unfortunately, you need way more.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's game number 2.
해볼게.
아.
잘 안 나오네.
노틸 먼저.
여기서 빼도 돼. 여기서 빼도 돼.
다시 바텀 웨이브 오는데 한 번 더 하자.
더 하자. 오케이.
이할로 보자.
커피 녹음. 온다.
아. 나이스. 아래 타워 먼저 얘들아. 아래 타워. 아래 타워 깨고 안 되면 끝내도 돼 얘들아. 이거 다시 가자. 내가 갈게.
끝내자.
이거 이미 나 타워.
난 너무 아파. 난 너무 아파.
쉣. 유미가 먹었어.
되네. 아니 이게 되네.
나이스.
한 대, 두 대, 넷, 다섯.
The night beckons while you dream.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was a pretty quick finish to a game of League of Legends. And coming into it, the draft told me that Freddeprion had it pretty decent, right? They had an idea of what they wanted to do. But Genji had a bit too much fun and won the game.
I like the Zeri, the Poppy is getting more popular, and then the Gragas to round things out pretty nice, pretty safe into almost anything, even the Aatrox, so that was R5 there. The Lissandra they had counterpicked for the Ahri. They were going to get one counterpick one way or the other. They had Lissandra ready. But the Twitch pick was really the X factor here for Genji. We've seen it in other regions quite a bit. It's very strong right now. And I was wondering who was going to be the first player to play it here in the LCK, and it was Ruler. He became invisible. He made a cat on a book invisible, and he was roaming around the map killing people towards the later parts of the mid game there. And this was Genji, our fastest, most successful top team right now in the LCK versus the slowest team. Yeah. And they were even able to put Freddeprion down in sub 30.
Yeah, they certainly were, and it did not look close towards the end there either. The demonic menagerie, which is like what I like to dub this composition because of the fact that Aatrox is there as the demon. The rest of them were just a bunch of animals, and they played like animals towards the mid to late game. It was just ridiculous the amount of damage they managed to get done. However, things went relatively well for Freddeprion in the early game, and we do want to kind of highlight some of the positives for these guys.
So the early game here, they were able to find 3 picks. So this is the one where they stop the hens here by just charging him into the wall, cannot get the reattach, goes down. Second one is the coolest one because Morgan has a perfectly buffered flash body slam cast here when jungler comes up, so Humpty needs to secure this kill on Doran. Doran buys a lot of time here. Fortunately did dash into the steadfast presence, but neither here nor there. And then this is Chovy just unfortunately getting caught by a hook here. Delight was fishing for this several times, they were able to remove the cleanse earlier with a really nice play from Lissandra, then they had the follow-up there. So 3 early kills gave a nice lead to Freddeprion, but they weren't really able to turn that into good objective setup, so Genji wrestled back control.
Yeah, the thing that I liked about these highlights, it sort of does accentuate the fact that Freddeprion had a composition that knows what it's going to be able to do, right? The chain CC is ridiculous. The fact that Poppy's there with the steadfast presence to deny anyone getting out of there, fantastic anti-Yumi tech as well. It all sort of comes together and it kind of works out, but you need to be able to execute when it comes to these team fights. And let's jump into our next highlight, and this was a surprise rat attack.
Yeah.
It was.
And Freddeprion had a nice setup here. Delight's in the middle, so he can actually engage, but then they all line up. And Chovy's here on the angle to hit this charm. So, I mean, Gragas is called, they all line up for the Yumi ult as well, and Ruler is just going to pop off here in this fight. And it's the first of many where they all just simply line up for his ultimate. And in a scaling meta like this, Twitch can look good in later parts of fights on as he scales extremely well. But this felt like a solo queue game. You and I were saying like, oh, this is like enemy Twitch on the enemy team got 2-fed. You're like pinging his bounty, you're pinging the bot duo that like fed him, and you're like, all right, well, now Ruler's just gonna carry this game. We had a really amazing moment for Chovy that we don't have highlighted here because it was very long. On the Ahri, he had a fantastic game too. I wonder which one of these 2 carries will actually end up getting the POV.
Yeah, so this is the debate between the 2 of us. I'm kind of expecting that Chovy's not going to get robbed this time around just because of that amazing mid lane play or series of plays where he found charm after charm after charm, got all of those resets, picked up all the essence and got a whole bunch of kills, really allowed the team to do well. But then there were those submarine moments on the Twitch as well.
And he had good ults, his awareness of vision towards the end, which, I mean, the game was basically over already, but he pushed super hard to try to get those picks, picking the Nautilus there in the end. Helped secure the game. I'm leaning towards, I voted for Ruler, and might be a little bit biased because first switch of the LCK, but we'll find out.
Well, we'll just have to see who picks it up as we go over to our POG now. And not robbed this time around, Wolf. You tried as you might, but I think the Twitch was definitely fantastic. Great to see our first Twitch back after a couple of years, I think,
like
since
3
we had our last one. Of course, it was Viper that picked that one up, and he hasn't been in the LCK for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, his CC score was immensely high, and this was the highlight moment I was talking about earlier that we didn't put in our clip just because it's a very long one.
And we were going to see it anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he won, which it was 50-50 for me. Like, I almost voted for Chovy, but I decided to go to Ruler, but he wins in the end, and like, The dude is just crazy on Ahri. They banned away his Azir, which I thought was a good choice, but they let the Ahri go all the way late into the draft, and even against the Lissandra counter pick, he pops off, and it's somewhat split.
Yeah, interesting. So we do have, 4 votes going over to 5, going over to Ruler. So yeah, a little bit more split than I was expecting. I kind of thought that it might have been a bit of a KEKW situation, but not actually going to be the case. So he escaped that one. Stop spamming it in chat, you guys. I can see you. I know I can't actually, but I'm assuming that it's still going.
I'm cool with the KEKW.
Yeah, exactly. All right, but we are going to throw it back to our beautiful casters to take away game number 2.
Thank you guys for that wonderful breakdown. We didn't get the 7 and 6, but we did get the 8 and 5.
Close enough.
Yeah, that last play, I mean, I love that we got the pro view of it too, just to show how difficult that is.
He makes it look so smooth.
Yeah.
That's the type of game that makes you like, oh man, I'm gonna play Ahri in solo queue. It's gonna be great, and then you just don't hit charms. Ever in your game. You're like, what? What's going on?
This champ sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it might not be the champ. Well, Fred and Brianna are going to choose blue side again. Not a big surprise, obviously. Whoever's got side selection or loser privilege does pick the blue side every time. So I wonder what they will change going into this draft. That is a sick Corki.
Wow. Love it. The hair flip as well.
Chovy fan.
Great combo. And it's a tough one for Fred and Brian. They look honestly better than they have thus far, but it's against Gen G, and Gen G still beats them in like 25 minutes, which must be disheartening. And one can only hope that the Fred and Brian team doesn't take it to heart too much, because next week it's Home Alive, and that should be an opponent that is very much up to their size. Immediately, Lahens doesn't get to enjoy some Yumi gaming. Are they going to get banned Singed as well? Is that what happens now? You just ban 2 Lahens champions, and then he brings back Elise, and then you got to ban that as well.
Elise, God, who's that? I don't know that champion.
She still exists.
No.
Level 3 dive, just as support in the bot lane.
That sounds nice.
Let's do it.
I think they're just going to go ahead and ban the Azir.
Oh, yeah, they are.
And leave the Lucian available. Lots of thought given to this. They do want to deny the Zeri, and so that will be taken off the board here.
I don't mind the Lucian ban, and then Gen G is kind of forced to ban the Azir. They can also leave open Azir, ban Renata, and then you get either Wukong or Azir, which neither you're going to be very happy with to give away as Red Brielle, but that's a position you're in. And that is going to be Umti being able to play the Wukong. So Viego is the general handshake. Azir going to certainly get picked up in this rotation. Jungler can also wait till third, or they can even postpone it. Don't think that Peanut necessarily needs a really good matchup. Can also pick up a Poppy later on. But the Azir would be very surprised. Azir Viego is kind of the no-brainer response here.
Yeah, or you just you get chatted up again and you go for Ahri into Lissandra with it open. I mean, he was really fantastic with it, and Ahri Viego is kind of that classic 1-2 that we used to see all the time.
Yeah.
But, I mean, his Azir is better and it's safer, doesn't get countered by Lissandra. But I think Chovy might not care about counters, so I don't know. Let's see. The Rakan is going to get selected first, though.
This creates the same trap that we saw earlier on, where Fred and Brian, you can pick Ahri, get countered, or you don't pick Ahri, and Gen G can third rotation Ahri, and then ban Lissandra, or not even ban it, because again, as you pointed out, they might not even care.
Yeah.
Blind Gwen gonna come through here, and it is the Ahri going over. Fred and Brian now having that Ahri Wukong combo that Gen G piloted so well. Heavy on the magic damage on top side, so preferably picking up an AD carry that has a lot of physical damage. And Gen G can even go into like a Zaya here. The Fred and Brian comp thus far is very short range. Synergize as well. That's a Chovy skill check, if I've ever seen one. Or it might actually go to Doran, because it is a matchup that we have seen repeatedly into the Gwen, so not too much information is given away here. It can be the expected result will be towards Doran. but I would not be surprised if Fred Brion still bans any responses here to make sure that Gen G can't flex around the Akali too much.
Yeah. Kalista going to be denied. Of course, Kalista could even go with the Wukong, I suppose. The Azir and Lissandra bans wouldn't be surprising, especially if they're considering the same thing that you said with the Akali into the top side. Yeah. We'll see what the second ban is going to be from Gen G, though.
It's okay. Chovy will lock in Malzahar. It'll be great. Can't wait.
He's going to play Heimerdinger.
Well, you can block the charms.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no problem. I don't even like Malzahar that much. I don't know why I keep asking. I'd much rather use my, get the crazy prediction on a Seraphine or an Udyr or something a little more entertaining. There is a Lissandra ban, as pointed out. And now Gen G can either commit or they can pick up an AD carry and still leave open where that Kali is going to go. But with both solo lanes already being locked in for Fred Brion, there's not as much benefit to that. It's mainly just to make sure that Ruler secures himself a matchup he's happy with.
Oh.
You know my feelings on this, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him in Arcane and I was like, ooh, I don't really like that character.
I think he was more likable between him and Jace.
True.
If you know what he turns into,
yeah,
not so much.
Yeah, but this pick is very strange, I would say. I mean, and now Aphelios, right? Tom Kench, extremely strong on the side of Fred Brion.
It's Xayah. There's no way they don't go for Zaire. Has Rakan, good into Aphelios, good into the Fred Brion comp. The only question becomes whether Ruler will go for lethality, the much aligned or misaligned rather build that we've seen countless times. Is okay. Well, that is it's kind of a gauntlet because you don't have that much peel. And Gen G, I love draft game number 1. This is the we are better draft.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't have to do this, but if you're trying to make a point, certainly go ahead. Yeah. Now, we might run into the same thing that we had in the first series where, I mean, at least DRX kind of respected them in the draft. This one definitely very different. Yeah, your peel amounts to Viego's stun and I guess Rakan.
Nah, Lance gonna be diving in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Aphelios isn't great, but the top half is, and the top half into a Jinx with no peel should have a good time. Good luck, Ruler.
Well, we'll see if he can cut it out, as he has many times before. But yeah, really nice, well-rounded comp here from the side of Fred Brion. I feel like no complaints once again. I liked their comp in game number 1, 2. It will come down to the execution, as Atlas did say, but based on the picks, not bad.
And the Gen G comp has a very well-rounded damage profile, but not that much CC. It really is just up to Rakan. So if you fall behind with this one, it becomes really, really hard to play out the game.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting straight into game number 2 once again. Let's do it. All right, off we go once again onto the rift here.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
So this Aphelios. We have seen Kanchas play a lot more aggressive, as we've pointed out in the past, and Kanch Aphelios still remains a very strong combination. Into specifically Gen G, though, between Chovy and Ruler and how the fights late game are expected to play out, it becomes really hard for Hannah to have a big impact. And if Doran or Peanut goes in too aggressively and they are not able to 100-0 him and he has the right setup and Kench is there, it becomes pretty hard to play out. But I expect Hannah to mainly just be a Gravitum ult bot. Is he actually going to Gravitum ult or is it just Inferno ult every single time, which always makes me a little upset. Probably, but he is actually, unironically, a really strong setup, because if you can lock down the Gen G comp, if you can take away the mobility, lock down Chovy, lock down Ruler and Doran, then the Fred and Brian comp just looks really strong. Great start, or ways to start the fight. Resets coming through for Lava are going to be really big. The one downside of the comp from Bro is that if you, again, are not decisive and you kind of half engage into specifically Chovy, who, as we know, will finish 2 items by like 20 minutes, you're going to run into trouble. But the Victor hasn't really been doing that much thus far in the LCK.
Yeah. Especially into Azir, I guess, against the Ahri.
It's a little better, yeah.
If you dodge charms and you do well, you're gonna feel a bit better. You don't just have to flash immediately once the Azir decides to engage onto you. This top matchup should definitely heavily favor Gen G. You can see it in the numbers. Doran is a fantastic Akali. This has been an answer in the past, even when Gwen was more broken than she is now. I think she's a lot more balanced now, but still very strong.
Yeah, still a good pick. And there's a couple of elements that make the matchup, as you're saying, like pretty favorable towards the Akali, though it is Akali. Her Lillian phase is never going to be fun. And that is the lack of easy access to Amar as Peanut. Early visit, but really big wave, and Umti's on his way. Yeah.
It's going to spot him with the ward, and he can just back away, so that's totally fine. Peanut doesn't have to worry about that too much. Lava was opting into so many early trades with the Victor. It's not really what you want to do.
God.
He had to teleport back to lane with 9 CS. So I'm not sure why he was doing that exactly, but not necessarily handling the wave or the lane too well to start.
Oh no, Jonas Strong, why?
Ooh, he missed that last range minion too.
Yeah, so not only is that a full wave already being won by Chovy, as Doran...
Oh, Ignite comes down, but Morgan's getting ignited too, and he doesn't have another dash. Doran going to outplay the very aggressive dive.
At the very least, Morgan can TP back and won't be missing that much, but giving over an early kill to Akali in this matchup is very painful. And as we were getting into when the attempted gank on top side came in, reason why Akali is very, very adept in this matchup, because none of her damage effectively gets blocked by the Gwen, because Gwen is immune when you're out of range. That's not the case here, but I'm getting interrupted again.
Yep, slow comes in, and Lava is going to have to flash, but very calmly, Peanut just flashes into range, waits for the flash, then he uses stun, easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Nice little engage here from Delight, but at the end of the day, not going to be able to follow up on much. And, you know, we talked a lot about the draft and how Gen G were flexing a little bit. It really sometimes doesn't matter what you pick if you just stomp them in lane.
Yeah. Peanut also making good use of the early pressure that Viego has, whereas Wukong is obviously amazing in team fights. The setup that is available to the Viego is a little bit stronger. And you don't even have setup. That's the crazy part of that lane. Chovy literally just outtrades as hard as he does, and that's why that gank is possible. As if you get the kill here, you're feeling so good as Morgan, but doesn't come through. And then here, you don't have a choice as Lava, you basically always die. Might have even been better to save the flash.
Yeah, that's true. Peanut was like, yeah, not bad, right?
Come on, that was Chovy's effort, Peanut. You just walked in there.
Hey, man, it was good timing. The wave was in a great spot, all set up by Chovy. Wait, I mean,
Chovy robbed again, I can already tell it. Okay, back to Akali. Maybe this time we'll get there.
By the way, Doran,
yeah,
I didn't actually mean to cut you off, but Doran did call the dive was coming a couple of seconds ahead. Anyway, go ahead.
Ah, I mean, that's a great translation, Valdez. That's, I don't mind being interrupted for that. So, the reason why Akali's good into Gwen, besides the obvious fact that you can't really deal with her damage, Gwen's early game, especially now, has been neutralized. The resistances on her W have been reduced. If you didn't know that she also gets resistances in addition to immunity. You know, I get that because I don't know why it's there. But that used to be a really big reason why she was as tanky as she was. as Doran takes a shot, but will be fine regardless. And in addition to that, the itemization in terms of resistances for Gwen into AD are really easy. There are so many great options. You can easily go steel caps. You're able, and against basically any top lane champion, the auto attack reduction is going to be exceptionally strong. You can pick up early Seekers, you can go Zhonya second. Just a lot of ways in which you can make that matchup better and make sure that you start winning it earlier on, and then Gwen scaling matches basically anyone that you can possibly throw into top lane. But because you can't really itemize defensively very well, becomes very hard.
Peanut's in trouble. He's just gonna face check. No flash, you're dead.
Yep.
Yeah, he just had no idea they were in that river, and he's like, yeah, I should be fine. He even dashes into that brush. Just a straight up old classic traditional face check.
Nicely done. There by Delight. Good setup. Making the roam work. And a little bit of respite for Fred Brion as they pick up a kill onto Lava. That was it, by the way. I don't have more Akali first.
I was waiting,
waiting for back to Akali.
Yeah. Back to Akali.
Yeah, it's what you'd expect, right? Like you're able to get in range, and your burst doesn't give Gwen the opportunity to use her ridiculous amount of healing that she has available with needlework, and then you just kill her, which is gonna start happening more and more, especially once Doran finishes his Riftmaker.
And it can be kind of thin, like if the Gwen gets a kill, you know, you have enough upfront damage and you're just out harassing the Akali, so she doesn't really get a chance to all in. But if it's the opposite and the Akali gets a kill, then as the Gwen, you're like, well, you're getting out harassed, you can be all in at any time. It just feels a lot more dangerous, and it just pulls all of the power over to the Akali side of the matchup. Not to mention that she was already going to have a good time, as Chronicler very nicely highlighted.
I'm just happy about Gwen being counterable again. The nerfs, hopefully, in a spot like this, should exactly be very noticeable. Less cooldown or rather reset on the E. And then in addition, the lack of resistances that she used to get on her W, making her a lot more susceptible.
So this is a old spring, just classic. We are going to all in 5v5 on the Rift Herald fight here. Fred Brion getting in there, double knockup, and immediately the Wukong nearly dies, but that is going to be the Viego that goes down first. Doran in the mist is going to do enough, but look at this, front to back. Fred Brion gonna take down Doran as well. Now they should get over and pick up the side.
And Gen G, if you don't start a fight off by killing someone, Chovy has Merc Threads. That's it. Like you don't have the damage yet to take fights like this. The Fred Brion comp has a lot of upfront bursts available that are able to utilize very, very well to just blow a Peanut within a single charm rotation. He stays alive for just a little bit longer, but the damage at that point is already done. Are we just making fun of Peanut now, production? Are we're gonna and then we're gonna cycle to the other replay? Is that what we're gonna do?
Watch how he gets charmed there, and then he gets charmed here.
Yeah, as he just sees Umti, and then is... Wait, that's not my catch? The one upside here is that Ruler gets a kill, and that is something that you can take away in the eye of the Herald. Was in fact picked up by Lava, so in the end, Fred Brion, they get the objective, they get a kill. And look at a little dip. Little dip in goal right there.
The little blip on the map. That is the goal difference over time graph map. Peanut's on vision here. He's just going to go ahead and take this down with a push. That did happen in the bottom side. It is just the first straight, first ocean. I've seen a lot of teams just give it away at times and just not really care. And Fred Brion, they do move in to look at them very sternly, but not do too much about it.
Give it away, give it away, give it away. Now Fred Brion doesn't want to contest early on, and I think with their comp, they don't necessarily need to. As we saw there, it works very well when they have the setup. We're still at the point in the game where neither Ruler or Chovy are big enough threats that you have to really respect their damage, right? And Ruler wasn't even really in that fight, only fired his ultimate, and that was enough to kill thanks to the good setup from Doran. But once Chovy hits 2 items and Ruler hits 2 items, the way that Fred Brion needs to play out fights becomes very different. As it was Lava that picked it up, and it's Lava that says, Yeah, I'll take a place. Thank you. That'd be great.
Humpty comes in here, he's like, yeah, let me get a piece of that. Thanks.
That's my objective that you
Yeah,
took,
he's
because
like, that's
I
a
was
jungle. That's jungle gold, like that's supposed to be mine. You can't just take it away.
You wouldn't download someone else's scuttle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Crowd? No, okay. I'm like, what? What? But it's just Everfrost. We're
Yeah.
okay. I was really worried. I know Crown got buffed, but
Not buff enough. You
Hey.
just keep hitting the gym.
that would have been a lot.
Okay, Morgan in a little bit of trouble here, but he gets away from the Viego. Still, the damage is overwhelming from Doran. He could have done that himself. Just a little bit of help from his friend, Peanut, who gets an assist.
Peanut, just making sure that he's there, that he's able to mentally support his friend Doran in what has been a very lopsided matchup. And as we pointed out, Doran has had his fair share of troubles exclusively in laning phase. Post-laning phase, he's been completely fine every single time. This would be one of the first times we actually see him come out of lane with a really big lead. And I'm excited to see what the future holds, because that is a scary setup. Not quite finishing the Riftmaker just yet, though, so the big spike still going to be a little bit further off as Fredabreon use their bot side prio and power lack of vision to pick up a blue buff as the light stands on a ward.
Yeah. Still in vision here is Lands. And Peanut will pick that up. He's going for a little bit of an excursion into the enemy jungle, knowing that nearly the entirety of Fredabreon's team was in his own jungle. So he'll just go ahead and take some of these camps here. Umpty still in the jungle. And Chovy with a great read. Not going to get caught out by that one. And with Fredabreon, you know, picking up the Rift Herald and getting a couple of kills there, they actually have evened up the gold, as we're going to take another look at this fight.
지금
Right
Now, that's what he said.
공 써볼래?
Not even. Thank you. Thank you, Peanut. No. Yeah, a little bit of extra damage provided there by Peanut, making sure that this is a surefire trade and not a risky dive from Doran. Morgan, unfortunately, going to get taken down there and now forced to teleport again on kind of an awkward back half leeching layer, but is facing down Doran with a blasting one. Doran going to hit the Riftmaker so much earlier, and as you pointed out, Gwen for a very long time has basically been able to completely ignore the laning phase, skill towards Riftmaker, and then at that point she can duel anyone if you hit enough needles. Not the case anymore, and the reason why we keep talking about it is because I was not particularly excited at the amount of Gwen that I witnessed.
It was too strong for too long.
It was. Oh.
Yep.
Good one-line.
I've been working on it.
Yeah.
Chovy, this is not where you want to be. Nice sidestep, though. Even when he's slowed by the Everfrost, he's going to take a better trade alone 1v2. Umpty never got a chance to even enter the fight, as the rest of Genji was coming in. And there's another laser.
Lava actually getting the experience I described earlier. We're like, huh, why is my champion not doing enough damage? Yeah. How does he live? If Chovy finishes his Leandri's there,
he have an item.
No, he kills Lava there.
Yeah, 100%. Lands is forever in vision.
And now we know what the problem was with any of the other Victors that picked Victor.
They weren't Chovy?
Yeah.
Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
That's the answer.
We should have known that before this game. And he's also not playing into his ear. Certainly
well, that
helps
helps a lot. Yeah, definitely.
Also, your jungle isn't getting super far behind, so you actually have help.
As much as I like
the mid lane.
Yeah, as much as I like the Banshees in the previous game, in this game, it's kind of the opposite. It's going to be really easy consistently for Genji to proc that Banshee, so the amount of value you're going to get from it is just not that high. There's no big engage ultimates, there's no Lissandras, as
And he's just calmly taking the perfect trade with his abilities at the same time.
It's so smooth.
Yeah. As we do have a dive in the bottom side, Lehens take a lot of damage, but it does not matter because Doran is here, and so is Peanut. That is the 2-for-0 Dunkarino on the bottom tower, and that will be the end of that. Lava's like, I'm here, I'm helping. Wait, where'd my team go?
Timing not quite there. You're feeling safe, you're with Thelios and Kench under turret with Sums. It's not enough, it's Gen G. And Freda Brion having a tough time here yet again, and you can't really fault them for it. It's literally, it's just a teleport. It's just a teleport. Setup is there, 2 men, knock up and charm, and then the amount of damage that's being done is already way too much. So there is no time, there is no ability. Peanut just takes over with Thelios so they can take down the turret faster. And if you thought the matchup was bad before, Doran now getting even more fed.
Yeah.
1 point, almost 2k gold lead here. Oh, Freda Brion, last time around this fight was fine. I think Gen G should be fine to give it up here. Haven't backed yet. He was sitting on a lot of gold. Peanut sitting on 1.6k. Chovy sitting on like 900 gold, so I think he's just let them have it. Not the biggest objective in the world.
Yeah, totally fine. Lehens, by the way, he's not actually always visible. It's just a little spectator bug. But, yeah, just walking in the face of them, they don't really have any vision in that top river. As Lava, he's getting pretty aggressive against Doran, who has vision. He doesn't have Ignite, but he has his ultimate available. It's kind of scary. A Giant's Belt already built on top of the Rift Maker. Lehens gonna knock him up and then say see you later.
Nicely done. As pace of this game, not really reminiscent of the previous one where Gen G just took a lead and completely ran them over. Ruler taking a painful trade there. Nice guild force.
And trying to push the issue, and they spot Lehens over the wall, but he's incredibly fast. He just scuttles away. And now Doran is right behind everybody, but they have a front line here. Morgan is ready over the wall, and there it is. The charm is going to land on a Toby who's behind everybody and had to flash. There is Peanut in behind enemy lines as well, but nobody on the side here. Freda Brion, I guess Henna did go down, but now they're on the chase trying to get Morgan here as the knockup will land, and that will be the end of it. Peanut gets another sweet dunk. That'll be a couple of kills for Gen G.
I'm not sure if Peanut actually was able to get out the Gravitum root there, and if he's like, if he's played Thelios before. But they get the kill regardless. As overall, Chovy getting caught in a bit of an awkward spot, doesn't have at this point any stopwatch available, so will go down, but it doesn't really matter. The rest of his team is able to get the overarching play. It works out very nicely. So Umti wants to make sure that he still gets his buff. And Peanut, augmented by the damage done by Chovy before he went down, and Ruler's ultimate is still able to get a couple of resets going. So overall, I picked up again for Freda Brion, but the larger trade still not feeling very favorable to them.
Lava, he's got the Banshees, and he's making this a little bit annoying for Doran. He's continuing with the trade. But of course, Doran pretty tanky with that Giant's Belt, and he is also level 13, matching Lava here, so not quite enough damage unless Lava wanted to follow him all the way under the turret. As it is Hex Tech Soul that is on the Rift here. And you can see that Gen G is setting up for it right now in the river. Not too much vision, but Gen G just cleared out one of the wards. This Rift Herald's going to try to push in to get some pressure.
Look at that DTP ward. Oh, no, just got replaced, so looks like Doran just teleporting back to the wave, and there they go.
That's pretty aggressive from Lehens, but with the Cyclone, that's not nearly enough. Umti just caught out alone there. The rest of his team not willing to follow into the choke point, and probably a good idea, because you might have just had everybody die instead of 2 of you. So that is 2 kills here for the side of Gen G. They're going to pick up this Hextech Drake. This is the Soul Point Drake. Peanut can do that all by himself.
You know the play is doomed when the Ari's like, no, peacing out. I'm going towards topside. Lava teleporting out. You can't fold him. That's the right play here right now. Try to at least get an objective in a cross-map trade. As first, going to do another play of the really long fight we had where chasing lands for a really long time, but the quickness is called that way for a reason. And then initially it looks like, hey, we're going to go for a fight here, but lands doesn't have any cooldowns available, so the collapse on Chovy, really nicely done, but they still take so much damage, and then reset number one, Ruler's ult comes through, and they're able to actually get the damage down, as I don't know why we're watching Morgan just slowly get taken down. Is Peanut able to pick up that kill as well, and then here Doran teleported back to the wave.
He died because of a ward. This is the second time we've seen this today.
Yeah.
Just really wanted to clear out the vision for the Drake.
Feeling safer than one should, perhaps, with Wukong, and it's a choke point, and you have your decoy available, but not going to be enough. Now vision chokes being set up. The gold lead getting bigger and bigger, and Gen G starting to hit some of these crucial item strikes. Chovy looking towards the... I actually not sure. I hope it will be a... I wouldn't mind a Cosmic Drive personally. Might also go for the Lich Bane that we have seen in the past. But if I'm not mistaken, Evil Wisp can now also build into Cosmic, so maybe we'll not get that. But it's Chovy, so it's probably gonna be Lich Bane. And then Ruler building towards his third item. Once IE is finished, he's going to absolutely wreck. Doran just now finishing his mask as well, and it's no chem tank mask. He does actually have to build a damage mythic, which is nice, but still going to clear plenty of survivability in these fights.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy to kill Doran at all. I mean, you essentially have to lock him down. We're going to have to see maybe like Abyssal Dive into Cyclone into Charm. Or maybe even just Cyclone into Charm. They have a decent amount of damage on the side of Fred Brion. It's just a little bit of a, you know, levels and item. Oh, okay. You still got it. That was almost very sad.
There we go. There's Lich Bane, of course.
Lich Bane.
Yeah. You're going to be able to weave in a lot of autos against Ahri, Wukong, and Gwen.
Yes.
I mean, you are. They're short range. And it's Chovy, so if you just don't get hit by anything...
Just don't get hit, forehead.
Well, I mean, he does actually do that, so I think in that case...
I mean, we did just see the last fight. That did happen.
He has a stopwatch this time, though, Velda.
That's true. Okay,
Completely
he's totally
changes
fine.
it.
Yeah, he's totally fine.
You should know this. You're the stopwatch advocate
person
of the group. No, I like advocate more.
True. Connoisseur.
Connoisseur, enjoyer.
Yeah.
Promoter.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I like it. There's your Banshee's Veil gone. Yeah. And Peanut's not even like the guy who's going to be consistently getting that off, but again, just highlighting that it's going to be pretty easy to take off here. As the Baron is available, it's also an objective bounty for Brion. If they could somehow get a, pick or two and then maybe go into that, as Peanut is just autoing a ward on a ward, and he might actually still get away. The Guardian as well is going to keep him alive, as Lava cannot believe it. He was not supposed to live there. It's like Final Destination right now, is Morgan still not having fun in that trade. Chovy over here putting this down. That's going to be the quickness as well. Delay takes a lot of damage, but he does use his flash. Lava, he's been fighting for a while. He will just back away with no mana.
Oh!
파랑 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
A lot of damage, not enough. Peanut's just standing.
Oh, they saw it.
Yeah, the pings are coming down. They know. Doesn't change anything.
Nope.
The fact that they know, but they do know, and that's nice at least. As for the Brion, it's the Hail Mary.
Yeah, they're gonna try to look for something, maybe even just a pig, but a little bit too little, too late. Lava uses his teleport for that. They do get position in mid lane, but he could have probably just walked it out anyway. His teleport now coming in from Choke. Yep. And actually from both of them. Doran is going to TP down onto the bottom side here. Of course, this is the Hextech Soul fight. Okay, there's that grabbing him you were looking for, but cleanse available. And Jovi just running at Lava with the light over the wall and Doran. Oh man,
no.
This is a very angry Akali shark. And he's okay. He's not going to get much. The charm is really big, actually, as it doesn't really matter because the front line here of Freda Brion is also being torn to shreds. There's going to be 3 kills here for Gen.G. They could go for the soul, but it looks like with the Baron, they'll just push to end.
Yeah, Doran doesn't get that much done because he's spotted last second, but they still have to pay a lot of attention to him, unfortunately. And with that attention being paid,
oh no,
yeah, it's rough.
Oh boy. Well, they're gonna pad their KDA a little bit more, and Morgan does not have needles, so. And it is 12-11, the patch. Yep, they're just going to go ahead and push this in with the Baron. As at least he's got the mist there to keep him alive. They can just focus down this Nexus. As you see, Umti is coming on in, trying to deny the end of this game. Might actually happen, but no. They respect it. They back away, and they just kite them out. As that will be another 4 kills on top of it all, maybe even 5. As all of them do go down the Nexus as well, and the 2-0. Extremely clean here tonight for Gen.G.
Gen.G, again, showing how strong they are right now. They had a long break. Ruler, most notably, not a part of the 2B squad for the Asia Games because he wanted to focus on his synergy with Lahans. And if these early games of Summer are any indication, that plan worked. Both him and Lahans look very, very good. Also, the highlight of this game, probably Doran on his Akali after having a bunch of rough laning phases. Did get helped a little bit, and that is also, yep.
Huge congratulations to Peanut, who has been around for a very long time, and he has won the majority of those games. 300 wins, the 7th person in the LCK to do it. His brother Prey actually stopped at 300 exactly. I thought that was pretty funny when we saw the stats earlier. But Peanut hopefully has a lot more to go.
Hope so as well, as yeah. Doran always has been a player with high highs, low lows, and seeing him able to find that consistency, make a really good use of the counter pick that he was offered is a really good look, because that's the one weakness that Gen.G have right now. And if that weakness is taken care of, then good luck. I got nothing, honestly, and that makes it very hard for any future opponent of Gen.G to continue dominating the LCK.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gen.G were able to take down Dalmankia. Dalmankia did take 1 game, but we even were talking about it on the desk, how it felt almost like a 3-0, right? I'm trying to look and see when the Gen.G versus T1 matchup is. That's obviously the next big highlight one. That is actually a Friday, so you and I will be casting that in exactly 2 weeks' time.
Oh.
Huge matchup, and I think that's really going to be the big test, right? Because T1 will have time to kind of get their legs underneath them once again, you know, shake off the MSI blues, and face a Gen.G that's stronger than the Gen.G that they defeated in the LCK Spring Finals.
Already a matchup to be extremely excited about. And overall, the amount of pressure coming through from Gen.G, even when the laning phase is relatively even as it was, particularly in this first or in the second game, the team fighting still very, very clean. And most importantly, even if someone gets caught off, guard like Chovy here gets taken down, is not able to flash the charm, then the rest of the team is there to punish. And that is a really, really big difference with the Gen.G that we saw in the past, where it often felt like individually players had really good performances, but sometimes there was no one really picking up the slack, or there was that crucial moment and then no one stepped up. Right now, everyone is stepping up, and Gen.G look incredible for Freda Brion. It feels bad saying this is probably the best series that they've played thus far, but it's also probably true. Because they did actually look, at times, to be able to match Gen.G to a certain extent. Never really any question to the result of the games, but at least there were kills, there were moments. Moments alone and not enough.
근데 일단 그애는 잡아도 되고.
Indeed.
먹는 거 없어. 나 투식이 있으니까 좀 세게 할게.
더 깔아놨거든?
오공 나왔어, 얘들아.
I'm
오공
gonna go
나왔어.
pretty
아 타워 치자 얘들아.
aggressive, I think.
쌈 보자. 쌈 보자.
Look for the fight. Let's go. It's fine.
그엔.
When? And that's it. Nobody else said anything. It was only Peanut leading the charge. And Chovy did a large number.
Well, he did build Leandri, so I actually didn't mind the Victor pick as we have mentioned before. It's really the Victor into the Azir that seems to be a definite trap card. Victor as such, I don't think anyone's ever going to be excited about it, but it gets the job done.
You said Crown in that game. For a moment, I was like, oh, Samsung Galaxy Crown? No, it wasn't. It was just Crown of the Shattered Queen. But it was his Victor. Nice memories there. But either way, guys, that was it. Gen G do take the 2-0 stomp tonight for our second match. Let's see what the Carpet Spacemen have to say about that.
Thank you very much, Valdez. Yes, indeed. The Carpet Astronauts are right here, ready to take you through that game. And honestly, it was pretty elementary, Wolf. Gen G just did a bit of a Gen G, and Fred Brion rolled over. Let's have a look at the draft first as we bring that one up onto your screen. And once again, one of these games where Fred Brion got a decent draft. You sort of understood what it was supposed to do, and then they proceeded to get outplayed.
I think the draft here was really smart from Gen G too. They had the ability to pick Jinx into Aphelios, which didn't end up being the most relevant part of this game. In fact, probably the least relevant was the bot 2v2. But they had the right counter pick there. They also had the counter pick for the Gwen in the Akali, which became extremely impactful. Doran had a great game. Peanut assisted him several times there on the top side. And it just felt like Gen G knew what they were doing from start to finish. They just followed kind of the traditional steps. And Victor laning into Ahri, one that we've seen successful in the past, but Chovy really pushed the boundaries there, and it was honestly just a really tough time for Lava. Like, he struggled in that laning phase. Chovy pushed him to the brink, did a ton of damage in lane, got a CS advantage, and like Fred and Brian were always trying to catch up to the tempo that Gen G was playing.
Yeah, exactly. Apart from that one Herald fight where things kind of went wrong, and Umpty especially was able to find that really good engage. But after that point, it felt like Gen G didn't really leave any other openings for them to get in. And then the threat of Ruler getting excited, the Viego getting resets, right, was right there. And the Viego dives as well from Peanut working out fantastically. It's just like Gen G, they had that one hiccup and then they're like, oh no, let's not do that again. Let's not mess this one up, and let's just win the game. So we are going to check out that Herald fight. We'll go in and just have a look at what Fred Brion's composition is capable of if things do work out.
Yeah, I mean, so well played here from Umpty. The clone was also great and gets the double knockups here. And from this point on, Gen G can't really win this fight, but I do really love the combo there with Ruler actually hitting that rocket basically as far away as you possibly can to at least trade a kill back. He picks up some gold there, so it's not all for loss. But yeah, that was the one time where we're like, all right, Gen G, like, you're not game one level lead when you walk into this this Herald fight. Didn't have positional advantage. Felt very much like our spring season Herald fights, but you know, that's the one oopsie.
Yeah, they made one oopsie. Let's go to the dragon fight that happened pretty quickly after this, because it was then kind of immediately turned around by Gen G. Lehen's starting things off very nicely though.
Yeah, so he goes and gets
permanently envision Rakan.
Yeah, he gets charmed. I don't know what that bug was, but he gets charmed, but is able to ult out, and so has a really nice engage and traps half of Fred Brion there. The rest of the team is split off, and notice, you know, who's split off is the AD carry. Aphelios is extremely low range and isn't able to do any damage in these fights. So setting up picks like that, which Rakan was able to do several times, Lehen's had a great game on it, cleared some vision. Always felt like he was kind of in danger, but never really got caught.
Yeah, and from that point on, it really did just feel like Gen G were playing with their food. We did have the Victor picking up the Lich Bane, which we have been irked about in the past, especially now that it's being paired with the Leandris, which feels like it's a little bit counterintuitive, but he did do a bit of damage.
Yeah, he did like 800 damage, but he didn't have it for very long, but procced it a lot in those team fights because he was basically melee range Victor, which we've seen in Victor's most successful games basically across all the metas he's been involved in. If he's just running through a team fight, queuing people and dropping death rays and pushing his ultimate button, like, That's when you know the Victor's having a good time. Leandri's into Lichbane is a very weird combo, but it worked out for Chovy in this case because he and his team were so far ahead. He had such a front line to work with.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone was there and he was getting those autos down. We are going to check out that team fight where Chovy was able to avoid, like, his ability to sidestep charms from Lava. Like, Lava was downloaded this game.
Yeah,
like both 100%.
Both times right in the same location here under his turret, or basically what's left of his turret in this case. Now, this is where things get really interesting because Doran's on a flank, and the stopwatch felt like it lasts an eternity for Chovy because that's all the time that he needs for this team to actually rotate in, and he's basically immortal now. Like, oh, if you wait for the stopwatch and try to kill Chovy, you lose the fight. Doran locked them in there, and I think we will have a very split vote between Chovy and Doran here because Doran had a great laning phase, had some really nice flanks, executed the backline several times. Chovy's damage was crazy. It's a toss-up again.
Yeah, I feel like because he had those 2 avoidances of the charms, and I'm biased towards Chovy, perhaps I'd give it to him. But thankfully, I don't actually have access to a vote anymore. Let's have a look at the POG here. And it will be...
Drum roll.
Doran! Okay, so my bias, of course, not playing a part here. Doran will pick it up, of course, getting that solo kill after Morgan so graciously gave it to him towards that top side of the map, and then things were pretty downhill for Fred from there.
Yeah.
Department?
This is a bit of a misplay from Morgan, but Doran handles it extremely well. It's a counter pick into the Gwen, so as Konko was pointing out, if you get this as Morgan, you feel like, wow, I've done it. Like, I can actually play the game for the rest of this time. It's just going to get better and better for me, but he fails there, and then Peanut decides, okay, we're just going to bully him. This is the second time they get a kill onto Morgan on the top side. And this just kind of continues. This is a really well-executed tower dive here, set up by Lehens. Doran comes in, does a ton of damage, and wow! Very split. And you know what? I love these support votes too because it was a fantastic game for Lehens.
And everyone saw him, right? So everyone knew all of the things that Lehens was doing that game. You were the deciding vote. Made sure that we did get a 2-person interview here. Both of these solo lanes from Gen G will now be on the stage.
I voted for Chovy, actually. That wasn't me.
Oh,
that was
right.
Mao.
Sorry.
Mao was the deciding vote.
Yeah, he was.
He voted for Doran.
I just assume that we're Ian cast, but we now have Ian analyst as well. It's so fantastic. One day, we're going to get Ian play-by-play, and it's just going to be the best. Valdez and I are going to have all of the options. You have absolutely no idea. It's going to be cool to talk to Doran because he had a bit of a rough start. You know, he was really looking like he was still a little bit shaky, and I'm interested to see, you know, how he's feeling about the current meta at the moment. Maybe it was just the previous patch that bothered him a little bit, and now done most of his practice on this one and is feeling better moving on to this. So yeah. I'm hoping that that we get some more information on
Me too. I'm kind of curious where his mental's at because in spring, I thought for the first half of spring season, he was by far the most consistent player on the team. Latter half and the finals definitely got a bit boomed and still recovering.
Yeah, exactly right. So it'll be great. Good to hear from him. Chovy as well, who's just been playing fantastically well. I think Peanut, even though he didn't get any of the POG votes, also had another great day here today. So really good stuff. But let's throw it over to G-Sun to bring you that interview now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview translation, joined by Doran and Chovy from Gen G after taking down Frederick Brion. It's your first win in a row. You guys have the sole possession of the first place. I'm happy that we were able to get a victory and also clean performance today. What about you, Doran? I think we kind of played better than usual, especially me. So yeah, I'm pretty satisfied. Doran, I heard you were not feeling great these days, you know. So a lot of fans were worried about your conditions. Are you feeling okay today? Yeah, I was able to recover before the beginning of the split, so it didn't really impact the prep for the summer split. There's no need to worry about it. Chovy, Gen G decided to let Zeri through and kind of played Twitch Yumi into that OP AD carry champion. Well, our bottom duo just loves to bring new picks, and also they always prepare really hard to find new picks and experimental picks. They always practice to get more proficiency on those picks, so we were able to get good results as well. Prior to today's series, Lissandra was in favor of the Ari matchup. She was 5-0 so far. However, this time around, you guys are so confident to just like not ban Lissandra and just blind pick Ari. I've been watching a lot of Lissandra Ari matchup, and I've played those a lot, but I kind of felt like there's no need for Ari to struggle that much. So I just wanted to give it a go. I'm also really curious about your upgrade on your boots. It was not the Merc Threats, it was actually the Lucidity boots. Well, because I took Cleanse already, and also I already had so many MR, I didn't want to add another MR item, which will kind of reduce my damage output. I already had enough kind of MR, so I wanted to go for more utility. I'm also curious about the game number 2 draft. You had Kali, one of the most successful picks of Doran, and also Victor into Ari. On the top lane, I was able to have a winning matchup, you know. So we were able to get the good pick for the top lane, so I was pretty confident heading into the game. And I was really happy about our draft. After that game, now Gwen and Akali's head-to-head is now 3-11. Gwen is really strong in 1v1, but Akali can actually absorb so much of her damage with that W skill, the Shroud. And also, I want to ask you about the Victor play, Chovy, especially about your build. You didn't take the most famous first strike, you took Airy. Well, you cannot go hard in lane with that first strike build, and also I wanted to kind of counter Ari's characteristics with the Airy. And you were just showing off your fleet footwork against Ari's charms today. Tell me about it too. Last night, the last game I played before going to bed was Victor, and I was able to make a lot of cool dodges. So I was like, yeah, I'm in good form, and I was able to sleep with a lot of confidence. And Gen G definitely upgraded their performance heading into the summer split. What kind of change have you guys gone through? For me, I have become a lot more sophisticated in terms of my play, and I was able to gain more concentrations. What about you, Doran? This season? Me? Yes. How are you able to step up so much heading into the summer split? In the spring split, it was our first season playing as a team, all of our 5 players. So as this time went by, we were able to have more teamwork, and we got to play better. And Doran, this is your first PUG of the split. Was there anything you left to be desired in the previous matches? To be honest, the solo kill in game 2 was not my outplay, I think, you know? So, yeah, it's a bummer still, but heading into the later phase, you know, I was able to play out the game really well, so I'm quite satisfied with my performance today. And Chovy, we can see that you are so chill these days, you know? And you are having a great time with your teammates in Gen G. Am I right? Obviously, yes, you know? I'm having a great time. Yeah, I don't know why, but these days I was able to kind of feel a lot more comfortable, and everybody can tell. Your next opponent is Nongshim Red Force. Yes, we'll be facing them in the upcoming match. And I think all of 5 players on the side of Nongshim are really strong. So we will do our best to prepare for that match in order to secure a victory. And Doran, any message over to the fans? The round 1 has been pretty smooth so far, so I hope we can keep the winning streak in that upcoming match as well. And that will be the end of the interview from Chovi, Doran, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the interview with the previous Griffin boys, now Gen G boys. Great to hear from Doran. Glad that we got a lot of those questions. Really like the Victor anecdote there as well, like you pointed out to me, Wolf.
Yeah, it's
Chovy.
It's so cool when you hear players say like, yeah, I literally played this game last night. I felt in the zone. I slept well, and I was feeling like Victor could be a great choice because a lot of teams wouldn't have picked Victor there. And even the casters were like, yeah, this is not the worst matchup for him or anything like that, but it's very unusual. He doesn't have a good win rate. But he's like, no, I felt good about it. I've been playing this into this matchup, and it's just cool. Like in that moment, the fans get to feel like, oh, I'm kind of in Chovy's head for a second. So I love those kind of anecdotes.
And then I like the fact that he also played it out exactly like that. Let's have a look at the standings and where this puts Gen G after that victory. In first place, as it turns out. DRX with a game yet to play, of course. They'd claimed first place before this, but it was equal with that of T1 as well, who have an opportunity to get ahead with their next match.
Yeah, they will have to 2-0 Damwon Kia if they want to catch up with Gen G. It's the only way. So DRX, of course, if they 2-0 their next opponent, which is the expected result, they will also tie. So we're starting to actually set quite a huge gap between our top 3, top 4, and everybody else.
Yeah, exactly right. It's going to be some very interesting games coming up. And speaking of which, let's have a look at tomorrow. Damwon Kia versus T1, the big one for this week, was our featured matchup, of course. And then Liv Sandbox taking on KT Rolster. We'll see whether Liv Sandbox continue to plummet or whether they can start picking themselves up, because KT have been looking better. Liv Sandbox kind of on the downtrend.
Also, T1, really big win this week, looking a lot better. So that matchup was a lot more hype than I think it might have looked last week.
As well as the fact that Pult was very vocal in saying that they're feeling better on this patch. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see you tomorrow for more LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling to you. I'll keep falling to you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest weakness. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down,